I was so excited to get started. I started a minute and a half early. Hello, strangers. How's YouTube been? How you guys all doing? It's been a long time, hasn't it? It's been like 4 months since I've been here on the main channel. And I recently uploaded a video a couple days ago here to the channel that I put up on my other sites as well. I found 10 more minutes of footage I put in there. But I also wanted to put this particular video up on YouTube. It needs to be seen. And I feel like all my videos need to be seen. I'm not trying to be self-important here or anything, but I take my time with everything I do because it matters. And yeah, this video here, it really matters. We're in a very interesting time right now, aren't we? And I won't go off and rambling about all that. I'll save that for tonight because we are having a conversation with each other. I will be bringing you in to this chat here with me. I had people in the chat saying that we're not chatting tonight, I think. And no, we are chatting. You are going to come in. What happens is, I'm going to go and do it right now. And start bringing people in. I am going to put this link into the chat, okay? This link will bring you into the chat with me. And the deal is there's only 10 spaces available at a time. So once I put the link up, it usually fills up fairly quick. And then once we do that, we start the show. And you aren't on camera. You won't be seen. I ask that you make sure that the volume's down in the background if you're watching the show and you're also participating, because we get really bad feedback and echo there. What else? That's about it, man. And then just talk about whatever you want to. I mean, if you want to talk about the strangest experience you've had, or a spiritual experience you've had, or near-death experiences, or dreams, or it's just strange, weird experience, whatever, or just want to talk about anything else. I always have to start with the strange and the weird. I am KJ after all, but it doesn't all have to be strange and weird. It can be whatever you want it to be. Just talk to me. We're going to have a conversation. I've missed this. It's been a long time. I've been very busy since leaving YouTube. If you didn't know this, you're missing out on 4 months worth of videos and shows, even uncensored KJ's What Happened, where for 3 hours, I'll tell you all about the potion, the potion that they want everyone to have. All that news and information that's being scrubbed from all these big sites, I go find as much as I can, and I tell you about it on this uncensored KJ's What Happened show. So, yeah, you're missing out on a lot. And I've been putting out some really massive videos, like hour-long videos, a bunch of really big videos, and I want you to see everything. So the best place to go is check my website. There's a link below to that. Or if you want to go Rumble, BitChute, I'm really 50-50 with BitChute. It's got its most toxic and disgusting community ever. And that community is going to be the end of that entire website. I'm surprised reporters haven't done this already. All they're going to have to do is go look at the comment sections on anybody's video, take a few screenshots, and just there's their evidence for that place being disgusting and incredibly racist. And I know that a lot of that's paid for, but they have to get on top of that, the people who are running BitChute, or that whole website's going to go bye-bye. And I think a big part of the reason will be because of the toxic, disgusting, and dumb community that's over there. And it's massive. It's everywhere. So we shall see on that. But guys, I did miss you, man. Like I said, I've been staying busy. YouTube started hitting my shows, my KJ's What Happened, real heavy with medical misinformation because of the potion. And they were doing the same thing to my KJ's What Happened channel. There's a link below to that if you've been missing the show. I still do those. Speaking of which, I won't be doing one tomorrow because I'm doing this tonight and I've got obligations this weekend, but I will be doing an uncensored KJ's What Happened as normal this Monday at 2 o'clock in the afternoon over on Odyssey. You find all those links below. So yeah, I've been staying busy, man. And I just wanted to lay real low because they had my channel on the ropes forever. I mean, once I would get off of, once one thing would clear over here on this channel, they'd go fish out a video from 2015, 2016. Oh, we got you on this one. And then I'm back on the wall again. So they were real close to taking this channel away. So I just wanted to leave it alone for a while, continue my work, continue growing other websites for myself, which I have. I even have a podcast now. If you didn't know that, there's a link below for that as well. So that's it. There's my spiel. Thank you for being here. Really, I've missed you guys. I forget how big this site was for, how big this community was. I'll tell you this. I mean, in the first 4 hours of uploading my new video here to YouTube, I gained more views on that video in the first 4 hours than all the other websites I'm on combined. Yeah, I'm lucky to pull combined with every video nowadays, maybe 15,000, maybe 20,000, tops, sometimes less. I mean, it's a real, shuffle. And I know I'm just not reaching as many people. And that's one of those sacrifices I have to make. We all have to make sacrifices for our art. This is one for me. I had to make the sacrifice of losing this massive community for a while in hopes to keep this channel safe. So looks like it's worked for now. I will be uploading some of the videos I do, back here to YouTube, depending on the subject matter. I've been tackling the potion and everything related to that a lot in videos. So, those particular videos can't show up here. Anyway, let's go ahead and put the link into the chat. Let's do it right now. Boom, there it is. We got the link in the chat, and all you have to do, like I said, is click the link, and then you'll start coming in. And I'm going to wait until we get a few more people in here. I already see some people coming in, and that's great. Once again, remember that they're not going to see you. Public's not going to see you, so don't worry about that. Volume down in the background, please. Hey, Ava, I see everybody in chat. WCMW, what's up? D-Ray, CP Gone. Yep, Trump's the granddaddy of the modern potion. Hasdrubal, how you doing, man? Hi, Denise, thank you. Tamara's here. Yeah, hello. Big shout out to the moderators, by the way, tonight, as always. And always a huge shout out to my Patreon and PayPal supporters, guys. Thank you. This channel has been demonetized for over 2 years. So if you ever see ads on any videos I do or anything, I'm not putting them up there. I can't do it. It's because this new video just got hit with like 5 copyright strikes. So all those people, they monetize basically the video. Okay, it looks like people are coming in, man. I'm ready to get started. Are you guys ready? I'm ready. Let's just jump right into it, okay? And let me tell you who I have here so we know. There's a private chat for you guys as well that get in here. What'll happen is here after a little while, once I start clearing out some of the people here, I'll put the link back in, and then you guys can start shoveling in again, and we'll just kind of keep it going for a while and see how we do, okay? So I got Rebound, Chinny, Atha, Tavern, a.k.a. Peen, I think it says. Here, I'm going to put the link in again there just in case. Claudia, Flacionine, Matthew, and Digo. And that's what I've got right now, guys. So I just put the link back in. We're going to go. It's not a call in. I got somebody asking, how do I call in? I just put the link in there, guys. I put the link in the chat for you. You click that and you slide on in. And there you go. All right. Hey, welcome to the show. Let's have a great Friday night. Let's have some conversations. I want to start with Rebound. I think that's Rebound from Narcissism. Is that right?
Yes. How are you?
Hey, I'm real good. Nice to talk to you finally. I see you all the time in the chat.
Yeah, I've talked to you before. I just was under a different name.
Oh, okay. Right on. Well, welcome back. How's your night going?
It's going good. How are you?
I'm great, man. It's good to do these, of course. And it's been, like I said, way too long. I've been busy with all these other things. But it felt like the right time to do it because personally, I've been on pins and needles the last few weeks. So I'm a feeling person, and I just feel that it's on. Like we're in a very interesting space. I don't want to start rambling off about all that, but so that's where I'm at. But I'm always happy to talk to you guys, and it should be great as always.
Yeah, we're definitely in some interesting times right now. Bible prophecy is definitely unfolding. I mean, it's interesting.
Yeah.
So let's see. I just wanted to get on here and say, hey, I didn't really have too much to say. The channel name really, takes on the majority of the stuff that I talk about on YouTube. And I feel like it's important for, the Christian community to understand narcissistic personality disorder and really how these individuals operate. And so I just wanted to, come on and spread awareness for it.
Yes.
I think that is very important because it took me about 30 years to figure out what the disorder was. And as we talked in a previous conversation, I was actually adopted by a family of narcissists.
Oof.
And yeah, so it was pretty much hell on earth, but I am happy to say that I have healed and I've overcome. Really understanding the disorder was eye-opening for me. So I was able to really set strong boundaries and really work through my childhood trauma. So, but yeah, so, I don't really have too much to say. I just wanted to say it's a pleasure to speak with you again. And, hopefully you're doing well. I know on YT, there's a lot of we have to be careful with our language.
Yep.
So
Yeah. That's another. Yeah, it's a big one with these guys.
yeah. So I don't want to say anything, that will get, the video taken down. But yeah, I'm the film guy in LA. I was under, I think the last time we spoke, I was under the name Rain.
Okay. Yeah, I remember us talking now.
Yeah. So yeah, I guess that was it. I kind of get nervous when I get on these things just because
I know that's okay.
Right. Trying to, get on, make it in the first 10 picks. So yeah, that kind of had me antsy. But I guess, honestly, for all the viewers out there, just stay strong in the faith. Bible prophecy is really unfolding. For those of you who are standing your ground against tyranny and against this medical intervention, continue to stand your ground. It's important. And yeah, I guess that's all I have to say.
Man, that's okay. It's always nice just, saying hi again and thanks for coming on. And yeah, hang out or hang in there. Yeah, it's crazy, crazy times, man. Like I personally, after all the years of me doing this, I really think we're about to get the answer to the pre-trib, post-trib, or
yes.
Right? Like that's about to be answered. That's why I don't like getting into fights and arguments. I really think it's coming, and I even was praying about it. Here's one I'll give you. I was praying about this actually yesterday, man, and because I'm always seeing these comments from people saying that Obama is not going to be the Antichrist because everybody hates him, and it's like what you're not taking into consideration is the harpazo, because that's what makes more sense to me. If we're not here anymore, of course the world's going to love Obama. He's a superstar to the world. They love him, right?
Especially compared to Biden and Trump. By that,
and Trump, exactly, right? So, I mean, to me, that's what I got. Was it from the Lord? I hope so. Was it just me making it up? I don't think so. Maybe, but I hope not. But that's kind of my reasoning on that one, and that's what happens when I really start thinking about something, praying about it. I feel like I'll get an answer, and that's the answer I got. So I'm hoping for the catching away, because this is going to be the time afterwards that the entire world, not just atheists and Satanists, but other religions, are going to have to turn to Christ or die. And that's where we're at, folks. And I know a lot of people don't like it, and Muslims get mad at me for talking about the black cube and stuff like that, whatever. Hey, it doesn't matter, guys. Jesus is the only way through the Son to the Father. And if you don't know that now, you're going to find out the hard way soon. And anyway, don't get me started.
Sure. And what I was going to say about that, I used to be a mid-trib guy for the longest, and I just switched maybe the beginning of last year. I switched over to pre-trib, and I just feel like there's a lot of parables in the Bible that speak, for a pre-tribulation rapture. And, with all the natural disasters going on in the world, we know something's coming. Like there's something like 26 active volcanoes going on right now.
Oh yeah. And then of course everything in the Canary Islands, and there's that Bill Larkin, prophecy from 2012 that God showed him the world flooding after something happening in Canary Islands, and he said August 23rd to 30th or something he saw, and I seen all these people. He's a false prophet. People get so we don't know like what happens. This is like 2012 or so. This guy, or at least he posted it. Maybe he's had the dream before, but that's why I showed it now, because there's a lot of activity in Canary Islands, and you're right. So this could be maybe it, and we shall see. And if so, he's a month or so off. Big deal. But go ahead.
And I think about with the Canary Islands, I think about the canary in the coal mine.
Oh yeah,
how they use the canary, pretty much to see if there was any like gaseous material that could possibly kill, the people. So if the canary died first, right? So. We know that it's something definitely is coming. And there was something else that I wanted to say in regards to that, but I forget.
That's okay. That's all right, man. Hey, it's nice talking to you again. And you have a YouTube channel. Do you do videos about narcissists? Okay, well, guys, check him out.
So my YouTube channel is Rebounding from Narcissistic Abuse. I changed it from narcissism because a lot of people thought I was a former narcissist, and I don't want to get confused with that. So once again, Rebounding from Narcissistic Abuse. We're almost at 1,000 subs. So if you all can support, that would be great. KJ, cool, it was a pleasure speaking with you.
You too. All right. Take care.
All right.
Bye-bye. All right. Chiny. Hi, Chiny. How you doing? Hey.
Okay. First of all, KJ, I just got to say one thing, man.
Oh boy. I never know if someone's going to come on here and cuss me out. So go ahead.
Oh man, KJ, you're so bad. No.
Yeah.
No, clearly joking. No. Nah, KJ, thank you. Like seriously, because when I was into like obviously like so many others into New Age and into all these like spiritual things, I thought, like everyone else, Jesus was like a form of oppression and it's just a way of controlling people and blah blah blah. And then I all of a sudden I just kind of I went through something so crazy. Like I went through like this crazy trip of like of actually encountering like a guy who claims to be an Egyptian god and he was like telling me all these things and I actually saw like dark spirits. Like I actually legitimately saw like I felt things touching me at night and all these crazy things and then I'm like, okay, wait a minute, whoa. And the fact that I said Jesus's name, he trembled. He trembled. He couldn't. He was like, don't ever say his name. His name is super demonic. Don't do it. If you ever say it again, I'm just gonna end this conversation. I'm like, what about Jesus? And then he's like, he just twitches like crazy, and I'm like, oh shoot, like Jesus is actually real. And then on top of this, I meet another person who actually was into all that new age stuff. And I said, hey, I'm really curious. Like, is Jesus real? And then the craziest thing happened. She goes to me and she says, yes, Jesus is real. Yes. And I'm like, what the? Hold on. Whoa, wait.
Now, what was the circumstance of this? Like, was it a party? Was it a hangout? Was it your house? I mean, kind of what was the...
it's like it's so how you say fragmented because it's like certain instances of how it occurred. It actually occurred at like around the same time, like maybe about a week or 2 weeks or whatever, but it did happen around the same time. But anyway, during my search of finding Jesus Christ, I came around your channel and your stuff is pretty much confirming everything. Like
great.
Everything. Like Jesus is truly like he's so good. And ever since I turned my life to Christ, KJ, I'm telling you, bro, like
yes,
oh my God, bro, like it has changed my life. Like instances where I thought I was just gonna be like S out of luck.
Yeah.
He just comes through. It's,
you bet.
It's like what? Like
yeah,
you came through for me. Oh my gosh.
It.
And it's like, and you obviously are like a confirmation of the Lord. And I really like truly say to you that you are a blessing. And
thank you.
Absolutely. And for you to actually go and like say it and just not conform to YouTube and its standards or whatever, and ministering truth to people is truly powerful,
Thanks. Thank you, man. I appreciate hearing that. I do, because I tend to think about the nasty things people say about me, too often. And it's just a part of my character. I internalize everything. So, I'm not trying to look for sympathy here, but it's just part of the game. I've been doing this for not the job, for so long that, you take the good and the bad. But man, thank you very much. That really means a lot to me. And I am grateful that, I can't take credit, but the fact that the Lord gave me something I'm giving to people that's helping you, man. And especially that it strengthens your faith. And this stuff is scary. I show people. I know that's the thing. I always have people complaining, it's too scary, and it's like, or, the thumbnail's too scary. And I'm like, if you're scared of a thumbnail, you ain't ready for what's happening right now, bud. You ain't ready. And, that's what I'm here to do, is show, and other people do this too. They show stuff. And either way, man, I'm rambling. Thank you. You're welcome. And thank you, man. I appreciate you.
Oh yeah, man. No, it's just crazy because, it's like, another thing that I've noticed, right? Like, when you're in a position of like knowing the truth and you're trying to tell people the truth, right? And they're not listening, and it's like how you say, horse with blinders, and the horse has the blinders on, and you're telling the horse, stop, but the horse is set on where to go because he has the blinders on, and it's like, no, take your blinders off, man. No, like seriously, like look around you, like the hell's like around you right now, like fire, But he's like, no, it's just I'm just hot. I'm running, duh. That's how it works. And then, you know, it's
scary because of just where we're at right now, honestly. And, you know, a lot of it comes from my friend Jonathan Kleck. And, you know, even with this new video, I put some of his stuff in there, and inevitably I had to block 15 people. It's always the same sentence. Jonathan Kleck is a false prophet. And what I tell people is this, that he's my friend and I know him, and I've broken bread with him. I've stayed at his home.
Amen.
I just saw him a few months ago, and I even told him, I said, man, you've been a muse to me. Like, ever since I found you, it's really strengthened me and helped me with my work, because just like so many other people, I had questions about Jonathan, and I moved to Texas after LA, and I found him, and I arranged a meeting, and we got to meet up. And since then we've been friends. We don't talk every day. It goes, you know, sometimes months at a time. So we're busy people, but that's my point with John. And I just tell people, if you want to try to, you know, say he's a false prophet, try to prove him wrong biblically. That's the best way to try. And I've never seen anyone do it. And I stand by John and his stuff with everything, as far as, especially with the money and the missiles coming in and all that. That's what I'm talking about right now. It's just, we're in that moment, man. And, you know, what can you say? Like, that's why for me, being a creator of this stuff and putting it out there and stuff, I mean, I've just really been on pins and needles the last few weeks. And, you know, you like, you know, what if we're wrong? And there's all these thoughts, you know, and you don't want to be false. You don't want to get people's hopes up and then nothing. But you know, I feel it all, man. But I just know that he really wanted me to put that video up on YouTube, and I know it's important. And I'm not saying I'm the most important guy, because there's a lot of great people putting good stuff out that we need to see. But yeah, I'm rambling again. But yeah, man, thank you. And I can hear it in the way you talk, that, you know, you really have it and you're excited to have Christ, and that's beautiful.
Yeah. I'll definitely check out Jonathan Kleck for sure. He sounds very interesting. You know, and I am, man. It's like when you see how many things that he does for you, you know, and it's like trials. And when you go through trials, it's not necessarily that Jesus or God hates you. No, absolutely not. In fact, you know, how you say,
it's a refining.
Yeah, ding, ding, ding. Exactly. That's exactly what he's doing. Kind of like showing you, like, how it you know, you could be better, or just showing you things. It's weird. Sometimes the Lord does things that you try to understand, but later down the line, if you're really open to it, you'll understand exactly what he's doing.
Yeah, I absolutely. Are you going through a refining right now, or how's that?
Yeah. So I'm from New York originally, and I'm currently in New Jersey.
Oh, good. I'm glad you're away from the coast. I'm just saying. Hopefully, again, not trying to be a fearmonger, you know, but I mean, it's on the money, you know, and and they're doing the statue with the shh, and Jonathan just put this out. I just saw this the other day, but this Gabby Potito girl that everybody's talking about, and it's been in our face forever, right? This missing little blonde girl. Well. I found a thing this past week that somebody posted that she was in a Shandy Shook video, which is interesting. But the most interesting thing is that her mom, dad, and a couple other relatives, 4 relatives, went on the news the other day. They got matching tattoos of hers. And did you see this? Do you know what they are?
Wow, no.
Check this out. Huh. So now check this out. It's a tidal wave.
What?
It's a tidal wave, and it says "Let it be."
What?
Now, to me, when I see that, I feel sigil magic. These are the vibes I catch when I see this kind of thing. And the connection to Shandy Shook is very questionable, because there's a lot of witchcraft in Newtown, Connecticut. It's interesting. So yeah, let it be, with the tidal waves coming in. So it keeps coming, you know, with these kind of signs of this, and it's really starting to heat up. I think, you know, it's interesting. What do you think about that?
First of all, you just gave me chills, like, because it's like first of all, the Gabby Potito, I'm not even sure if it's fabricated, because her YouTube channel literally only has one video, and it just seems a little fake. I don't know. It doesn't seem authentic. It seems like it's being like what you said. It's like magic. Because you know how KJ, you know firsthand how they work. It's like they have to show you in order for it to work. So,
yes, you know, it's a part of the spell. Sure,
exactly. So if it doesn't, if you guys aren't aware, and it also it tickles their funny bone. It just it tickles them when it's like, ha ha, you don't really know, but we know, but ha, you don't really know. And then what's crazy is, like, I told my brother the other day, that it's kind of like when a guy's on the street and he's dangling a carrot, right? And you're looking at the guy dangling the carrot and you're like, why is this guy dangling a carrot? And then you're trying to understand why, but come to find out, he's not dangling the carrot at you. He's dangling the carrot behind you, the guy behind you. And he's like, and the thing is, you're trying to understand what's going on, but in fact, the other guy is like a code, like this carrot that he's dangling is a code. And then another guy from the distance is telling the guy who's looking at the guy dangling the carrot, guy, yo, he's dangling a carrot, but it's not for you. Yeah, look over there. And he's like, nah, like that wouldn't make sense. Why would he do that? No, bro, like, look, there's a guy behind you that's looking at the carrot. Just look. But they don't comprehend it. And that's literally the society in a nutshell.
Oh yeah. Well, it's because we're on the doorstep of the end. And
Yeah.
So what we're seeing now is a culmination of all the mind control, all the programming, all the stuff for all these years intensifying to get the world ready for this, right? To weaken humanity and to destroy humanity and to destroy people's bonds and to turn us against each other. I mean, it's all been done. It's the devil's plan, you know. And I mean, of course, he's a genius, you know. I mean, you can't take that away from him. I mean, the guy knows his stuff and he knows how to corrupt humanity. He's done a damn good job of it. But anyway, anything else you got for us?
Okay. I'll keep it super short because again, there are people and I see in the chat that, people want to talk. And
yeah, that's cool. I always try to keep it. I try to keep it around 10 minutes, everybody. You're doing fine.
Yeah, so for sure. Yeah. Yeah, New York is a hellhole. It's a cesspool. Don't go there. It's not fun. It lost its magic. Well, I obviously condemn magic because, it's the Lord says not to, obviously utilize magic. But regardless, it's not, New York is not the same anymore. And it really is like a hellhole. There's a lot of corruption there. And I'm very concerned. But what you said, KJ, it pretty much in a nutshell, the last days are here. I remember one day I was with my mom and I was like, Mom, this is the end. Like, it was like I'm sure, KJ, you ever like had like a knowing, like a moment.
Yeah, all the time. All the time.
Yeah, that was it. I was like, Mom, no, this is it. This is the end. This is it, man. We're in the end game. This is it, man. We like, I don't know. It's weird,
It's okay, yeah, because I think that we can all relate, man. Honestly, I think a lot of us have been right there with you. I've been dealing with my folks who raised me in church, but then when I bring up this stuff, I mean, it's just they look at me lost, and it scares them. They've even told me some of the stuff I show them. So, but that's why I've said a million times to me, if someone already has Jesus, then leave them alone with this stuff. I mean, I've had people say, I used to watch your videos, but now I don't because they're just blah, blah, blah. And it's like, well, good. Then if you learned what you needed to, maybe just focus on your walk, because I'm here to try to expose the darkness and wake the people up to what this is, this beast system. And you don't all need it. So I have to just chill with my parents and other family and friends I have that are Christians, that they don't need to hear all this stuff. You know what I mean? We can just talk about faith and stuff from the Bible and all that. And that's fine because they're already good. That's the way I look at it. Just as long as you got Jesus, it's good. Otherwise, I'm not going to pound people over the head personally with it, But yeah, I'm with you, man. I think we all have these shared experiences,
Yeah. I think I have like probably one more thing to say.
Sure.
It was about what you just said. Yes, Jesus Christ. The thing is, you don't necessarily have to know about the demons, the fallen, the seraphim, the Raphim, the Ophim. These demonic entities that roam the earth. You don't necessarily have to know about it, but it's kind of good to know to prepare yourself because obviously Ephesians 6:12. I'm sure you are aware of that verse that we prepare the armor of God. And just become more knowledgeable. Like I mean, again, you don't have to know, but it's good to know, you know?
Yep.
So you can prepare yourself. So for like example, you have these unrelenting thoughts. These thoughts are crazy. You're trying to figure out why you're having these thoughts. It's like, oh, well, if you read the Bible, come to find out, you know, if you are aware of the Lord's teachings, you will know how to cast out, bind, rebuke, and cast out the demons that roam and that try to take over. So it's like you won't have those thoughts as much, and even if it comes, you can easily rebuke it in the name of Jesus. So,
yes,
you know, but
you got it.
you know, but,
You nailed it.
yeah.
You're like, yeah, I did. Yeah, man, that's good stuff. I appreciate it, man. You're right. It's spiritual warfare. That's why we don't get tangled up over Republicans and Democrats or America falling apart and all this other stuff, because, you know, it's got to let all this go anyway. That's the time it is right now, and get our houses in order. I've been working on my own walk a lot more than I usually do, and trying to straighten out some things here and there. And because we all have stuff, you know, but so yeah, I'm rambling, but hey, man, it's nice talking to you, Chinese.
It is a pleasure. Yes, God bless you in Jesus' name, man. Like really, sometimes you gotta go through something to understand something. So again, thank you so much, KJ, for real, man. Thank you.
You're welcome, my friend. Take care. Nice talking to you. Okay.
You too. Okay.
Okay. Bye-bye. All right, guys. I'll tell you who's left here so far. I got Atha, Philistine, Digo, Old Friend, Tavern, Akapine, Joseph, and Pichet. I'm sure I'm pronouncing all these wrong. I'll put the link to the chat in one more time here. We got 3 spaces available right now if anybody wants to come in. And Atha, I'll be clicking on you next, but Atha, I just lost you, it looks like. It says your devices are not connected. So you got to connect your mic, I think. But I'm going to jump over here to Cyanine, and you'll have to unmute your, there you go.
Hello.
Hi, how you doing?
Well, hey there. I'm driving a little bit, so I'm trying to pay attention to everything I'm doing. It's good to talk to you, KJ. How you doing?
Hey, thanks. Really good. And be safe. Be careful, okay?
Yes. Oh, yes.
But I'm good.
I just picked up my youngest from my baby from visitation, and you know, I wanted to share something immediately that's on my heart. Is that, you know, we've all talked a little bit in some of the chats and everything about children, and like how it's like a fearful thing to have children at this time, you know. And I'm a single mom of 3. My youngest is only 4 months old, so
wow, baby.
It's a lot of work, you know.
Yeah, I'm sure.
And my oldest is 7, and he's right here with me, and he just wanted to chime in just now.
Hi.
But anyway, I just want to like put it out there that, you know, once you have children, you know, it's always a blessing. So there might be some folks out there like that, you know, are in the community here that like listen in and everything, that kind of also have that concern and fear, because trust me, as a mom, I have it too. But it's always a good thing, and it's always a blessing, because you have started a soul, you know, and that's an eternal thing. So like, I just like want to put that out there, that, you know, even in these end times and these uncertain times, it is such a blessing and a gift to be a parent, you know, and to be raising them at home. Like I homeschool, I do what I can to like keep them under my care and not like ship off to the world, you know.
Good.
But yeah, so it's just a blessing even in these end times.
Well, I appreciate oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh yeah, that's all.
I was just gonna say I appreciate that, and it's important to hear, because I've said this throughout the years that, and I, again, it's just part of being me, but you know, a lot of times I feel like the bearer of bad news when I'm talking, especially in real life, to people who are completely, you know, they have no clue. And they'll be like, I've had people say, everything you say is negative. It's like, no, it's not negative. This is the world you're in, man. You know, you don't see it. But anyway, not to go off on all that. The point of the matter is, though, I feel especially bad sometimes when speaking with people with little ones, of course, because I can't imagine what that would be like of course, being in these times and having a little one. And that's why I love talking to people like you who are experiencing that. You're not in fear. You're not freaking out. You're not scared. And just thank you for that. Thank you for keeping your head together, knowing that God's got you. He's got your little ones, and it's a fascinating time to be alive. And I'm sure you're seeing little miracles in your life, like when you need help and you pray about things with the kids. I'm sure things are popping for you in these times, aren't they?
Oh yeah, I mean, I see God's provision, God's presence. Since being separated, it's been a year now, and I actually ended up getting separated 10 days before finding out I'm pregnant. And
Wow.
I was the one who had to kick him out. Speaking of narcissism, like that's such an epidemic in today's world. It's just unbelievably high levels of narcissism everywhere, and it's truly a demonic thing. I was talking to my mom about this today, but like right there at the end of this relationship, this marriage, there was demonic activity in my house, and I would wake up in the middle of the night, and I'd go to my husband and I'd be like, we need to like listen to some scripture, some sermons, like there's some spiritual warfare. And he seemed a bit oblivious to it, but I kind of wonder, if that was the demonic influence that kind of caused all our fights.
Hey, maybe he might have brought something into the house, and especially, I don't know the circumstances, but if it was like affair type stuff, I mean, he's bringing things in from other people that have attached to them. And I mean, so.
It was a rough marriage, and, but now there's peace in my household. And while it sucks sometimes to be alone and have 3 kids, right? It's just hard. It's really a blessing because God draws all the nearer to the brokenhearted,
Yeah.
God provides every one of our needs. And I mean down to like the cent and the dollar that is needed at time. It's just amazing. He comes through, and my relationship with God has benefited from the brokenness around me. And so my youngest, who is 4 months old, like I said, I actually named him, just speaking of end times, I named him Sojourner because that's his official first name.
Cool.
Because he's a traveler, and I want him to know as he grows that like he's not here to stay,
Yeah.
And I want him to understand there's meaning. All my kids, they have meaningful names, and I want them to understand that what's eternal is what's real. And so when we talk about God, we talk about heaven, we talk about death, I try to tell them, like this, it's very real, and it's also nothing to be afraid of. It's just like going through a curtain, because God forbid, I don't know how things are going to unfold in history. I don't know if I'm going to see them through to old age or what. I don't know if we're all going to get caught up together. But, I want to prepare them for whatever lies ahead of them, because I'm pretty sure we're not even going to have the same economy. We're not even going to have the same government by the time, 20 years from now, it's going to be totally different. So
yeah, it could be, and well, it will be, because the Great Reset's here. But first off, I want to say thank you for being an amazing mother to them, a teacher and leader. I mean, good for you. I mean, you're leading them right, and I think that's great. And I want to ask you this as well: are any of your children that might be in school, how are they acclimating to the whole mask madness? Are you seeing any of that stuff come home? Are you seeing any depression?
We homeschool.
Oh, my bad. You said that earlier. I didn't know if
anytime we've been in a situation where that's been like a requirement or whatever, we just don't deal. Like we're not gonna I won't put a mask on my little ones at all. Like, so even, I'm planning this big field trip next summer, almost in the summertime next year, to that art museum, because that's a really homeschool geeky mom thing to do. Like, let's go to the art museum. And I'm planning that, but as nice as it would be to fly in an airplane, like I'm just going to plan on a road trip, because I'm not going to get involved with the craziness that is right now,
Yeah. Good. Yeah. That sounds like you got it together. You're good.
Oh, thanks. God is good. God is good. He is an anchor,
Yeah.
And something else, like, of which I want to share a dream that I had, like, I guess it was 2 years ago, but only like recently, a part of it like came true in real life, and it was really super encouraging.
Oh, cool.
So I had this dream where basically what I remember the most of it is near the end. And the other parts I don't remember. I think it was like in heaven and I felt like I knew everybody or something. But for a while I was having some dreams that were like a part 1, part 2, part 3 kind of thing. But this particular dream near the end, there was just this massive war between the believers and like these zombie like, unbelievers, right? It was just zombies basically. And they were like flesh-eating monsters and it was horrible. But I went out on this field with a body of believers and it was like this awesome kind of epic, us Christians, like raising the banner of war
Yeah.
against the cannibalistic zombies, right?
Yeah.
We just devour them. Like we win like by a landslide and it's awesome. And like at one point, like their blood is like and it's like green blood and it's like running all like on this field and we're just like, yeah, we're like loving it. Like we're crazy, like wild soldiers, right?
Yeah.
It's awesome. And then there's this moment where I pass through to get to that field of victory. I passed through a tunnel of rainbows, like a rainbow after a rainbow after a rainbow after a rainbow, right? And like a rainbow has a personal, I mean, of course we know the rainbow is a covenant of peace, right? God has used that symbol in my life many times to just encourage me and for lots of like markers, like I'm on the right path, But not too long ago, like I guess it was now maybe 2 weeks ago, maybe 3 weeks ago. Time is kind of a blur when you're a busy mom.
Sure.
But a couple of weeks ago, I was driving and I was having just a crap day, like a horrible day because of my soon-to-be ex, what he's been doing and knowing that I have some court dates coming up to fight for my kids and all this.
Wow.
And, which is the worst. And
I'm sure you got people praying for you now. Sorry to cut you off,
yeah,
but go ahead.
I need it because there's times like you hit the bottom, in this fight and like, and just trying to stay true to God, even though it's tempting to like fight like a bear, it's like a bear mom, like it's so hard. But like I was driving and there's a literal rainbow arch over my path to my home. And
Wow.
driving right through it, like, and you know what a rainbow is, and it's kind of like it disappears, but no, this was like it let me drive under it, and it was truly like I went through a rainbow arch.
I love it.
I was reminded of that epic dream, and I was like, oh man, so I'm headed to victory. Like
yes.
I'm going to the war and to fight and like awesome.
Yes.
Such a sweet thing that God has done, and that's not the first time. Like he's been talking to me and he's been giving me dreams, and actually recently he's been kind of silent, but like I told him just this morning, I'm like, I know you're being silent, but like I trust you. Like you're not silent. God's silent because he's mad. Like he's silent because he's wise and like he's doing his
timing will be perfect.
Yeah, like he's up to something, and so I trust him. But I just wanted to share that. Like I feel like this community, KJ, that you in a blessed work of God, you've helped collect people together, and that's awesome.
Thank you.
And I feel like this community and many others that are kind of connected through the church or whatever else, like I feel like we are entering the battlefield and we're about to experience that epic,
taking
zombies' heads off their shoulders.
Me too.
Yeah, we're getting there. So
I'm not even kidding. I'm with you. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, I'm with you.
I mean, it's a time to suit up. It's a time to get ready and get your weapons ready and get going.
I love it. That's the attitude right there to have. It really bums me out. I get a lot of messages from Christians who are scared and, talking about fear. And I'm not judging that because everybody is on different levels. We all go through different periods in our life and, different different battles and whatnot. But we're not given a spirit of fear. We're given a spirit of power through Christ, and we have authority and power and authority over these demons. So don't be scared of them. Yeah, I love it. You're a warrior. It's wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, absolutely. It's an honor and a privilege to talk to you, KJ. And yeah, I'm about to be home and put the kids to bed. So
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, nice talking to you, and stay
Yeah,
safe.
nice
Okay.
talking to you. All right.
Okay. Bye-bye. All right, guys, we're going to move on. Great talk too, man. I love these. You guys are all amazing. Atha, on my end, it says your devices aren't connected, so I can't click you into the show. So just check and make sure you got maybe restart your computer or something. I don't know, but I want to get you in here. I just can't. So I'm going to go over here to Diggo. I think it's Diggo. Hi.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah. How you doing?
Oh, I'm doing great. I can't. I was really nervous, and then I was like, I should eat a bag of chips, so I did that. And I'm not too nervous anymore.
There you go. Always helps.
Yeah. So yeah, everybody's asked you how you're doing, so I guess I'll just get to the meat and potatoes, huh?
Oh, hey, you're all right, man. Yeah, whatever you'd like to talk about. I appreciate you jumping in. Thank you.
Thanks for having me. I tried to call before once, and yeah, because there's the supernatural. It's this thing that has kind of been erased in like culture, and I work in the tech side of stuff, and there's
Cool.
literally no supernatural there.
Right.
So when you try to share stories with people that happen, you get into these. I don't know how to explain it. It's almost
Is it
like
awkward?
very awkward, and also someone had mentioned that something. A pastor in the past had mentioned something similar about this with regards to like the African church versus the United States church, and how in
Yeah.
Africa they believe in a lot of this supernatural stuff, and I was thinking that maybe that's been like the devil's plan to like uh, not show himself, here. But what I wanted to tell you about, if I could, is that I had one of those sightings, and I tried telling people about it, and
Oh
no
boy.
one, yeah, and it was I started feeling really crazy, and
Oh sure.
the
Well,
thing is,
let
it
me.
was multi. Go ahead. Sorry.
I'm sorry, man. Yeah, there's a slight delay here because I was going to throw something in, just another observation I'd had whenever you're talking about when you bring this stuff up to people and it gets awkward and weird. Old thing popped into my head here. This is years ago. This happened. This is I don't even know what year I put that video out, but it was the one where Oprah Winfrey's eyes shift and her face shifts. It was when she was interviewing Tom Cruise. Anyway, I was so excited to capture that, and y'all can find it on my channel, but it's just look up Oprah Winfrey in there. And it's one of the best captures ever of one of these shape-shifting events, like one of these people showing themselves on live TV. It was right off live TV. I was so excited to have that. And that video really blew up back then. I went to a party. It was during the summer, and I had an old friend that she had been married to this new guy, and they had a new house with a swimming pool. I went to the party and was swimming, and it was nice. It was good seeing her and all the people. And it was my first time meeting her husband, and she's such a great girl. I just figured he had to be, a great guy, and he was, I thought. But then I pulled him aside that day at the pool, and this is right after I'd uploaded that video about Oprah Winfrey. And again, I was so excited, and I've learned throughout the years as well. This is earlier on in my, doing this kind of thing. But I was like, dude, man, check this out, and I showed it to him, and he just froze there. And I went back, I played it again real quick, and he froze there, and he looked at me. He gave me this look that just, his mouth was open. He didn't say anything. He wasn't shocked or anything, but he looked at me just like he hated me. It would, like I was the most disgusting, weird, creepy person ever. And we never had a relationship. I mean, I didn't hang out with her a bunch afterwards, but when I did, it was always awkward around that guy, always. So we learn our lessons. Anyway, sorry, just adding in, but please
good.
continue.
I just started talking because I was nervous, and
that's okay.
Yeah, but yeah. So I mean, it's kind of like a big story. So I just get to like the little events. A long time ago, I used to be on like anxiety medicine, and then I moved to California. And when I was in California, the anxiety medicine started to like make me like sick,
I'm sure.
And I was on, yeah, it was like really bad. I don't recommend. I mean, you're not supposed to give medical advice, but it was really bad. And then a friend of mine had said, hey, you should try like marijuana or something. And I was like, no, because I don't like that stuff. And eventually I did, and it actually started to help with anxiety.
Good.
And over time, by the way, I stopped. Like it kind of did what it was supposed to do, I guess. And now
Good.
it's just like, now it doesn't help. But
yeah.
So, anyways, I ended up in Texas, and they sell CBD here, so I was like, I was drinking some beers and doing some CBD or whatever, and like a little vape pen or whatever. And I went outside, and I had just moved into a new house, and I went outside, and there was this orb, like this star, like super bright star, just like on the horizon, and I was like, that's a really bright star. So I went inside and got my my phone and went outside because my phone can show you like what those stars are or whatever if you hold it up. And it was gone. And I was like, that was weird. Like it went away. And I was like, that's very strange. So then like a couple of weeks went by, and I was outside another day, and I was, I drank some beers, and I was hanging out, and I look up and I see this star, and I'm like, that looks just like the star that I'd seen before. So I started thinking like, okay, if you're an angel or something, move. And then it moved like to the right. And I was just like, okay, no, it's probably the beer. Maybe I had some
CBD.
CBD. And I was like, okay, really move again. Like if you're, really like move. And then it moved again. And I was like, no way, no. So then I was like, okay, I'm going to be really brave. And I like focused on it. And I went, if you're really something, move. And it moved like again. And I freaked out. And I went inside. And like I closed the door, and I was just like, what the heck is going on? So I went to my wife was asleep, and I woke her up, and I went, you got to come outside. This is crazy. That orb thing I was telling you about, like it's out there, and it moved. And my wife was like, what are you talking? She was like, just waking up. I opened the door, and I pointed at the orb, and it instantly turned into a helicopter. Like it went,
wow.
And it started making the sound of a helicopter, like really like obnoxiously loud too. Like it was very strange. So then I was like, okay, that was weird. So I tried to tell people the story for a while, and nobody believed it. They're like, it's obviously the beer or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And I remembered I went to your website, and you have that video, the scariest movie ever.
Yeah.
And at the very end of your video, there's a clip that's literally exactly what I had seen.
That's great, because I remember that. I was even going to say that I remember another clip I showed you guys on KJ's What Happened. This must have been about a year ago. And it upsets me because I've been wanting to find it again, and I can't remember what it's called, because I show so much stuff. But it was a similar thing. It was at nighttime, though. It was an orb, came down, is floating around a neighborhood, went up to the sky, then it turned into an airplane, and then slowly just drifted off. Looked like an airplane with a red light and a blue light or whatever on the sides, So I know this happens. Yeah, these are transformers. These things. Yeah, it's interesting. True transformers, entities.
Strange.
Yeah.
And connected to that, and this is what started happening like around the same time. I started having sleep paralysis, and like getting numb and like not being able to move, and like weird nightmares and stuff. And I had learned this thing from previous spiritual of warfare, where if you call on the name of Jesus, so I would say Jesus is King, Jesus is Lord of all, and it would instantly stop. And that's another thing that and at first I was like, I thought it was like, I didn't know what was happening, like, because like if you don't watch this stuff, you're kind of just like in the dark. You're kind of like, because no one talks about this at church, right? Like no one really. So when I think you did another video, I don't know if it was you or someone else on YouTube, that mentions that there's like this guy that studies alien encounters and abductions, and he studied something like 400 or 700 of them, and all of them that stop, everyone has called on the name of Jesus.
Yeah, those were some. I've put those clips in, definitely, in some videos from other people talking about it, but and even with this connection with the orbs and stuff, I mean. There's one of the first things I saw. This is back when I was first waking up and doing my YouTube stuff over 10 years ago. But there's a Prophet Yahweh. Y'all can look him up. It's Prophet Yahweh. And
Okay.
he's this guy that this film crew, I think it was in Southern California, this film crew followed him to a soccer field. It was on the news. The whole thing was the cameramen were freaking out. And this prophet Yahweh was able to summon these orbs, these UFOs to show up. And he'd been doing it for years. He probably still does it. I don't follow him, but I imagine he still does it. Robert Bingham is another man that's able to do this. But see, of course, I believe these are dark entities appearing as light. That's me. Then again, all things are possible through the Lord God. So if I've seen videos of Christian women, different Christian women, where they're just sitting in front of their camera and talking to the computer. And some of these women have just got the most wonderful, beautiful spirits about them. They're followers of Christ. And in the background, I'll see these little white orbs a lot of the time. And I know it's not dust the way these things are moving. So even things like that, perhaps, right? We can't say every orb is an evil entity. I mean, perhaps some of these are like light entities, angels in some form. Who knows? Who knows for sure? But I like to keep an open mind. I don't have all the answers over here,
Yeah. Yeah, it reminds me of like even like when we were telling the story about showing the video to your friend, and when I told people, I started getting like a lot of context on stuff and like what's going on. And one of the things, have you ever seen the movie with it's Mr. Glass, I think it's called?
Oh,
And
Unbreakable.
yeah, so the third part of that movie, there's a villain in the movie that's a psychologist.
Oh, I liked that. I put that in a video, but go ahead. You're going somewhere else probably. Please continue.
I was gonna say they can break down. You could break down the supernatural and make people think they're crazy. And it made me think about that because everyone I told was like, oh no, it's just this or it's that, and the more and more I spoke to people, the magic of it, I guess, if you will, the supernaturalness of it started to fade, and I started to see it's kind of like they take you into their world, and the more and more that you experience the supernatural, like when you pray and God responds, like that's a supernatural event. And
Yeah.
if you talk it away like that supervillain, it's they always chalk it up to coincidence or
Mm-hmm.
yeah, or like
It's
it was your
downplaying the language of the Lord for us, right? It's all these.
yeah.
I see numbers all the time. I know a lot of other people out there do too. So go ahead.
Oh yeah,
But
the go ahead.
I was just gonna say, but then like you'd say that psychologists would tell us it's coincidence, or you're thinking too much, or
Or
whatever,
you're
right?
looking
So
for it.
yeah, you're looking for it, sure.
Right. Yeah, and that's the other thing with recently the Eye of Horus or all of these things that the actors do and stuff and famous people. Um, if you're not like if you don't know about it, people just say, oh, they're just like I do that all the time too when I take a picture. But
Right.
I've been, have you heard of Jeremiah Cohen?
The name sounds very familiar. Who is he?
He's a guy. He does YouTube videos about this about that stuff, and he compiles it all together, and it's just very interesting when you see it. Like the if you know what to look for, it starts to stick out. Like I would go to San Diego a lot, for example, and when I lived in California, and I started to learn like all of the symbols and all of the stuff to look for, and you start to see it. It's in everything.
It's in
Everything
everything.
means it's everywhere.
Yeah.
And I tried to tell my friends, I'm like, look, see that over there? That means this, and they're like, no, you're crazy, and that's not real, and it's just like, what is going on? You feel
Even
like
my home state, Oklahoma City, has the memorial for the OKC bombing, and it's a black cube of Saturn on a reflecting pool. So
yeah,
it's
wow,
everywhere. Yeah, it's absolutely everywhere. And when you know how to see it, it's just you can't see. And I can't even imagine going back. I've thought about that through the years. What if I could just forget all this stuff and just go back and enjoy watching UFC and drinking beers and
yeah,
whatever. And I could not do that because I was always so curious. I think that's what leads a lot of us. We're just curious people, and I could never
yeah,
stop questioning things. Eventually
yeah,
we find our way.
yeah, and like to your point there's a verse in the Bible about that. Whenever they get rescued from Egypt, they're basically taken out of the Matrix, and then they're all complaining about how nice it used to be in Egypt.
Yeah.
So then God, like, he basically is like, oh yeah. So then he sends him like. So I feel like
Plagues.
it's kind of. Or what did they? It was like the pheasants or something. They were like complaining about the food and stuff, and I feel like that sometimes too. And I'm like, no, it's better to be out of the Matrix, and be awake.
Definitely. Yes.
We're waking
Yeah.
up.
We're needed. And on that note, Diego, anything else you have for us?
No, that's it. That's all I really wanted to talk about.
And I don't
Thanks
mean
for
to just
taking the call.
No, you're welcome. I don't mean to say that as a rush off. I just always like to keep us, flowing and everything. But man, thank you, man. It's nice talking to you. I love the story that you shared with us as well. That's really interesting and cool that you had one of those experiences. It's something else. It really is. But it's a pleasure talking to you, man. And thanks again. Okay.
All right, KJ. I'll see you later. Cheers.
All right. Take care. Bye-bye. All right, man. Another great one. I mean, you're all awesome. Atha. And I'm not just saying that. Atha, it looks like you're hooked up again. Hi, Atha.
Yay! Hi.
Hey, how you doing?
I am here. I'm. It's hard for me to talk to people,
Oh, that's okay.
when there's like a million people who are saying the same things, and I'm just like, I wanted to take this opportunity to thank you, because there are a few people who brought me back to not being in the darkness, and I found you before I found Yahushua or the Christ or Jesus or however people want to say his name, and you led me through so many things, and I'm like, oh my gosh, I know that because I was really pagan once, and that's really what they're doing. And I'm like,
thank you.
I would tell people, and they were like, oh, you're so crazy, you have no idea what you're talking about. I'm like, but I do, I swear.
Man, I appreciate you sharing that. People need to hear that because of this, okay? Because that's I get people again. They get upset at us talking about dark things, and it's like I always say, it's like a football player. If I was a coach of a football team or something, I'd be studying my enemy constantly, and that's right. That's what we do, and it's what war is. We study the other countries so we can defeat them. So we have to understand the enemy, and we have to understand the New Age and Satanism and all that stuff, right? And it's not to become absorbed by it as well. And I've seen that happen through all the years in these communities. I've seen it happen to certain channels. I've seen it happen to people in real life. They get absorbed with it, and that's the other side, right?
It's also when you're coming out of it and you're seeing all of the things that you didn't see when you were going into it. It sticks to you. And that woman who was talking to you about her children and that I said a prayer for, I'm
thanks.
terrible with names, but
that's okay.
She was talking about a dream she had, and I've tried to kill myself 3 times, and I don't say that for empathy or, well, you can be empathetic if you want, but like sympathy or anything like that.
Understood.
I say it because he saved me 3 times. Like, he literally saved me 3 times. I don't know why.
I'm glad he did. Of course.
I was not his at the time, so that's why I'm like, I have no idea why. I was raging against him at the time. I thought he was a jerk at the time. And all of a sudden, I come to him and I'm having nightmares. As soon as I came back, like, I would have these horrifying nightmares of demons trying to possess me again, and they were trying to pour into my mouth, and I couldn't scream. And this happened to me for like 8 or 9 months straight. And I finally called people, and I'm like, I need help. I can't sleep anymore. And
did you have faithful, like, Christian type friends?
Yeah. And I called them, and they did a prayer vigil with me. And about a month later, it took me 7 times. And I cried out, and I finally got, in the name of Yahushua HaMashiach, the Son of the living Yah, I command you to leave me alone. I have no power, but he does, and he says leave. And all of a sudden, purple lightning forked down from the heavens and, like, literally destroyed them. And that was the first time in my, like, adult life where I actually slept without nightmares.
Wow.
So, I was just like, okay, that was really cool. So
amazing. Yes. Thank you for telling us that. When she shared
hers, I was just like, oh my gosh, somebody else kind of had a dream sort of like mine.
Oh, no, that's great. See, I love that. This is stuff I love. I love y'all already know, but I love the the weird side of the Lord, the unusual side, the mysteries. That's just me. So, and I love how he communicates to all of us in all these different ways: visions, dreams, and gifts, talents, whatever. It's beautiful.
It really is, and it's every once in a while, like this week, I stopped taking my head meds, and there is something chemically wrong in my head, and so it's really hard for me.
Yeah.
And
well, I'm sure people are praying for that right now too. Seriously, it's good.
Oh my gosh, and I was like so suicidal this week because I found out I couldn't go back to school, and I've been on disability ever since I lost my vision in 2005, which is why I said, holy crap, dude, if I had money, I can't eat myself. But if I had money, I would give you money because I feel like you deserve it so much.
No, don't. Thank you, though.
And I don't say that, to puff up your ego or anything. Sure. It's like people like you deserve to have people support them so they can do this as a living.
Well, I thank you. I actually am blessed to have an amazing group of Patreons and some PayPal people and even people mail things. So
that's really honestly why I haven't helped you, because I can't help myself right now.
Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, definitely take care of you for sure.
And I look out and I see all these people who are bringing people to Yah in their own ways. And it's like, I really love you for that. And I appreciate you so much for that. And I think that you need to know that you have a cheerleader in you, Tom. So
Atha, I appreciate that. Thank you. It's very humbling. Thank you.
All right. And I can't breathe, so I'm going to say goodbye. But shalom, everybody.
Hey, we're going to pray for you as well, your health, your situation, and God bless you. And thanks, Atha. You take care, okay?
You too.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye.
All right, man. Yeah, that's the other thing about this community is I know y'all always pray for each other and pray for people on the shows. I see y'all comment about it. I'll see the comments later. And thank you for doing that. Thank you. I always just kind of, I'll say it sometimes during the show, but I assume a lot of times that we're praying for the people, and just thank you guys. You're all amazing. It's you. Old friend 133. How you doing?
Hey, how's it going? Can you hear me?
Yes. How are you? It's nice to talk to you.
I'm good. How are you?
I'm great. It's always good chatting with you all, man. I love it.
Yeah, and actually, I want to encourage you to do these shows more often. I think it's important, especially as we get, further into this storyline that we're in.
Thank you. That's a great idea, and I will be. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't know about you guys, but I feel like stuff like this it's like everybody almost has a sense of, or like a craving for
more.
Because we've been, we're the salt of the earth, and right, and when you have a meal like a steak, right, and you sprinkle salt on it, it's spread evenly, on the steak, right?
Yeah.
But we all have this urge now that it's shit's kind of hitting the fan, that we're kind of wanting to kind of clump together. Yeah, exactly.
Man, I feel that. Thank you. I feel that 100%.
Yeah. And that's the thing is I always love how he uses those like super basic examples to explain really complex things. Like when he says we're the salt of the earth, well, what do we use salt for? Is to flavor food, and how do you do it? You sprinkle it nice and evenly across the food, and that's the situation we're in right now, is like we're all evenly spread because the salt adds flavor to the food around it.
Yes.
So it's like we if we're all clumped together in one little area, that does no good, So we have to kind of be sprinkled right now.
Yeah, we are everywhere. That's why I never just make blanket statements like everybody in Washington's satanic or everybody in Hollywood is satanic. Right. Yeah, because God's got his kids spread everywhere, and a lot of us are low key because he told us we're going to be peculiar people in this world, right?
We have to be wise, we have to be clever.
We
can't reveal our hands, and this is like almost like I'm exactly how you were, because like when I started watching you a long time ago.
Thank you.
During like the beginning of my own walk, and
wow,
and if you were very undercover at that time, but you've become more open.
Yeah,
I've noticed that, and but that is strategic, You know what I'm saying? Like,
oh yeah,
it's like we all want to just like shout it out to the world and tell everybody we know what we know, but that's just not how it works. You know,
you can't, or slam it all over
do that.
over your
You gotta think we are like poker players. Okay, you cannot reveal your cards. You know, you have to really keep them to yourself, unless you really know somebody is really open for it.
Yeah.
Then you let them know.
And then you look at some of the people that are out in the street screaming, Jesus, Jesus, right?
It's so cringe, even to me, you know, being like a real, like my whole life is focused around that. And my wife's too. And we see those people. We actually go to a farmer's market every Saturday and we see them out in front of the farmer's market. And every time you feel that sensation of cringe.
It's totally.
And it's like, I totally agree with the stuff they're saying, but why do I feel this sensation of cringe? It's because it's not right. That's why.
There's probably a religious spirit in these people, is what I always think. It's like they're coming at it from an angle, like they're going to have to recruit you for their dogmatic religion thing, or whatever it is. There's usually an angle, or they're too hateful. They have like hellfire, fags go to hell.
It's the spirit of religion. We battle against the real believers. Really battle against the spirit of religion.
Yes,
so
absolutely. They're some of the worst.
yeah, and I don't even know where I was going with that, but
that's all right.
I kind of wanted to come in here and tell you my kind of like how I came to be where I'm at right now.
Let's hear it.
So it all started. I was living my life completely out in the world, right, and everything was chaos. Like struggling to make ends meet. Trying, working as best I can to like pay the bills, and there was always something lacking there. And finally I got to this point where I was just like, what is this all for? Why am I struggling to like make the next month just to struggle again to make the next month, And it was so like, I was just done, rock bottom. And that got me wondering, what is this all for, and I started, and that like kind of like got me into this place where I was like seeking more than something than just myself, like what are we even here for? What is this all about? And I started, actually, funny enough, I started really looking into like ancient aliens, the whole ancient alien story and the guy with the funny hair and all that stuff. And
it's very attractive, isn't it? That whole thing.
Well, it's interesting because like no matter which direction I looked, I always ended, because my intention was to seek truth. Now that was the interest, and that always brought me back, no matter which direction I looked, to the Bible, that the Bible was real and that God was real and all this stuff. And I got so frustrated with that I kept looking here and there and kept getting brought back to it, that eventually I was outside one night with my dog. She was going to the bathroom, and I was looking up at the sky at the night, and I was just so frustrated that I said, if you're real, you better show yourself to me. And nothing happened. Absolutely nothing whatsoever. And I went back into my apartment and squashed away, but something did happen, but it's very slow, like it's not like we always expect these like instant, like, like summon him like a genie type of situations. But but what happened was I invited him into my life at that point, and now he moved in and he completely demolished the life that I was living. Like I'm talking like back at parents' house type of thing. And but I was following him and I was learning more about him and I was growing in him, and my whole old life before collapsed, and then it started rebuilding from scratch, like foundation up. And I was back at my folks' place. I was growing and learning more about him, and I had a partner before for like 7 years, and she left me because of this road that I was on.
The conversion.
Like I obviously changed, and to her it was very obvious, and she's very much, thrown off by that. So she left me. And that she actually left me the day before I moved back to my folks' place. She was actually supposed to come with me, and thankfully she did. But anyway, so now it's just me and it's him, and where it felt like to me like that time in the wilderness, where it's just like I'm walking in this wilderness. I don't care about anything but that, like I even looked like a hobo at that time, like the way my hair was and the way I dressed and stuff, to the point where like I'd be like walking down the street in my neighborhood, and I had a lady stop and ask me if I wanted a bottle of water because she thought I was homeless, So I was like, no, I'm glad you actually would stop and give me a bottle of water.
I know, right?
But yeah, so
you were being reborn in a sense, even physically. It was manifesting like that.
I wasn't focused on that kind of stuff, at that time. But anyways, so I had a thought come across to me because I was craving relationship with somebody else, and I kept kind of trying these little moves here and there. You know how we do it, like some lady shows some interest, you asked her out and blah blah blah, but nothing was really working. And I finally just was like, you know what, God, if you want me to be with somebody, you'll make it happen. If you don't want me to be somebody, I'll be alone forever. I don't care. I'm done trying. I just like gave it to him. Here you go.
There you go.
It's off my plate. And sure enough, I also had a similar thought where I was just kind of thinking about things of like, how do we actually get people into this walk that we live? And to me, it was relationship. It's like the closest you are to somebody, the more influence you have in their life, and what are the closest relationships we have? And it's like, well, obviously, significant other is like the closest you'll ever be with somebody. And family is really close, or really good friends is really close. But, and so at that point I was like, man, wouldn't it be like really strategic to actually pair believers with non-believers and really bring them in that way, since that's the best way to influence people, is having close relationships.
Well, I don't know if you're going to get to that or not, but there's actually a scripture about that. And go ahead.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Did you already know?
No.
It's just because I've struggled, and I don't mean to cut you off. I just want to share, and then we continue because I'm with you on this because I've dealt with the same thing. But it's about being yoked. It's like it's unequally yoked, right? And that is a big deal. I mean, even like I think it's circumstantial. I mean, my stepdad, he was Catholic when he met my mom, and then he wasn't even going to church or anything for years. He was just raised Catholic and didn't ever go. But then she got him into church, right, and got him into accepting Christ and all that stuff, and into Church of Christ, their religion. So I guess in that sense, you see what I'm saying? I know I'm rambling a bit, but I mean, I think it is definitely all circumstantial. I don't know how far apart people. It's like I wouldn't marry a witch, or you don't go marry a Satanist, or right,
no,
probably not a good idea to marry an atheist.
Not somebody that knows the truth and is willfully against it. But there's a lot of people that like, for example, in my situation, my wife, who I had no idea was my wife, was big into like Viking, music and culture and stuff like that.
Metal and stuff.
Yeah, so like when I first met her, and it was like completely friendship at that point. But when I first met her, I was like, no, like to him, I was like, no, there's no way that this is the person for me. I was like, I need to go join the church to find a nice church lady,
right.
But nope, he gave me the Viking, the lady into the Viking stuff. And she was like, she had depression, like suicidal depression, like really bad. I knew when I see stuff like that, I know exactly what it is. It's not something medical, this is something spiritual,
Sure.
And so I played it very patiently. I did not expose where I was with her for a very long time, you know, and I tried to be very cautiously approach that topic. But anyways, fast forward, living this life, and oh, by the way, she lived in a completely different country than me. We're doing long distance. And I'm not going to go into the specifics of how that happened, but anyways, we're doing long distance and living this like almost impossible life, and he ends up bringing us together and completely crushing. He brings her into it through me, and I get to witness this whole thing.
Yeah.
And you know how it is. There's so many little details and so many. I could sit here and talk for hours about it, but ultimately, he uses me to bring her in through me, and ends up closing the gap between us. Like, she's from Germany, I'm from America, so and all of that happens right before all this craziness happens with COVID and all that stuff, you know, because like right now it'd be like impossible to make it all happen.
Well, good then. So he's using you to kind of bring her to the faith.
Yeah, exactly. And I got to witness that. I got to be a fisherman. I caught one fish, you know. So
nice.
One fish.
Well, that's a beautiful story, my friend. You guys are doing strong and well now.
Yeah, we have a daughter. She's 1.5 years old.
Congrats.
And she's completely on the same. She went from I witnessed somebody go from complete zero to on the same page as where we all are.
Yeah.
In a very short amount of time. Do you
what
know what
happened,
I'm saying?
or how that caused, or what caused it?
It was just. I think it was the battle with her depression, and then me kind of dropping seeds, you know. Good. And then it got to this point where I really held off. This is the thing, is with her, I really held off on just spilling the beans. You know what I'm saying? Sure. Until it got to this kind of like critical mass point, and I just kind of like knew that it was time to say, "Hey, look, I know what you're dealing with, and I know the solution to it. Here's the solution." And all you need to do is just ask him to come into your life. That's it. You know, it's not me doing it. It's just all you have to do is just open the door.
Well, you know? I like the way you've been doing it, man. That's the way to do it. Is, you know, we try to be wise as the serpent and gentle as the dove, of course, doing this. But we're seed planters. And I also wanted to say something, kind of going back in our conversation, but I have known street preachers that are good people, and they're just straight up from the Bible. So I don't want to say all street preachers are bad, but I know what you mean. I've seen the cringy
I struggle
ones.
with that too. Is I think, you know, I never am one to criticize anybody in any, even if it's not what I would do. I don't criticize them because we're a part of a body, and body has different parts. And I don't know if what they're doing is part of the part, you know, part of the body, you know what I'm saying?
Or maybe they feel it is in their heart, like they really have Jesus, but that'll be something they have to answer to when they get there. You know what I mean? Like,
and that's the thing is like, I let people be and do what they do. I really think the institution of religion hurts more than it helps. That's just my personal opinion. But I don't know. You know, I'm just a man in my own little niche, you know, and maybe, you know, the eyeball probably thinks the toe is doing a terrible job at being an eyeball. You know what I'm saying? So,
I don't know, but I just almost lost my mic. But man, on that note, my friend, I'll just say thank you very much, and it's been a pleasure chatting with you, man. Thank you for sharing with us.
Yeah. Hey, thanks for having me very much.
All right, man. Take care. All right. Next up, I got Tavern, Joseph Reynolds, Pichet, Akapine, CT, Ravensway, and Number, all coming up. And I'm going to go to Tavern right now. Tavern, how you doing?
Hey, I'm good. How are you?
Hey, I'm good. Thanks for calling in here.
No problem. I'm a little nervous, but I've been listening to you for a while, so thank you for this opportunity.
Oh, you're welcome. And no worries. Don't be nervous. Just, take a few breaths. We're just going to hang out and talk about whatever you want to. How are you doing tonight? You doing good?
I'm okay. I'm okay. Just
Cool.
just here. But
Yeah.
I did want to touch on something quickly. Well, there's a few things I want to touch on, but I'll try to keep each thing as briefly as possible.
That's fine. Sure.
For the first call, I'm sorry, one of the calls that you had, I think his name was Diggo.
Yeah.
I just wanted to mention something quickly. That's not the first time that I've heard of that happening. In terms of orbs being moved around by command.
You're right.
If anyone's curious, I believe the man's name is Jordan Maxwell. He's like the father of all research, like for this kind of stuff. Like, I don't want to say the word, but for like, the eyeball people.
Yeah. However, I mean, I'm with him on things, but my only issue with him is always his. He thinks Jesus is again like a myth, like astrotheology. He's Horus. I don't know if he ever changed that near the end. I don't know, but he has a wealth of knowledge. You're right, because I've followed his stuff too. So go ahead.
Well, anyway, he is like, the father of all this stuff. Whether you agree with him or not. Well, I mean, everyone could have their opinion on him. It's fine, but the reason why I'm bringing him up is because he actually said on his journey, like when he was very young, before he did all of this research, he was actually introduced. Like he had a girlfriend at the time, and his girlfriend said, "My father wants to meet you." Blah blah blah. And when her father met him, he's like, "Yeah, we've been watching you for a while, and we knew that this happened to you when you were a kid." And this man never met him before. And then when night fell, they all went to the porch. They said, come out, look outside." And they saw stars in the sky, like orbs, like these big glowing balls. And this girl's father was commanding these things to move around.
Wow.
Like just like the guy said, like he was talking to them, and they were moving in all different directions, changing colors, changing shapes, and he was just stunned by everything.
I also wonder that, that we can't, not that you are, but we can't automatically say that people doing this are evil or satanic, because a lot of them are probably being obviously deceived.
Right.
Who wouldn't be excited that suddenly these orbs are, commanded by them? It's crazy.
Right. And there's even there was a news report where this African American guy also said the same thing. He did it during the day. He's like, I can command these things to come into the sky, and you could see it happening. Like you see these white things coming in and out of the sky as he's saying it.
Wow.
And so that's not even the first time I've heard that. I just wanted to touch on
that.
Yeah, if anyone wants to look that up, or I could maybe link it later, but Jordan Maxwell talked about that a very long time ago.
He is. I'm right there with you. If y'all don't know Jordan Maxwell, most of the people that follow my stuff probably do, because I put clips of his stuff in videos for years. And
right.
Yeah, he is a wealth of knowledge. But just like the same thing with David Icke, David Icke's right, wealth of knowledge, but I don't trust him, as far as like if he's one of us, if he's with Christ. But I like his knowledge. Go ahead.
Right, I feel that way about all of them, especially Alex. You know who? I'm not going to say his name.
Yeah, that's right. That's another trigger around here.
Yeah, I'll try to be as careful with my language.
You're doing good.
In a very stupid way if I have to bring up certain things, and I'll probably sound crazy, but we all know why.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel that way about all these people. I mean, even with hacking the headlines, I know you and her have like a weird little thing. Not that you provoked it, but I think it's more on her side.
Yeah, I think it's on her side, because I see, like, I don't really engage with these people, but I mean, gosh, maybe 5 years ago, I had gotten onto a chat over there. I actually watched one of the Call for an Uprising's chats, and in that, right, I saw hacking for headlines. I saw somebody talking about KJ, and then she said KJ's a serpent and put a little serpent emoji there, right? Now, yeah, and I didn't even know who this girl was, but she was one of his moderators, so. That's all I've ever had with her. And I've mentioned this story in other live shows, and maybe that's gotten back to her or something. I don't know. But, I'm not into any of that drama stuff with these people, because I don't trust most of the truthers anyway. I've told people through the years, don't call me a truther. I'm an individual. I got my own thing going on over here. But there are a lot of people in that community, if you will, that I like Freeman, if you know who Freeman is, and Freeman Fly.
I probably do. I mean, I'll be honest with you. I only subscribe to so many people. You're one of them.
Yeah.
And I
Good, thank you.
Yeah, and you and Call for an Uprising. But I take everything with a grain of salt.
Oh, of course. Yeah, I don't like to get into beefs with these people or any of it. It's like, and it's hard enough to survive just trying to talk about truthful information. So there's no need to be at each other's throats. You know what I mean?
Well, you must live in like hacking the headlines like head for free. Like you live in her head rent free or something. Because
Cool.
I'm not saying that she talks about you constantly, but if this happened years ago and like
Yeah.
she must still be like not over it or something. I don't even listen to her anymore. She's
I
kind
love
of
it.
racist.
I love it though, because it'll bring more people over to the channel. And the channel I abandoned 4 months ago, so it's good to have people showing up over here.
Yeah,
But
I
yeah,
haven't listened to her in a long time because like something about her show was just very like even when she would take callers, she would seem very surly and unpleasant, like as if she was being bothered, even though it's a live call-in show.
wow,
Bizarre, yeah.
yeah, that is bizarre.
And you can't call her out on that either. But anyway, I just wanted to mention the quick Jordan Maxwell thing right away.
Cool.
I did recently have, I mean, okay, like I've had tons of supernatural experiences all my life. I'm actually a gypsy. I
Yeah.
don't know, I've had very super like natural weird experiences all my life, just because of that alone, like hearing stories and then experiencing things for myself. I mean, I would like if I talked about all my experiences, I'd probably be here all night, but I'm obviously not going to do that. But I did recently have an experience that actually led me back to moving into my mother's house for that reason. I don't know if I should elaborate on that or if I should get into it or.
Well, whatever you want. I mean, if it adds to the story and you want to bring it up, yeah, please.
Well, I know that you were talking about how you want to hear about supernatural things or near. I guess this would be a near death or evading death experience because it was very strange. I'll just try to keep it as brief as possible.
Okay.
For years, it's been hard for me to stay on my feet and be financially secure enough to live on my own. But amidst all of this, like happening, like with the cocoa bug, I guess we'll call it that. Last year I was able to move into my own small apartment.
Nice.
Yeah, at first it was. I mean, I was excited because I had to leave my family because the apartment that they were going into didn't allow pets, and I wanted to take my pets with me because they're the only thing that keeps me going, to be honest with you.
Nice.
And I was able to.
I can't argue with that. Seriously, honestly, sometimes I feel like a dork how much I love Chubbs, but I'll even like pray and say, just Lord, I'll be squeezing Chubbs. Like, Lord, thank you so much for this little buddy. You know what I mean? It's like,
no, absolutely, I understand. Like that's the only happiness that I have, to be honest with you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, I don't mean to be like dramatic, but like that's the only thing that keeps me going.
Well, I mean, the Lord's helping too, right? I mean, your faith, your walk, or you having a struggle.
I'm having a struggle. It does have to do with my weird little story. I mean, you'll hear it and you'll probably say like, "Oh my God, like why aren't you more thankful?" But I'll get into.
Okay, yeah, go ahead. Don't let me stop you. Sorry.
No, you're not stopping me. I don't want to waste everyone's time. But anyway, I was finally able to move into this apartment. Now it was back where I lived, like on the I guess we'll call it the kind of unsavory part of town. Not the best part of town. Not terrible, but could be better.
Yeah.
But it was my old familiar neighborhood anyway. So things were fine for the first 6 months, I guess you could say. But then the last 6 months that I was living there, like even from like January basically of this year, I started having very strange dreams. They ended up being prophetic. I kept seeing violence from my actual family members, like my uncle in particular, going against my mother, which it is happening in real life, by the way. Like I'll get to that later. But
sorry.
Yeah, no, thank you. The dreams that I kept having over and over again were me basically having to move and leave from my house. And I could see my real objects, my clothes, see my reflection in my dream. There was nothing surreal or outrageous about it. It was more like reality, which was more unsettling to me. Like I couldn't tell the difference between reality and my dream because of how real it was. So this would go on, and then even just for no reason, I had like this feeling of being unsafe. Now, I'm a very independent person. I usually can go places by myself and I'm fine, whatever. Because of my uncle and how he was acting, I actually bought pepper spray because we didn't know when to expect him. But anyway, for whatever reason, I just felt like my antennas were up, not because of him, because he was in a different state, by the way. But I just felt like this sense of weird urgency to be safe even during the day. Like when I would go to the gas station, I would have my pepper spray out. I wouldn't go to the grocery store like at 7 o'clock at night. I would always be looking behind me. I would even see if somebody was following me in my rearview mirror, or I would make a circle to make sure no one was following me. This was going on for a while, but I thought I was just having like intrusive thoughts or like being paranoid. And even when I would go somewhere, I would say, don't buy a new object for your house. Don't buy a new vase. Don't decorate. Don't do anything. You're going to leave. You're going to leave. But then I would just tell myself, like, stop having these stupid thoughts. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And this went on for a long time, along with the prophetic dreams. And I just didn't want to pay attention to it because I didn't want to move again, because I've moved many times in my life. So I was being stubborn. But anyway, things were starting to get a little worse in the neighborhood. Like, I heard gunshots one time, and, you know, it happens one time. Okay, whatever. Wasn't good. But then another time gunshots had happened. The gunshots were so close this time that if I had not been lying down on my bed already, my instinct would have been to get down on the ground. Like, that's how close they were. I even went to see if there was holes in my car because that's how close these gunshots were.
Wow.
And it's like things just kept getting more unsafe. Like, in terms of having that feeling like that something is narrowing in on me or closing in on me. And then it's like that happened, and I knew that I wanted to move, but on my terms, like save up money and do whatever. And I was still kind of denying, like, wanting to move. And then every night also, I would have this feeling that I would have to sleep with my shoes on, sleep with the lights on, sleep with my keys and my phone and my pepper spray next to me, sleep with the baseball bat next to me. And I just felt like I needed to have a plan for no reason. Like, nothing had happened to me, you know what I mean? But I just felt like I needed to have some kind of plan. And I never told anybody I felt this way. And there were lots of times also where I just felt like the apartment, like the energy in the apartment was very off. And even going back to my pets became extremely violent with each other. And they even attacked me a couple of times, which they have never done before, ever, in the years that I've had them. And one night, my cats got so violent with each other that my house looked like a crime scene. There was blood everywhere. And I had to separate them. And then even when my cats attacked me on separate occasions, my own blood was everywhere on the floor. And I just took that as like some kind of weird, ominous sign that there's like a lot of bloodshed in my apartment for no reason.
Mm-hmm.
And I know this all sounds weird, but this is all leading up to like what ended up happening.
Okay.
So basically, I had an uneasy feeling. I kept seeing weird dreams and visions. And then one night I was on the phone with my cousin, and I would even tell her, like, I feel like I'm going to die, or I feel like something's going to happen. And she would just kind of laugh it off. Because I kind of have like a dark sense of humor anyway, but we would just, you know, brush it off. But I really felt like something was after me. And then one night I was on the phone with her. It was like at 1 or 2 in the morning. And I hear these birds chirping outside, but it was so obnoxiously loud. Like, it sounded like tropical birds, like in a sanctuary or something. Like, it was so loud. I even asked her, can you hear it through the phone? And she said, no, I can't really hear it, but it was so loud. I couldn't take it anymore. And this was like in the middle of the night. And I don't know if that sounds weird to you, but that was like very ominous and strange to me to hear so many birds chirping at night. Like, it was very scary and weird to me.
Okay.
And I'll get back to that in a moment.
All right.
Anyway, what ended up happening was I still had these weird paranoid feelings. And then just out of nowhere, my mother calls me, like, this was in May. I had been in my apartment for like a full year already by this point. And my mother calls me at like 12 o'clock at night. And prior to this phone call, for like 4 or 5 days, I could not sleep at all. Like, I was just restless. I would be in bed and I would be up all night feeling like I had to stay awake. My mother calls me on the phone, and she basically tells me that my grandfather's niece, who I've only spoken to twice in my life, who knows nothing really about my life, she said she had a weird dream like 4 or 5 nights ago. And this is where the weird part comes in. She basically dreamt that it was like a very vivid dream that she had, that my cousin, who passed away like 4 years ago, came to her in a dream. And he was walking her in a neighborhood, and he was pointing at a house. And he was basically saying, this was my house. My name is Tiffany, by the way. So he's basically saying, this is Tiffany's house, and you see that shadow that keeps going in and out of that house, that black figure. That's not good. Something is trying to get her. This neighborhood is not safe, and she needs to get out. So he takes her into the house, and as she is describing the dream to my mother at first, she called me later to describe it. She literally described the inside of my apartment.
Wow.
Like, I'm going to go into slight detail with that, but she knew how many doors I had. She knew the layout. She knew the color of my sheets. She knew how many pets I had. She knew where I had like a table set up with like little random objects on it, like just little knickknacks and things, like really stuff, like even tarot cards.
Wow.
She even knew that, okay, when I first bought this couch off of like Craigslist, I didn't know what color it was, but when they delivered it, it ended up being purple, but it was like an unusual purple, okay? But when she told my mother this, and when she told me what she saw, she's like, do you have a purple couch? And it doesn't quite look purple, like it looks brown, gray, but it's definitely purple. Like, she told me that. And not that many people have a purple couch anyway. Like, who knows anybody with a purple sofa?
Yeah.
So she described literally almost everything about my house. And my cousin the whole time was basically saying that she needs to leave and she needs to get out of this house before something happens to her.
Wow.
And
it's interesting.
Yeah. I mean, I know I rambled on, and I'm sorry.
It's all right. It's all right. I appreciate the story, though.
Yeah. No, I mean, when my mother told me that, and when the girl told me the dream, and she was describing even more about my house without me saying anything. She's like, this is what this looks like. Are you sleeping on a gray and white bed right now? She just described everything fully.
Wow.
And when she told me that, like, my heart just sank.
There you go.
And
yeah.
I moved out that day, actually. Like the
following
following morning.
ask. Good.
No, I moved out, but I mean, you know, I have to admit I was very frustrated with the fact that I had to move, and that's one of the things I'm actually kind of struggling with, because it's like, I don't want to again take up too much of your time, but it's like, I did avoid something that was potentially very dangerous because I knew that something was going to happen to me.
Yeah.
It took her with that crazy vivid dream to mention something. And then I even looked up the meaning of, like, the spiritual meaning of, like, what birds chirping at night means. And it actually even said that someone that has passed on is trying to get your attention.
Interesting. Kind of like the crow, too. It is. Yeah. Well, hey, I appreciate you sharing your story with us. Is there anything else you wanted to share?
Just quickly, thank you for the time.
You're welcome.
I want to tell everyone to absolutely stay away from these hospitals. I don't know if that's a key word I'm not supposed to say, but if everyone can do their best to stay vigilant on their health and avoid these hospitals at all costs, these people are truly demonic.
Yeah, I've been showing a lot of that on my uncensored KJ's shows for sure, like footage of it and people's experiences. Yeah, it's happening. I'm with you.
Well, I just want to quickly say that my grandfather, who was quite frankly more active and healthy than me probably, he went in for an irrelevant reason. He went in because he was having heart problems, and he drove himself. He was healthy enough to go to take himself. The hospital just took him and strapped him onto a V breather thing. I don't think I want to say the word.
Yeah, a kill machine.
Yeah, there you go. That's the true term. To this day, they tested him for the cocoa thing. We never got his test results back to even know if that's really why he died, but we know that it's not, because he went in for a heart problem and the hospital refused to speak to us. And another thing that they did is they were actually very coldly and callously telling my mother on one phone call that they need to make final arrangements and have power of attorney. But then literally a minute later, that same woman from the hospital would call my uncle, who we weren't on speaking terms with, another uncle. He said that the hospital told him that he's fine, he's great, his breathing's regulated, and everything's good. So they'll literally switch stories on you.
Yeah. Well, thanks. Well, yep. Thank you for sharing that, for sure. It's definitely happening a lot. And thanks for everything, Tavern. It's nice meeting you.
Thank you. And again, I'm sorry if I rambled on.
That's okay. I just try to keep it flowing. You did fine. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Okay, bye-bye. All right, I still got Joseph and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So there's still room if any of y'all want to jump in. There's still some room in here, guys. So I'll put the link over here real quick, and then I'll get over to Joseph. That's the link to join the live chat if you like. Guys, there you go. And now, Joseph O. Reynolds, how you doing?
Hey, can you hear me, AJ?
Yeah. How you doing? Loud and clear.
How you been doing, buddy? When we talked back, what was it, 2017 or something?
Yeah, it's been a while, man, and thank you for being around so long. I always see you in the chat.
Yeah, I wanted to say a couple things here too, right off, but they've shown the Hippocratical oath that doctors take and what is associated with the first few sentences of that.
Mm-hmm.
You're aware of that, aren't you?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's something people should look into, but
perhaps, but the thing is, and this isn't to be Mr. Doom or anything, but it's already not mattering to them. They have control of the whole government, so right now they're trying to push legislation through as quick as they can to annihilate any ways around this. You know what I mean? In every way.
Yeah.
You know that.
Yeah.
Now I know what you're saying though too. It's good to, if you're out there right now, people are fighting. One of my best buds is in a situation where they're about to force him to do it. It's a lot of people are dealing with that. So a lot of people are gonna, may have to just really let go of the system like that and really throw their hands up, pray, and say, Lord, lead me to my job, keep me with food, water, whatever I need, and
yeah,
that's where we're at.
I'm a veteran. I joined in the late 70s, but I'm on SSI, and they're switching me over to Social Security because I'm in my early 60s. And the father's carried me. I was in Montana when I talked to you last. He's carried me with a little more limestone underneath my feet here, and 3 rivers that could flood and protect people.
Mm-hmm.
I mainly tell people I don't say a whole lot anymore. A lot of people I've followed on YouTube, the father kind of rattled my chain in the late 90s, and we had the internet, and
I remember that. Isn't that weird, remembering back to those days? I was in the military when I got my first home computer, and just, wow, what a weird new world that was, right?
Yeah, he told me in my heart that there was going to be a polar shift and that my wife was going to break down. And, we all know the cosmology of Earth, and it's not going to matter the cosmology when these things go down. From what I'm seeing, the man of perdition has to show up first before we basically get out of here, if that process, however that plays out. But when I was little, the only thing that made any sense to me was what I was hearing in church. And I was like in the 3rd grade. And I was looking at this dollar bill. They give you a little $1 or $2 to take for lunch money or whatever in school. And I said, why in the world do we have to have this? And I was in my 50s almost out in Oregon. And then I found Dr. Joseph Marquis' video that they've taken down the old one on the coming of the Antichrist.
Mm-hmm.
And that answered that question. And I stay in contact. I'm such a vigilant watchman. I call these people up and talk to them and weigh them, and I don't disregard them if I see things going on, and I called him and talked to him quite a bit. And then about 2018, 19, when I called him, he was doing a radio show talking against Nancy P. and Hillary H. and all them. And I said, I called him up. I said, Doc, we're supposed to love these people. He was putting out a DVD set, trying to sell DVDs, and I talked to him off and on a lot, but long story short, I said, we're supposed to love these people. Our enemies are everything, and then I called back at about a week or 2 later, and that's when he had that fast acting brain cancer, and he passed away real quickly after that. But I watched these people in detail. Howard Pittman put out the the video about placebo and his near-death experience. I don't know if you're familiar with that or not.
I'm not, but did you used to watch a lot of Prophecy Club?
Yeah, I used to watch a lot of it. The Father showed me a lot of people that have agendas, but there still doesn't keep me from watching things, because I watched Ken Peters' video back in 2012, and I saw what they were saying about the old man, and a lot of that didn't concern me. But I mean, it's over the years, it's helped me have discernment and see how they controlled opposition and do the narrative and everything.
Yeah, that's why.
It's been a long process. I think Rob Sika and Zen Garcia, if you want to understand the deep of scriptures, and if people have a problem with the first two verses being a pre-Adamite, all they got to do is check out Roger on Mud Fossil University and look at the plumed serpent and the DNA and all the anatomy and stuff. He goes on some other tangents, but I found those words in the Gospel of Thomas, unlock being true, the earth is a carcass, and there's a lot of fantastic stuff that you can expand on the studies that they show. It shows you how to handle prayer warfare and stuff. But brother, when I came into this world, I didn't want to be here. It's like I came out of the womb peed off, and I was afraid of the dark. I'd have to leave the light on, 4 or 5 years old. My dad had to come in and turn the closet light off. But I always prayed to the Most High, and I told him, said, don't bring no angels to me. I'll freak out,
Yeah.
I mean, I had to do a lot of thorough work, but my parents had told me, I got a sister and brother 12 or 14 years older than me. And my parents had told me as I was a teenager, how my grandmother was treated on my dad's side and what she had to do to protect them, and that a girl had been born and only lived a couple of days, and then when mom wanted a third child, 12 or 14 years later from my first two brother and sister. And that had me thinking throughout life, because I learned it was in Revelation, and I knew we were in that time. I didn't really understand much of it, but I knew he was the only answers and the only protection. And, but my mom had to have a third child. So then I was born in like 59. And until I started reading First Enoch and Jasher and these other books, I didn't really have a clue. And the studies that those guys do really help you understand the second Esdras and all those studies. But man, it's been a journey. I feel we're all like on this channel and do these things. We're all of us really are a purpose to witness these events.
Yeah.
And the tribulation, so-called tribulation, is a purification process to wake up. You don't want to lose any, and it's going to take these major events we're looking at coming up pretty soon through this year in January.
Yeah, we're on the doorstep, man, of some very serious stuff. We'll see how it plays out.
I just learned to try to warn people where I'm at over here in MO, to warn people to stay away from what, and look up this certain thing that they put in pencils and oxided,
Oh, yeah. Yep.
And just look it up,
Yeah, man, it's crazy. I just did a video on black goo and dark matter. I didn't put it on YouTube. It was on my other sites. I did it about a week and a half ago, 2 weeks ago. And now I just saw. Oh, cool. Thanks, man. Well, did you see now that new cover with Greta Thunberg? And she's got black goo.
So. I mean, Nicholson 1968 was a big gift to all of us.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
But I want to add this in real quick, though. Y'all look it up. That picture of Greta Thunberg with black goo all over her face. She's on the cover of a magazine. It just came out.
Oh, yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
There you go. So it's just that stuff's coming in more and more. All the, and I'm finding things I'm putting on my uncensored shows, footage of people where it looks like they're contaminated with something black from the inside. And it's just look all over their hands and their bodies. And it's crazy, man. Yeah. So anyway. Not to go down that rabbit hole right now, but go ahead.
Yeah. Anthony Patch, I put his video on my site a long time ago, told about that. And you know what Nicholson showed about what 322 is. And You know, it's there to be found if people care to look. But there's a lot of people that have willful, what is it called? Willful ignorance. And
Yeah, willful ignorance. There's cognitive dissonance.
And cognitive dissonance, you know. And I've got one friend that I finally showed him, you know, somebody else had to talk to him about staying away from the, you know what, you know. But there's a lot of things these people, it's just too scary. I mean, when you see the report from Iron Mountain and the NASA document, silent weapons for, you know what I mean, you know, you could see this is all played out the way, you know, they were talking about nanotech in 1979, but getting on what my journey's been is, you know, that my main prayer is to touch the lives I'm supposed to touch and the way I'm supposed to touch them. And I try to expand on, Father, only have the things resonate in my mind that's coming from you, you know. And I mean, my family, the father said my ex-wife was going to break down. I set up a pool room 2002. My mom passed away, and I was just talking about primary things the father had shown me. And they really go to church and stuff, but they really, you know, not you know, awake at all, you know. And I had to lose everything. You know, it took a year or so. I was trying to be there for my wife, and she divorced me, and I ended up out west in about 2009. She broke down and had to get on a walker and stuff. And, wow. You know, it was the late 90s when the father told me that. And he took me through a process that everybody's going to have to go through that aren't awake, lose everything that they cared near and dear to. And whether they point to him or, you know, get upset, it's on them. But, you know, it really was a process of the father carrying me and waking me up. I went through AA and got a good sponsor after about 25 years in and out of there. But I used Yeshua as my, you know, my God, you know, and I learned some really good principles from the guy that I walked through the steps with. But he totally relieved me and cured me of that stuff. You know, those people in AA would laugh at you if you said that, you know, been cured. But, you know, Yeshua can do that. But he taught me some major principles too. I really seen looking at a meeting at his grand sponsor and his sponsor and me. I said, epiphany that, you know, God had that laid out for me way beforehand. And he taught me principles like be willing to drop your agenda at any given second to do something for somebody else. Give people the right to be right or wrong without correcting them. Do something for somebody. And don't tell nobody, because if you do, you're bragging, you know. And a lot of principles. I was really glad to go through that in Lexington, Kentucky. But the father took me through a lot all over this country, and I didn't even have any SSI or nothing. It took about 8 years, and he's provided for me and carried me. And I had to leave housing vouchers and move to another state or two, and then got a housing voucher within less than a month, which it takes most people 6 years to get. I mean, this has been an awesome journey, but I sure didn't want to be here in the get-go. You know, I really believe that Zen is correct about us, you know, having to come here for a particular reason, you know, and a lot of us probably didn't want to come. I must have been one that didn't want to come. I knew better or something.
Yeah. Well, you're still hanging in there, man.
Yeah, I really appreciate talking to you. You know, I just, you know, I don't have any great wisdom. I'm not in any anxiety with what's going on. After a certain amount of time, you know, you lose the anxiety and everything. You just kind of get laid back, and you just look for people to try to help, you know.
Go with the flow, man. That's all you can do, and try to help people along the way.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, he doesn't want us to choose who we help. You see a need, you fit it, no matter what the person's life represents. You know, you plant a seed by helping them too, you know, and just pray for them. And, you know, and I definitely need prayer. You know, I'm looking to search out people that meet in their homes, and I'm searching out how to learn the feasts and stuff. But I'm just continually working on getting the beam out of my eye. I don't comment a lot on a lot of different videos, hardly ever for a long time, but I'll say if he inspired me to say a few things.
Yeah.
But we're not far from talking up in heaven saying, man, ain't you glad that's over with?
Yeah. It's coming.
Yeah.
Nothing to be afraid of, but it's heating up, man.
Yeah, we're going to have some protection, and we've seen there's a multitude of false prophets out there, but we've been able to clue into some that are pretty, like Dutcher Dieterman, Henry Groover, and Ken Peters, and people like that, have time to test what's going on, and the main thing that I can say, brother, is the way I use discernment is when in Galatians, it shows what the fruit of the Spirit. And if the people are living in the things that there's no law against, that's a pretty good guideline to how much weight you can give them,
Yeah. Good point, my friend. Yeah. And thank you for sharing, man. I appreciate you telling us your story. Of course, it's always good talking to you too, Joseph.
Take care, brother. I love y'all, and I'm right here. Just pray for me to overcome, because when we sin, that opens the door for those things to start tormenting us. And if we're working on that, the Father's going to help us, know. And I don't have much left that I feel the need to overcome. But, I was a smoker of cannabis most of my life, and I used it to detox off pain meds. And I pretty much had last week or two, I've give that up. And tobacco, I need to give up. But
we'll pray for you, man.
I'm just here to lay my life down and try to help the neighbors that are close to me if I can, and some people that got need I might see on the internet to try to help them. There's some good people out there, but people be careful. There's more bots than you can imagine. In a show like this, you can know you're not talking to a bot, but there's more bots out there trying to stir you up than you would imagine.
I'm telling you, just go look at BitChute. I mentioned that earlier. But anyway, Joseph, nice talking to you, bud. We're going to pray for you. I know that people already are. And just hang in there, and love you, man. We appreciate you.
Okay, brother. I might not be able to talk to you until we get upstairs, but I don't think it'll be very long. I'll keep watching you, brother. Love you.
All right. Thanks. Take care. Bye-bye. All right. Always good seeing Joseph. It's been a while. Still got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, I got 8 people. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, so I'll put the link back up here in just a little bit. And we're going to go to PLCHE. Hello, PLCHE. I'm not sure how to pronounce that.
Hi.
Hi.
Hi. Oh, this is weird. Hi, I've never done anything like this before in my life.
Oh, that's okay. I'm glad you're doing it. We can't see you, and we're just talking, and I appreciate you hanging out there. I know it takes a little time. To the rest of y'all, thanks for your patience, but thank you. How do I pronounce your name?
Oh, it's not my name. It's a weird sound.
Oh, okay. Okay, I got it. I make that sound a lot. Now I know how it's spelt. Thanks.
Wow. This was a spontaneous decision.
I'm glad you did it. It's okay. What prompted you? What do you want to talk about?
Oh, I think what's on my mind mainly is that I used to be an atheist, and now I'm not.
Awesome. That's some of the best news ever.
And it's very strange, and I feel very alone, and at the same time not alone at all.
Good. It does make sense, because we all carry that with us as followers of Christ. There's a loneliness. I mean, I've mentioned on some other shows about my own family and people I love openly getting involved with the potion that's in the world right now that's being pushed, and expecting more, and it's just like you're just looking at people that you recognize, but there's just something you can't quite connect with. And anyway, and that's just that example of that. But even on the other level of us having new eyes through Christ and everything, he told us that we are a peculiar people in this world, that we're in a world that we're in it, but not of it. So we're going to be a little weird, and we're going to feel weird, and we're going to feel strange. And, so don't feel alone in that. If you did, please continue.
Yeah, I like your saying that. I've always felt very, very peculiar. So I don't mind being labeled peculiar.
Yeah. Same.
Yeah. So yeah.
Well, no, that's okay. So, do you have family or friends that you can talk to about your faith, or are most of them atheist or agnostic?
I have no one, and so I have no one, and then I have YouTube channels like yours, for instance, that I
Good.
feel like I resonate with channels like yours and videos that sort of talk or speak in the same way. And I can't even explain why I have faith, really. It's an intuitive thing, and that's what's so weird. And I wish I could talk to people around me about it, but I have the sense that it's going to go horribly wrong if I try, because I can sort of see how they think. I can sense how they think, and
Yep.
they just won't get it. So,
well, then that's you know what? I mean, and you're new to this kind of, I guess, somewhat, but I mean, it's just between you and the Lord, and you can talk to him anytime. It doesn't have to be, on your knees every night, or you can do that if you want, but just talk to him anytime and just tell him all this. He already knows, and I'm sure you already do this, and you'll see, like, just expect the answers, but maybe not on your time, but it'll happen, and it'll be perfect timing, and you'll see. So just say, Lord, I feel lonely. I want people I can talk to, or I'd like to find. And even with me, just as a side note, if you're following my work and stuff, just so you know, if you didn't know, but I've been off YouTube, of course, 4 months. So if you haven't followed there, go to my website below so you can see the other shows and be a part of these chats again with people, and that'll help with the community. You know what I mean? But that's not just a shameless plug from my other sites, but go ahead.
Yeah, no, I am. I did join the Discord and such, and I keep an eye out for alternative places, other places to gather, and so on, because I do feel like the world is going to keep changing rapidly for the worse. So I don't know. Maybe sometimes I think to myself that I might end up homeless, or in a very strange place somewhere, or completely alone and abandoned. I don't know. It's so strange.
Hey, let me ask you, and I understand those feelings, but real quick, kind of on a technical side, is there any way you could raise your volume perhaps just a little?
Oh, how would I go about?
Oh, there you go. It's already sounds a little louder.
Okay. Oh, good.
You got
I'll
it?
just hold the hands-free thing closer to my mouth.
No, I'm sorry. I saw some people in the audience asking, and it is a little low, but I still hear you. I hear you, but just in case, for some of them out there with not such good hearing, I guess. But no, you're doing fine, and I'm glad that you're trying to find those places. And I have all those thoughts too. I mean, of course, look at what I've been doing for 15 years. So I think these apocalyptic thoughts, and I've thought all the different angles and all the different this, and then the rapture, and then the what if it doesn't, and then so I'm right there with you. And we all, as followers of Christ, think differently, and at the same time, we think alike. As other followers, we have our own hive mind through the Holy Spirit. But it's not bad to think about these things, because that is what's happening. We realize we're in a beast system. We see Satan's fingerprints on everything. We understand what this is. We understand that having Christ is the way out, and we have him, and we know that once we have him, buckle up. It doesn't mean it's going to be a nice smooth ride. It means, oh wow, like I'm going to have new vision. I'm going to see the world through different eyes. I'm going to lose friendships and even family.
Yeah, such a strange thought, because I used to be very afraid of just that. I've always had a lot of anxiety and such.
Yeah.
But now I still feel fear, and I'm worried and all of that. But somehow I have a strange sense of peace that sort of goes hand in hand with the feeling of surrender somehow.
Good.
The feeling of giving up and letting go of control.
Yeah, that's perfect. It's totally it. It's letting go. It's the hardest part for us humans sometimes, because we're control freaks, but that's what it is. It's just truly letting go and saying, okay, Lord, I'm going to stop freaking out and worrying constantly about this and painting scenarios, and say, okay, I'm trusting you, and I'm going to be at peace. I'm going to be here now in the moment. I'm not worried about my past or my future, right? So you're getting it. You got it.
that's so strange too, because it's something that just makes sense. It's just common sense to see that letting go of control is really the best thing you could do, and to have faith in something or someone. What kind of existence would it be if we couldn't trust in letting go of control, that there is something else there to sort of catch us if we allow ourselves to fall? It makes so much sense, but I feel like nobody around me would agree.
Well, yeah. And you're right. And you're right on that. A lot of them won't. And, like I said, a lot of us are in that same thing, and it's rough being in this, like, we're living in a prison amongst prisoners that don't know they're prisoners, like we do, in a sense, right? We understand it, but we're living amongst them. We're married to them. We're dating them. We're in families with them, and, we work with them. It's really crazy. It really is like the Matrix. It really is. But yeah, it's a part of it. And I embrace, being on the fringes of this world, don't you? I embrace being odd and strange to the brainwashed, the dumbed down, the perfectly programmed people. I don't want to be one of those things. So if that makes me the crazy man in this world, then I'm crazy as anything could be, and that's all right.
Yeah, I agree. I feel the same. It's strange to, at the same time, care a lot for other people and like wish them well and hope the best for them, and still not be able to reach them. I really want to reach people, and I want to have real conversations with people, and it's so difficult. It almost never happens.
I know, I understand. And I don't even, not that you're looking for an answer. I think for myself here, like, what happens, I naturally isolate anyway. That's just me. Honestly, it's my personality. I've always been, my own best friend, even though I've had friends and, close friends, but I've always been that way. So it works out okay for me anyway. And you know what I mean? And, it's like,
Yes.
it's okay to just be alone for days on end and internalize and think and process and, rebuild. And even now, I'm always still trying to figure out who I am sometimes. But I think, again, that's just part of my personality. It's like, it's just a nonstop processing of every day who I am, what I'm doing. And do you understand that stuff? I don't know, you may think like that too, hopefully.
Yes.
You get it?
Yes. That stuff is the best, being alone.
Yeah.
Like you say, reflect on things and just contemplate and process. There's so much sensory input all the time.
Absolutely. But you're going to be all right. You're going to be okay. And just know that we all have shared experiences like that in this world. And it's not, bad to feel strange and weird. And again, like you say, we're around so many people that it's just hard to reach. I've got a lot of people that are religious. I know that they think this stuff's evil, demonic, or they say it's Gnostic. Oh, you're being Gnostic. Yeah. It's just,
really?
Yeah. It's like, and you're giving them the brutal truth, and even that, I never puff up my chest, but I've been doing this for a long time. I woke up at the right time for this stuff, to be a part of this, so I get that. And I love it. I love it. But even that, it's never easy sharing this in real life. I've mentioned this before to other shows, but so I'm with you, man. I'm with you, my friend. I'm with you. So anything else on your mind?
Yeah, just one little thing on the same topic of being alone, and also having a connection with God. I feel like I sort of took a leap of faith quite recently to finally call myself a believer. I think I've always had a sense of God, I do believe, ever since I was a very small child. And it was always like this it thing in my mind, a sense that I always carried around that I couldn't really verbalize, couldn't talk about with anyone, but I knew what it was. And then one day, finally, because I had been wondering for many years, decades, is this God somehow? What is this? Is it what people call God? Is this what it is? And then one day I decided that it was. And since then I've been feeling pretty good.
Excellent. It's a perfect summary. I'm glad.
I hope so.
It is, because we all have our own relationships with the Lord, and they're all personal and different. And you obviously have yours, and that's the one thing that matters most in this world. And that's where we get our strength, and everything, and our guidance. So I appreciate you sharing. And it matters a lot because people out there need to hear these stories from people who didn't believe, and they've come over, and it's important.
Yeah. I doubt it. I have doubts, but I also have something else. Like there's a sense inside of me that I don't know what to call, and I can't deny it.
Have you accepted Christ?
Yeah, in my mind and inside.
Then that's you. You got it. Yeah, that's it.
I hope so.
Yeah, you just admit you're a sinner, exactly, and just say, I need you to be my savior. And that's very simple. That's it. Yes, the simplicity is brilliance. That's where religions freak me out, because the simplicity of this is just, that's what escapes everybody. Is it's just between you and him. It's the day you realize I can't do this on my own. I am a broken person who can do bad things, and I need your help.
Yeah, and if you mean it when you say it, because you can't half say it.
Yeah.
You can't be faking it, or like sort of hoping, sort of not, one foot in the door and the other outside. You have to really mean it.
There you go. There you go. All right. Well, is there anything else you'd like to talk about tonight?
My mind is kind of blank.
That's okay. I just wanted to give you the option, but I appreciate meeting you. It's really nice talking to you.
Very nice talking to you. I appreciate your videos so much. They give me so much. They inspire me a lot.
Oh, hey, you're welcome, and thank you for that. And take care, okay? And follow the other shows so you can be a part of the chat. And a lot of us come here for that. A lot of the people in chat are fantastic. I get an amazing chat community, and I'm sure they'd love to have you there, okay?
Great.
Okay, you're welcome. See you later.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right, man. Another great one. Now I've got Raven's Way coming up. Raven's Way. And Raven's Way.
Hi, KJ.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm great, thanks.
Good. I just wanted to talk to you a little bit about what's been going on with me. I'm an RN, registered nurse.
Oh, great.
I was living in Washington and Oregon. I had licenses there, and I've actually left the state, and I'm currently in Idaho right now because I would not comply to the mandate.
Oh boy.
That was put before me.
I'm sure. I'm so sorry y'all have to go through all that right now.
Oh no, but it's good. God's been preparing me for the past year and a half for this. It's been really interesting because I worked in the employee health, and I was talking to employees about their virus and getting them set up for testing, and actually talking about reactions to different things that they were going through. And so it was really cool for me. I was working on the floor before that at a family birth center. I was taking care of new babies and moms. And my God brought back, I started having PTSD. I have PTSD. Started having. What had happened is I started having a reaction to masks. I had childhood traumatic stuff happen to me, so that mask actually started making me go into panic attacks. And I'm like, Lord, why am I having panic attacks now? This doesn't make sense. I'm not able to complete my job because of this. But it was a way of God taking me off the floor. I've been a nurse for 14 years. And it was really cool how it came about, even though at the time I was like really questioning it and having an identity crisis, because I've been a nurse for a while, and I kept saying, okay, Lord, I thought this is what you wanted me to be doing. But put me on the hotline that I was working on, which was very interesting to see, kind of solidified my decision to do what I did. And I started preparing. God actually had me buy a fifth wheel and a truck at the beginning of this year. And I've actually been driving around and preparing with food and different things too. I've got a library going and different things too. And actually it's been really neat because I've been working on my relationship with God that much more, reading my Bible a lot more, trying to do all that. But I just wanted to tell you too, you were very instrumental back in 2017 for me coming back to the Lord. I had asked Jesus into my heart when I was little. No, thank you, because the the seeds that you planted in my heart and the things that I learned. I was actually heavily into the Mandela community. I was really looking at supernatural stuff at the time, because being a nurse for as many years as I had, and even before that as a child, I used to have a lot of experiences. And I worked on a haunted unit in a small hospital in Washington for a while, which was very interesting. But, you know, I, instead of going toward God with all the different things, you know, Satan has a tendency to want to bastardize and take away all those things that God gives us. And I actually started getting into tarot cards, and I even had a YouTube channel for a while where I was reading for people and doing stuff. And then I became the woo-woo person, started remote viewing, doing all these things. And
you went through it all.
Oh yeah, I really did. And God brought me out of it in 2019. And now I can just see God's hand on my life on the whole time. But I renounced and, you know, asked God to forgive me for doing all that I did, because it was just, and I still feel bad on occasion, you know, because I brought a lot of people away from the Lord. And but God's good, and He has been amazing in my life, and He's had His hand on my life the whole time. And I just want people to know, you know, right now God's calling our relationship back to Him, and He wants to have a relationship with us. You know, He wants to have that where we go to Him first and talk to Him, and He wants us to, and the best way to do that is to read your Bible. You know, you can look for other things like I did, you know, and ultimately that won't take you where you need to be. So right now I'm jobless. Right now I am living in my sister's backyard.
Wow.
But, and I'm trying to decide if I'm supposed to go even further east. But I've got a little bit of money, and I really feel God's going to bring some land for me.
Good.
And I want to be able to provide a place for people to come and that are like-minded. And maybe us work together and work the land, because I think it's going to get more and more to that point, especially as things start to shut down.
Yeah, definitely. It's good you're seeing it, and that's not being crazy, you know, or fear monger. It's like we see it, and if you watch my shows, I show the evidence of it, that it's a controlled, you know, on purpose. Sure, the whole thing. And I don't know if you get a chance to see my uncensored shows, but that's where we talk about things like in your industry, what's going on. And wowzers, there's some crazy stuff coming out. So,
well, the hospital that I was working in before, they actually now have the National Guard coming in. Ooh. And they're actually helping do part of what I was doing with employee health. And I was very shocked to hear that, because I thought they were only doing that back east, but apparently they are doing on the west too.
Oh my gosh, there you go.
Because they've lost so many. And the violence has increased in the hospitals, unfortunately, against workers. We've had quite a few nurses and stuff. A couple of friends of mine have gotten hurt recently too, unfortunately.
Sorry to hear that.
And yeah, it's bad. And to see all that fear and that's out there, and it's really hard to speak against it. And because a lot of people, they get set on one thing and they don't really want to listen. But, you know, God's been good in bringing people one by one. And, you know, I was listening to some of the other people, and, you know, just ask God to bring people into your life that you can talk to and start to, you know, live your life as an example of Jesus Christ, and love these people and talk to them. And God will bring the people to you that you're supposed to talk to.
Yep.
And some of us aren't called to, you know, stand out on the street and prophesy and do all that. But, you know, it's the little acts that people see. And God's been able to do that in my life too, where I've been able to talk to some of the people that I led astray at one time, and been able to really show, you know, what God's done in my life. And then they can see that in theirs. And God's good. And, you know, just trust in Him as much as you can. We were talking in the chat too about that too. And, Proverbs 3:5-6, you know, that's always keeps someone, you know, trust in the Lord with all thine heart, and lean not into thine own understanding. In all your ways acknowledge Him, and He will direct your paths. And I'm a living example of that. And I'm so blessed. I'm so blessed, you know.
What a great attitude. That's the way to be right there.
You know, it's hard because none of my family are doing that. My sister and her family and my brother, they're all have taken the jab.
Gotcha. Hey, I'm surrounded by it too. No, it's okay.
As a nurse, it's really hard not to say those things.
I know.
But you know, it's it's hard because they're like, well, you should understand the science. And I'm like, I do, but there's also this, and there's also all these things, and being able to talk to people who were constantly having problems because of the the choice that they made, which I didn't make.
Wow.
And seeing the injuries and a lot of my nurse friends that are hurt and have no way to fix that. And so many people that regret doing it. And, and it's funny because we talk about this, and I don't believe it's the mark, but I truly believe that it's leading to it. It's a precursor. And
me too. Yeah, that's where I'm at. But I've seen some people make point that, like it says, apparently the actual scripture, it says a mark or his name or the number of his name.
Right.
So I see some people trying to make the point that it's that already. Now, I certainly don't think it's that already, because
I don't think so either. But I think
the
that
Antichrist isn't here yet, too, right?
Right.
Like I think, and then you have to make a choice. So, but there's always going to be misconceptions on this, and I mean, it's it's all over the place with some people. That's why I always say we really have to. Even I have to all the time use our logic, reason, common sense, critical thinking. I mean, everything is spiritual discernment, Holy Spirit, just to figure out what's real in this world. Because as I show, some of the weirdest stuff is what's happening. It's
exactly
real. You know what I mean? And then it's all the other normie stuff is what's dumb and contrived and fake and programming people.
Exactly. Well, and I just want to tell people too, as a nurse, it's good to just even get out and start walking around a little bit. Don't get sedentary, and start doing things to boost your own immune system. Vitamin C, vitamin D, take elderberry, echinacea, zinc. You guys can start doing these things now, especially as we're starting to get into that season where these kind of things get a little bit, they blow up. And I've had the virus twice now, but God protected me each time. And the second time I was exposed to the Delta stuff. So, and I did really well. But again, I've been boosting up my immune system and doing that too. But you guys should do that. Stop eating a lot of the processed food. I know that's hard to do, especially in our time and age, but go out and do what you can to get yourself, not only just your spiritual body, but your physical body taken care of. So
no, that's excellent. I mean, I do that myself, but I had a heart attack. I don't know if you followed me for that long, right?
Yeah, I haven't. Yeah.
Man, I did raw foods for a year after that. It changed everything. I haven't looked the same since. Like I had probably 25 pounds to lose at that point. I lost everything and more. But then I went too deep into it. So I got back into where now I eat, right. And then I don't eat much. That's the thing. I intermittently fast. I don't eat like at 9 at night. And then the next day I'm eating at like 1 in the afternoon,
Yeah,
so
I've been doing that too. And I think that if you look in the Bible, they talk a lot about fasting and praying. Yeah. And I really think that when you do that, you're letting your body reset itself, but it's also good for you. So you're not, all these things that come into you, you're learning to live without. And I think we're coming to a time where we're going to be have to learn to live without. Yeah. We're not going to have the food readily available to us. And we're not going to have all these things that our society has primed us for. And, people need to keep that in mind. So, start doing it now. You can start off something slow, even if if it's just getting outside and walking around for 20 minutes, do that. Just start doing things for yourself and think about it. And I agree. The intermittent fasting is a good thing to do. It gives your body a chance to reset. And I'm glad it's working for you. It's working good for me too.
Good.
So yeah. And I think that's pretty much it. But if you ever have any questions, like I said, I have kind of a unique perspective working in that situation the way that I did. And, it's funny, I heard you talking about wanting to get an RV and do all that too. And I really think there's going to be a time where we will be having to hit the road and head for the hills.
Yeah. and because seriously, I mean, even it's happening intermittently in different states. It's all coming in incrementally, and there's already places around the world where they can't enter and get food without blah blah blah. So it's already happening, and so we already know that time's getting darn close. So yeah, I mean, if it gets so crazy, and we're here for this, then I mean, I'm just going to bounce the lease, and just get in my RV and just go, because it's going to be destruction time anyway. We know it's coming, right? So that's just trying to be realistic, not being doomsayers. Of course we don't know, but we have to be realistic, and this is our insurance. That's how I look at prepping and stuff, is that's my insurance,
Exactly. And that's what, and ultimately, with what I'm doing with my fifth wheel and everything, in fact, I'm in it right now. I really truly believe that I'm not just doing this for me, but I'm doing it for whoever's left after I'm gone.
Great.
And that's another way of looking at it too. You know, we have to prepare for the people that are going to be left.
Oh yeah.
And you know, I don't know if I'm pre-trib, post-trib, whatever, mid-trib, but I just know that I trust in God to take care of me
There you
regardless.
go.
And people need to remember that. Don't let that fear overwhelm you, because God did not give us a spirit of fear. And that's 2 Timothy. That's been a big one for me, especially when all this happened. And as a nurse, you know, seeing how my friends were freaking out, my nurse friends and everybody. And I've just had that peace and knowing that God will take care of me. And that's another reason for my name, you know, is because God takes care of the ravens of the field. How much more important are you than them, you know, and to keep that in mind, that he cares about you that much. So
perfect message. That's beautiful. Thank you for that.
No, thank you. And thank you. And just, I love this community. It's been such a blessing to me. And, you know, you guys aren't alone. Just remember that God's with you all the time. And there are people that are out there that are like-minded. Just ask God to start bringing them to you.
There you go.
He will.
Thank you for that. And a real pleasure speaking with you. Thank you so much for
it was nice talking to you too. Thank you so much.
Well, stay safe out there. And it sounds like the Lord's leading you in a special way. And I'm sure you'll get where you need to be. And it'll be wonderful. Hopefully we'll speak again sometime. Okay.
I'd like that. All right. You take care.
You too.
All right,
Bye-bye.
bye.
All right. Another wonderful one. Guys, hey, thank you once again for the audience out there. Lots of you. It's over 900. Thank you. Wow. That's a lot of people. That's more than a Little League soccer game or a Little League. That's a lot more, actually. I don't know how many 900 is, but that's a lot of people. And I'm sure that's some of the people waiting in line are like, great, KJ, scare us more. No, you guys are good. I know it can be a little nerve-wracking sometimes, but these are great people. Thank you all for being here, for listening. And chat, thank you for being here. And let's move on. Next up is number.
Hello.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, I'm doing pretty well. I gotta let me know if you can hear feedback, because my wife's listening on the TV.
Oh, okay, that's cool. That sounds good so far.
All right, excellent. So right away, I'd want to ask a question. Are you fine with like referencing other people's channels?
Yeah, that's fine. I don't have a big issue with it. I may not be fans of theirs or whatever, but I usually won't even say. It's just whatever you want to do, man. Go ahead, for real.
Okay. It's not me either, by the way. But,
yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, it's my channel. Number, guys, come on over. My videos are just like KJ's.
Oh goodness, no.
No, I'm just kidding.
I wish. I don't think I can. Honestly, the amount of time that you and a lot of these other really helpful people are putting into these videos, it's more than I'm willing to do, or more than I have the capability of doing. So
yeah, if you have
appreciate it.
Yeah, if you have a life, forget about it. So it sounds like you've got a wife and you got things to focus on. That's better for you anyway. But no, thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah. So in regards to Pleth, she's a new believer, right?
Yes.
I'd really encourage anybody that's new to just dive into as much as they can and just feed the Spirit as much as possible to just make the relationship stronger as quick as possible, especially now in these times. And she was asking for resources. I'm not sure if you're a fan. I've heard you say stuff that is eerily similar to a pastor that I listened to out of Hawaii.
Oh, is JD?
Yeah, Pastor JD.
I like him a lot. I mean, I like a lot of pastors, not a lot, but there's a few. JD's definitely one of them. But no, it's more like other kind of truth channels, you know, like it gets a little sketchy there. So no big deal. But man, pastors, of course. I mean,
I do agree. I think sometimes there's probably some stuff that he doesn't fully understand that he references maybe a little too early. But regardless, I think he's one of the only pastors I've ever been with that actually goes, you know, verse by verse through the Bible. And the prophecy updates are very interesting and entertaining, but then the Bible studies they're a good resource as well. And he's JD Farag.
Yep, I like Michael Hoggard also, if you know who that is.
I don't, but
Michael Hoggard. Guys, he's old school, awesome, preacher man, but he's totally wide awake to the stuff we are and talks about it and gets in deep detail. He's a detail guy. He goes deep into the history of things and shows modern examples of what's going on. He's fantastic. Michael Hoggard. Again, I'll suggest some. I may not agree with everything with some of these people and whatever, but it's not about that. It's just overall, and you guys use your own discernment with all these people. But JD Farag and Michael Hoggard. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, it's impossible to please everybody,
exactly
nowadays, right?
Yeah, man. Yeah.
But I know you've also mentioned Brother Chad as well. Watchman on the Wall 88.
I really like him.
Have you ever even thought about doing like a compilation with him? Because if your two personalities got together at once, it might trigger the rapture right then and there.
You know what? It could be fun though, is maybe not a video, but doing a chat. So I may reach out to Chad and see, because I've never talked to him, but I've followed him for a super long time. And like Barry Scarborough's another one. And, these are all really great guys. But yeah, thank you for bringing that up. Maybe that's what I'll do is reach out to Chad sometime. But I really like him, man. He helped me. See, I've been on the fence for years, even as I've been doing this stuff. Even as the previous caller was saying, that really all you can do is just put your trust in the Lord. There's no reason to be worrying about pre-trib, post-trib. People get divided on that, and it gets really hateful too. But over the last couple of years, especially, man, I've been narrowing in on, the event happening right around this time with the just before the 7 years that we go, and more and more, I'm finding things that are pushing me in that direction. So. But I've always been very cautious of how I speak in my videos and even my shows, and, not trying to do this or that or try to divide people, but just have to be honest too about my feelings. My feeling is that I feel like it's just any day now that the event's going to happen, and people, don't get mad at me if it doesn't, because I don't know everything, but these are my feelings, and I feel it right now. It's just, I feel it in my entire body. It's not a bad feeling. It's a tingling. It's just like, wow, like there's, and it's been that way for a couple of weeks, especially when I find videos about it or I find evidence of the wave, and whatever it is, it's like, I'm finding all this stuff, man. And I'm more and more, and I'm hoping for it. I'm praying for it. I'm saying, Lord, I don't want to, and he already knows my heart. I'm like, Lord, if it don't go down the way I think, I'm not going to be, okay, fine, screw you. I'm just going to, it's like, we'll have a mission and a job to do, whatever. I'm hoping that's what it is. But I tell him, no matter what, I've been serving the best I can all these years in the way I do, but please take me. I want to go, but I think a lot of us are having that dialogue, and ultimately really it is just putting your faith in the Lord, not worrying about it, but I can't help but try to figure it out. It's just my nature, but I'm rambling on your time. Go ahead.
Oh no, you're fine. Whichever way it goes, I think we're all going to be pretty happy, but I will say I would much rather just blink away than have to get my head chopped off. So,
yeah, I know, right?
But I will do it because it's definitely worth it. That feeling about this, I mean, it's almost like every day. And then everything you look at, granted, most news isn't, a good resource or anything, but you can, once you're into this stuff, you just, it like creeps down your spine when you listen to these puppets. And
it's also how obviously the evil and the age of Aquarius, if you will, is coming in. They have a lot of these new ads for Facebook, some Facebook app thing they're doing, and it's all bringing back the age of Aquarius, the new age stuff, mysticism, spells, horoscopes, and all the other stuff that goes with it. Transy type stuff, young men wearing makeup and all this other whatever. So, but that's that spirit, and that's what's I've been showing for years coming. A lot of other people seen it, and that's what's manifesting right in front of our face. I have to turn the volume down on commercials. I've been that way for years. I don't even know how it started, but I would just feel myself getting annoyed hearing whatever was on commercials in the background, and it just started bothering me so much. I did that. So I don't know what that means. I don't know what point I'm trying to make there. All I know is that something's been increasing. The energy levels are nuts. We really are at that time in the end, just before the Antichrist appears on the main stage, and it's just off the hook, man. I mean, the dimensions are shifting. The veil is lifting. Stranger things are coming in, and it's fascinating. And I don't think I could ever be happier living in another time than this. I'll tell you that right now. Like, I love being a part of this and seeing all the weirdness, mainly, and the strangeness, but also seeing the Bible play out in real life is such a stunner, and how my faith is always re-strengthened in just ways like that, and seeing it and thinking about it. Like, wow, man, we're here. We're here.
How blessed are we, right?
Yeah, I think
I
it's
feel like
incredible.
the only way we could be luckier is if we were there right at the very beginning of this whole Christianity kick. Because, oh my goodness, that sent shivers down my spine too, right? But anyways, without endorsing anything, right? I watched this guy. It ties into what you were just mentioning with things revving up. I watched this channel purely for entertainment, and it is kind of right and lefty, and I don't really like that point, but it's hard to get away from it, right? Because we're so ingrained in it, and it's just for laughs, basically. But there's this show. They've been very protective of mentioning anything that's against the grain, because they were one of the first that was attacked.
Oh, by YT?
I'm talking about it's entertainment. It's not. They say they're Christian, which I'm not even 100% sure of, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah.
But it's Louder with Crowder.
Oh yeah, I know Louder. Sure, I watch stuff like that that's still left-right paradigm. Even like I like Salty Cracker, if you've ever heard of him.
I've heard of it. I have not watched it.
Just a funny guy, but he's kind of in that, he's a pro Orange Man type dude and all this, but he's funny, and he dismantles the left. I still watch some of that too, but just through our eyes, we see the bigger picture. But I know what you mean. It's okay to, find these things for a little entertainment,
So the crazy thing is, right? These people, these you're a large channel, but these are massive channels, right?
Yeah,
these are channels that put CNN out of business during like the election cycle and stuff, right?
Yep.
There was more people watching that person, Anyways, they've stayed away from all of this stuff like it was the plague, literally. And this week they put this guy was previously referenced. They had a guest on, and it was AJ, right?
Oh boy.
And yeah, but they didn't. They took the gloves off, and they were saying what previously you shouldn't be able to say on YouTube.
Oh boy, and it was AJ too, so that's pretty wild. They don't like him around here, so it seems.
Oh, for sure, yeah. And but the video's still up, KJ, and
good.
The fact that they're willing to do it, let's hypothetically say they're not a shill and they actually are Christian. The fact that they're willing to do it now means that even they know these people profiting millions off of these shows, willing to risk it because they know, like it's just so undeniably close that even these huge channels are even starting to come out with it. I think that is a sign in and of itself of how close we are.
I like that. That's a good way of looking at it. Yeah, I like that. I can see that. Good. I'm glad they're getting it out on that, because that's a huge channel. It's like over 1 million, maybe it's 2 million or something. But it's
a lot, but
it's a lot, and more eyes on that knowledge, man. That's even better. And yes, AJ, for all his faults, it's all about the truth and the truth information. Whether it's a David Icke or Jordan Maxwell or whoever it is, I don't care. The truth resonates with us, and we'll find truth through different individuals. Doesn't mean they're 100% truthful. None of us as human beings are, right? So anyway.
And I definitely, again, I think I preface that with, this is not an endorsement.
Yeah, I got you.
I know you are far from, and I'm anything but Q and all that nonsense.
Right.
They have to hide the truth in plain sight. It's part of their magic, right? So
absolutely.
I guess the last thing I wanted to talk about was kind of a message of like perseverance, like keep at it, right? Because some people talk about, it's difficult to address people and talk to them. And I agree. I've been trying to do it lately and it hasn't been working out well. But my wife, in my early 20s, I was in the military and I was a Laodicean, right? I went to church, didn't really mean anything to me, despite the Holy Spirit trying to take me in worship and bring me closer. I just didn't realize what it was. And what ended up changing everything for me was my wife. She found you. She found a couple other people, and she was talking to me about this crazy stuff. And I'm like,
I love
come
it.
on, come
Yes.
on. There's no way. I mean, let's be real. And then, you know, Sandy happened, and she showed me something that I can't refute, right?
Right.
And at that point, it was just the floodgates open.
Good.
And it, you know, for me, just the person I am, it took realizing how evil the world is and what those people believe in to cement the fact that I need to be believing the opposite of what they do.
Yes.
So.
Good man. Good man. And that's a great way of describing the opening or the awakening process for us. And I went through it too. And I've mentioned the 5 stages of grief when I went through it. And it was really, really rough. It was because I was hardcore right-leaning conservative type guy. I was ex-military and big, Bush supporter and all this stuff. So, that's why I love, bashing him and things now and putting him in my movie, like showing the truth of these wicked people. But so, I feel you on that. Thank you for describing that, man. That's a perfect explanation. Thank you. And thanks to your wife too, for turning you on to my stuff, man. Tell her I said, thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. No problem. She's here. She's actually talked to you once before about some sleep paralysis stuff. And
oh, cool.
But yeah, I guess last thing I'd like to do is just a shout out to the Discord group, Momo and Yami. I mean, the work you guys do with memes, it positively affects my life and my wife's life.
Aww.
And for and everyone else working in the memes too. I know it's crude humor sometimes, but it helps.
Yeah.
And anybody that needs to talk to anyone and anyone in the Midwest that maybe wants to reach out to me on Discord number, or Kitty B. Snaggletooth is my wife. Feel free, and Pleh as well. If you want these resources referenced when I got on right away, I'd be glad to give them to you.
And it's spelled Numbur.
Yep,
right.
Numbur. It's the same on Discord. So.
Okay, cool, man. Thank you for doing that. That was very kind, and I'm sure she'll appreciate it.
Yep, no problem at all.
Hey, nice talking to you. You guys have a good night, okay?
God bless you, KJ, and everybody else.
Thanks, man. Bye-bye. Yep. All right. Awesome dude. Prince of Peeps. And then I got Crying Hippie, Drew James, Jimmy Jams, Short Bus Driver, Alexander Gunn, Another Worm, Kimmy, and CT. All right, that's a good load there. So I'm at about 9:45. So what I'm probably going to do, we'll see how it goes, but I may just stop putting the link in, guys. Sorry. I have to stop at a certain point so I can take my time with all these good folks, and that might be it. We still got a ways to go, so don't be saying, okay, I want to go to bed. No. There's still a lot of people to go through, okay? So we'll play it out as we go, see how it goes, and let me go ahead and bring in Prince of Peeps. Hi, Prince of Peeps. See if they're there. Prince of Peeps. Uh-oh, we may have lost them. That happens sometimes. Some people from other countries will stay here and watch these live, and it's very late for them. I don't know if that's Prince of Peeps' story or not. Prince, I am going to go ahead and jump over here to Crying Hippie. All right, Crying Hippie.
Blessings, brother. How you doing, man?
Hey, how you doing? Good to see
awesome.
you.
Good to hear you.
Thanks. I've seen you around too. Thanks a lot for following the work and everything.
Yeah, man. Yeah, it's been a blessing too. Yeah, when you said you like to hear the mysterious things of God, I thought I'd share the encounter of a real, actual werewolf.
Oh, perfect, man! I just saw there's a show called something like "Don't Get Lost in the Woods," so I'd have to look it up on the TV, but
yeah.
It's something like that. But I've been watching it lately, and it's these true stories. It has the people on the show, and they revisit it. And there was an awesome werewolf one recently, and I know about the shapeshifters, and I'm with all that. So perfect audience. Please continue.
Yeah, man, the shapeshifter. You brought that up. It'll freak you out when you hear this, man. So I was coming back from Toronto. I didn't live here yet. It was a long time ago, and I stay out of the sun, and I don't like the cars and all that stuff, so I travel at night. So I was coming back between 2 and 4 in the morning. It's my routine every time I did. I'm going down the highway, and I always drive in the in the left-hand side. So if a deer comes out, I got some room. I got the right hand in the shoulder, right? I got a lot of room. And there's no cars on the road. Where I was, it was, I don't want to say the exact spot, but it was on a native reserve, just outside a native reserve, and right by a military air base. And you'll see you'll see why I didn't want to share where it was as the story goes on. But I'm just driving, doing my thing. I literally just looked down at the radio. It's a spot where it's a long stretch, open country, and you hardly get any channels if you're still using a antenna radio on the car. And I had one on that car. So I was hitting the buttons on it. I look up, just let that radio play, and then all of a sudden, right in front of me, 5 feet in front of the car, beside me on the driver's side, and about 2 feet beside the car, lands a crunch down, like in a jumping position, jumped with his knees to his chest, his arms on the ground, his head looking forward. And he's just sitting there. I'm thinking he's going to keep jumping. There was no time to hit the brake, no nothing, no time to even think, because if I was doing 118 kilometers, I think it's less than 100 miles, right? But it's on cruise control, and up here you do that. So if you go over 120, the cops will give you a ticket. If they rate up and you're under doing 20 over, then they don't care, right?
Yeah.
So I don't even remember hitting the brake. All I remember, dude, is this thing. It landed like that. You can see me, right?
I can see you. Yeah.
So he lands like this, right? And he's looking at me like that, like it just like, dead in the eyes. It turns. It turns its head like this. And it looks right in my eyes. It has yellow, big eyes, slits on them. It's auburny, dark hair. Auburn, kind of dark, or auburn, like brown and red. Mm-hmm. On the back of it, it had like its hair was going up. How some dogs have reverse hair. You could tell, like, because it was about, this high, man, 2 meters high, sticking out, going all the way up to the neck. And on the back of it, you could see how it was completely black, and it was because it was wet, like whatever was running through in that part of that forest before it jumped over the highway, right? There's a concrete barrier that's 3 feet, and it landed beside it, like right beside it, because there's no room. I'm in the left lane, remember? There's no room between that barrier. It's like a bike lane room, right? It took up that little spot, turned its head, looks right at me, goes like this, shakes its head like it ate something it didn't like, and then it turns its head slowly straight again, like looking at the road like this, and then jumps, just continues its friggin' jump, dude, like just no cares, no nothing, and it goes right across my windshield, like totally stretched out, nice and slow, like a ballerina. I'm thinking it's gonna come through the glass, so I went like this. I turned my head to the left, closed my right eye, and kept my left eye open as I'm looking at it, and I'm watching it go right by, and I'm expecting the glass to come in, so that's why I'm doing that. And I'm squinched up. I don't even remember hitting the brake, dude. I think I didn't even hit it. There was no time. It was too fast.
Wow.
As it goes by, I look in the side view mirror. I'm on the brake, because I remember I hit the brake and it lit up red. That car had really bright red brake lights, like it lit up everything. When me and my girlfriend would drive around in it, I'd use it to see stuff behind me just by hitting the brake. So there was nothing there. You couldn't see it. I knew what I saw. I wasn't imagining stuff. Like, it did this, man. And my first instinct was stop. Right. So I was going to stop the car, and then literally I hear the voice of God in me, right? Which most people just say the voice in their head. I recognize what it is now, right? Most people it's your mother's voice when you're growing up. That voice that you people hear, man, it's the voice of God, man. You tune into it, or Jesus, or sometimes angels. So anyways, I hear don't stop, and I was like, just kept driving, and I'm still slowing down. I'm on that brake, right? And then I ignored it, and then I hear my first name loudly, don't stop. So I knew right away, okay, all right. I kept going.
All right, okay, I got it.
And I'm that's right, Kate. And I'm looking in the rear view, I'm looking in the side, I'm even looking behind me, I'm looking over here, I'm thinking like maybe it was with some buddies, maybe someone was chasing him. There's nothing, right? My first instinct when that thing looked in my eyes, dude, it saw Jesus in me, man. That's why it shook its head, dude.
Wow.
It saw something that it knew it couldn't do something to, right? The way it went by the windshield, it was like a ballerina, like just taking a dive, like it does this all the time. Now think about it. I'm doing 118 kilometers. This thing lands 5 feet in front of me, 2 feet beside me. If you had your gun and you were to shoot a bullet standing 5 feet in front of the car and 2 feet beside it, and I'm doing 118, I bet you the bullet probably wouldn't even make it past, and you'd end up hitting some part of that car.
Yep.
It's physically impossible, man, for that. This is what really gets me going, man. Like, I've seen a lot of things in my life, dude. I've seen ghosts, I've seen orbs, I've seen UFOs. I've seen a huge ass planet, man. It was like 50 times the size of the moon. I'm looking at the moon one night, and it was totally trippy. I forgot my coffee. I turned around and went back, got back to the spot I was going. Somebody was there. I left that spot, went back over here, and then I remembered, oh, I don't have a lighter or smokes or something. I went over, got whatever I needed, came back to another spot. I'm there. A security dude was there. So I was like, oh man, I'm going to drive back to the other spot, go back to the other spot, get out of the car. I'm looking at the moon. As soon as I look up at the moon, this white thing, it's a full moon. The little tiny white piece of the moon just starts drifting out of the moon and starts going away. It was like a mini moon, a little tiny piece of the moon. The moon's that big. This thing was like this big, and it just starts going away.
Yeah.
No one's around me, and I'm like, what the heck, man? And I knew right away. That's why I forgot the coffee. That's why I didn't have the lighter or the matches, whatever I had to go for. Yeah, it was matches. I had to get matches. Not the Max Milk. And a jogger had came by when it was like all the way down the lake, because it almost took 5 minutes, man, for it to drift away. So like things like that, you're put in places to see things, right?
Oh, yeah.
So back to the story, dude. As soon as that thing looked at me in the eye, and I figured this out after, right? And it took a long time because I ignored this and put this out of my head for a while, right? For years. I only told one person about it. And then I've been slowly telling people online about it and typing it here and there and typing it to some places. But I haven't gotten into full detail or anything. An army base, a military base, a native reserve, shapeshifters, native stories of them who can shapeshift, like the Atlit. I don't know if that's one of the oldest stories. ADLIT, Atlit. If you punch that in Google, it's one of the oldest stories of man changing into a werewolf.
Wow, cool.
So,
I know the Wendigo, but I didn't know that one.
Yeah, and this thing wasn't that. This is like a Hollywood movie. It wasn't a dog man, like a man into a dog. Not one of those things. Not a shapeshifter that would look like a dog man. This was a full blown out werewolf. The head was way bigger on it than the body could be. The muscles on it was so. It looked like it was a military experiment, man, gone wrong, because the muscles looked like they were going to burst right out on it. Like it was. Those muscles shouldn't be on that size of a body. Like it wasn't possible. But like I said, man, here's the messed up thing. I'm going 118 kilometers. So crazy saying it. I still am. Like, you can't cope with it, right? I did, but I'm 118 kilometers, and this thing's 5 feet in front of my car. It slowed down time or paused time or used the freaking Matrix, just like that Matrix movie, man.
Mm-hmm.
That Neo dude, man. Because there's no physical way possible that could happen, let alone seeing that thing, even if it was just a deer that jumped across, right? So the speed that those things use that you hear in stories, so I looked into the dog, man. I looked into the werewolf. I looked into all the native stuff after this stuff happened.
They do say that time freezes with these experiences too. Yeah.
Yeah, man, and that some of them run beside cars. It's often that when people see some werewolves, they're running beside the cars looking at the people. So I figured this thing, man, was hunting. It's done this 100 times before. It knows that long. That's straight.
Oh, sorry, Crying Hippie. We lost you. Just lost your audio. You're starting to freeze up a little bit. You were just about to say that street, and then it just went wonky. So I'll give you a second, because right now it's kind of, yeah, man, you're frozen right there. I think I don't know what that is. I'll wait. Maybe it'll kind of recorrect itself here in a second. There you are. Okay, you're back.
Cool, buddy.
Okay, now.
Sweet.
Yeah, okay. So you're about to say that. Go ahead.
I'll cut it short, man. Like, for it to be, and this is what I haven't told many people, right?
Okay.
Besides one person. No, I shouldn't even do it, man, because of the platform we're on. But you guys can put two and two together. It's a freaking werewolf, a Hollywood.
Man, I'm sorry, Crying Hippie. It's happening again. It's I don't know. Maybe some forces don't want you to tell us this, but you're frozen up again, and I'll wait. I'll tell you when you're back, because it's just kind of going choppy and stuff. And there you go. I heard you cough, so you might be back. Go ahead. Go ahead. I think you're back. Go ahead, Crying Hippie. Let's see if we can hear you. Maybe he can't hear me. Man, I think something dropped there. Yeah, like it's frozen up over there. I'm sorry, man. Can you say something? See if we can hear you.
Hey, brother.
There you go. Okay, we heard that. Okay, sorry. Go ahead. Yeah, man, it's freezing you up again. I can't hear anything again. Man, I'm sorry. I don't know what this is. Technical issues happen.
Right, I'm going to try.
Yeah. Let's see.
It's to live beside a radio station.
Oh, I heard that, but yeah, it's still coming in choppy, man. I'm sorry about that, man.
And
okay.
So
yes, go ahead.
It's bad. I think it was a part of a government experiment.
Oh, I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, definitely. I mean, also makes me wonder what they could have conjured up, between with the tribes, the Indians, and everything else.
Yeah.
Could be maybe a combination of it all. We know there's witchcraft in the government too, so.
Bingo, man. And I thought at first like it was a Noah's Ark thing, something survived from past there, or maybe the pit's been opened up with that Antarctic thing where they took all the Buzz Aldrin and all the astronauts up there and the two popes. The two popes haven't talked in 100 years. So for them to go to the Antarctic and meet and squash their troubles together, there's something really important up there. I think it's something to do with something below. So I thought maybe some portals are opening up.
Darn, man, we lost you again. You said I thought maybe some portals were opening up, and then you got cut again. So I know it sucks, but it happens sometimes. Okay, there we go. Try again.
Hey, man.
Hey, okay, you're good.
Hey.
Looks good now.
So yeah, it's just that thing used the matrix. That's the key of it. It slowed down time or paused time so much that it could go past my windshield and do that. And if it had not seen what was inside me, which I think was Jesus, it would have continued to wipe me out. Most people would steer their car and wipe out. When something like that happens, you're going to avoid it. And then what you see, you can't comprehend. So you probably go crazy or something. And when you wipe out your car, they just pick you up, take you away. And they say you bumped your head and wandered off. And here's another missing person, right?
Mm-hmm.
And if it has like wolf-like paws, you're just going to think all some wolves and bears were sniffing around the car. Like no one would think nothing, man. So that's what I thought, and how it did it so easily. And it looked like a ballerina going across the car, like it done it 1,000 times. It had time to stop 5 feet in front of my car and turn its head and look in my eyes and then shake its head like it ate something bad. Like there was way too much going on for that to happen. And that's what trips me out the most, man, is how it did the time thing. It used the matrix, man. Like that's impossible. Like I should let you go. Go on, man.
No, it's good though. I mean, thank you very much. That's a great story. It's fascinating, totally up my alley, and I believe it. I've seen enough throughout the years to know that there's other experiences just like that. I mean, not exactly like yours, but similar. So, yeah, man. Thank you very much, and I'm glad we got you back. And it's been a pleasure, man. Thanks for sharing, Crying Hippie.
Before I do go, man, the last caller, she's still listening. I tried to get her attention in the chat. I just wanted to ask her if she had like a really old antique set of tarot cards, or maybe some model of something, or a carving, something really old and valuable that she keeps holding on to, she doesn't want to get rid of. And I wanted her to look through her home and see if she finds something like that and just throw it out. And like, don't care about giving it to someone else that might use it. Don't think about selling it. Just burn it. Like throw it out and burn it. Like literally burn it. Yeah. And I bet you when she does that, if she does have anything like that in the home, that she can just go up to and know if it's not of God, throw it out, man. Get it out of the home.
That's great.
And when she burns it, I'm pretty sure she won't be like having those doubts anymore. Like things will change really fast for her. Like as soon as that stuff's burning, she'll feel it after and go, oh my, wow. You know, so I just want to let her know.
Yeah, like, thanks for sharing that, man. Cursed objects too. So yes.
Yeah, man, it was awesome talking to you, man.
Hey, you too, man. Stay safe out there. Stay away from that highway, okay?
You too. God bless you and put a hedge of protection around you, brother.
Thanks, man. You too. Take care. All right, guys. I got Drew James up next. I am going to, if you guys will give me just about 40 seconds, I'll be right back, okay? And Drew, you're next. Good, Chubbs. All right, guys, I'm back. Let's see. Maybe it was a little more than 40 seconds. Sorry about that. Drew, how you doing?
Hey, I'm doing well. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, man. Very good. Thank you.
Oh, my goodness. It's so good hearing from you, KJ.
Thanks.
Oh, this is so exciting. So I'm here from Dallas right now.
Oh, cool. I've been through there a lot. I got family around that area in Fort Worth.
Oh, that's cool. That's cool. I go there every weekend. So, yeah, man, I'm so excited to just talk with you. I'm actually at work right now. Like, no, it's cool, man. I like do security, and I just like literally sit in my car and just make sure the building's not burning.
Oh, man, I've done that. I did that for years. I did it near the end in Los Angeles. I worked on some TV sets and movie sets, like Green Hornet. I worked on that set as a security where everyone's like, oh, man, that's so good. And then no, I was sitting like in a lot far away from, the Hollywood sets, staring at a bunch of equipment, for like 12 hours a day, right? That's where's your job. So I feel you, man. I've done those jobs. Well, good, man. You got time to chat then.
Cool, bro. Yeah, man. So I just want to start out. So like I moved out here in Dallas in maybe like 2013, from Tampa. And, as an unbeliever, like I wasn't a believer at all in a sense, and like God was just pressing in on me to where I couldn't say no. So it all started like with a dream. And so, and I, like I grew up in like a religious home, like, my parents and their sons, we viewed God as like this authoritative figure, you know what I mean? And God does have authority. It is true, but it's like, we never viewed God as like a friend. We never viewed Jesus as someone who loves us. You know what I mean? And I came out here, and just was like working, going through grinds. And one night God gave me a dream. And what I literally dreamt was like a mountain. And from the mountain, these 4 tornadoes started coming from the south, east, north, and west and collided at the tip of this mountain and literally exploded into fire. And out of the fire came these 4 horses, right? And I woke up from the dream and I like tried shaking it off. I was like, that didn't mean anything. It didn't mean anything, but like, it was one of those God dreams where I was like, what is this? You know what I mean? Like, what does this mean? And so, just going through the motions, maybe like 2 or 3 weeks later, you know, and I was just living in sin. Like my life was engulfed in darkness. And so I eventually was like living in this really ghetto neighborhood in Dallas. And
East Side.
No, dude, it was like, if you know where Harry Hines is, you know where I'm talking about.
Yeah, it was pretty rough. I know the East Side was rough too, but yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah, bro. And so I was living in these like budget suites, a one bedroom motel with 10 people.
Oh
right?
boy.
And this was like maybe 2 or 3 weeks after I had had this dream, and my life was just literally falling apart. And I was like, just like looking for any kind of satisfaction in anything, whether it be women, drinking, drugs, everything, you know? And it was one thing, it was on Thanksgiving when this particularly, like, this event happened. And like, I'm a straight guy, you know? And so me and this transvestite person that lived next door to us was like, hey, Drew, let's go out and drink on Thanksgiving night, because like, you know, we're all lonely, you know what I mean? Like, my whole family lives back in Tampa. Like, I didn't have anybody, you know? And I was like, hey, yeah, let's go drinking or whatever. And so we go drinking in downtown Dallas, and like one thing led to another. And long story short, I had sex with a transvestite.
Uh-oh.
Right?
Yeah.
Yes. And like, I literally could not sleep that entire night. And like, that's, you know how like the word says, you know, like there is no greater sin than sexual sin.
Yeah.
And so, and it's completely true, because this sin was the sin that made me look in the mirror. I literally looked in the mirror the next morning and was like, who are you? I asked myself out loud while looking at myself in the mirror, who are you, Drew? And so like I felt
Oh,
like,
hey, I'm sorry too, please, but I think the worst sin is blaspheming the Holy Spirit. It's the ultimate worst. Just throwing it in there. But I'm with you on the sexual sin. He doesn't like it for sure. Go ahead.
And so, yeah, man, like I knew this girl that was kind of like partying with us a little bit, who knew something about a God that I knew nothing about. And I literally begged her to take me to church. Like, and you know, so she took me to church, and like, as we were sitting in the parking lot, and she was like on the worship team, and like, it was all Mexican church. And like, they even got like one of their sons to translate for me, because I was like the only white dude in there, which I'm super thankful for, you know. But it's like, I didn't even, like, once I got into the parking lot, you know, it was just like the enemy trying to keep me from going to church. Like once we got there, I was like, no, I can't do this. I can't do this. You know what I mean? Like, the enemy doesn't want you to hear the truth whatsoever, you know? And so eventually, you know, like I was just like, okay, fine, I'll just go in, you know, like feeling completely ashamed, you know what I mean? But really, like what I thought the feeling of ashamed, like being ashamed, it was really God just opening my heart. You know, like his light was exposing the darkness that was in my life, embedded into my flesh.
Yeah.
And so, you know, I went to church, and like, bro, like, not that church changed my life. It didn't. Like, I don't even go to church currently. It's like the person of Jesus Christ changed my life radically, to where like, dude, the Holy Spirit speaks to me on a daily basis, you know? And it's like the first time I was like truly felt the love of God. Like, we were going to church, and like we went back, like I went back to my apartment that like the Lord blessed me with, and like I was just overwhelmed with a feeling of God's love, of his son, his only son, whom he loved, dying for me. Like, thought enough, like out of everything he can think about, out of everyone he can think about, he thought about me. And it's like, even in John 17, it says, I'm not only praying for these believers that are here with me, not only for these disciples, but also those who will believe through their message. Like, he was speaking of me. He thought of me. Yes. And so, yeah, man, like that day, like maybe a month or 2 or 3, you know, after like, you know, accepting Jesus, I was baptized in the Holy Spirit. And like John the Baptist even speaks of this, you know what I mean? Like, he says like, you know, I baptize you with water, but he who comes after me will baptize you with the Holy Spirit and with fire. And like, man, it's so true. Like, I was baptized like into the Holy Spirit, and not saying like speaking in tongues, not anything like that. like literally just baptized in the Holy Spirit, like immersed in the love of God. And so,
Awesome.
yeah, man, like it's been a journey, and like, yeah, it's really been a journey, you know, just like struggling, you know, like, yeah, I don't even know, man.
Well, it's good to know we're forgiven, man. And that's the thing, you know, it's good to know we're forgiven. We don't have to hold on to past sins. We're clean, we're clear. You know, we work our salvation out in our relationship with the Lord through fear and trembling, I believe it says. But so it's just you and the personal relationship. And I appreciate you being so candid and telling us, man. That's great, because all of us fall short. All of us have been into some bad things, done wacky things, done evil things, sinful things. I mean, unfortunately, it's part of the process. You know, we're here in this place, and we have flesh, and our flesh has a lot of cravings.
Totally, man. Totally. It's like a daily basis, and it's like we just have to get into the Word, man. And like I listen to you, bro, like on a daily basis, like I really do. Like even your old stuff from like your KJ Osborne channel, like,
oh, cool, thanks.
Yeah, man. Like I recently like watched, because like I think maybe like a year ago you did like I guess like Amazon came out with like a new like series that was really a reboot from the original Utopia series. Yeah, man. And I watched that series because of you, and I was like, oh my gosh, like this stuff is crazy. Like,
yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah,
it's everything happening, of course, you know.
Yeah, like I mean, it's a good series. Like I'll give it that.
It is.
Like,
it was entertaining, man. I mean, yeah. I can still. I was a film student, so and I moved to Hollywood, so I can still enjoy some of these things. Maybe on my next KJ's What Happened, I'll show people a trailer for this new TV series I found, because I can't even remember the name of it from the top of my head. I'm thinking, but I just found it on some random app that you can watch for free, and it was out in 2019, and it's just pure entertainment. It's as if the Coen brothers and David Lynch made a TV series together. It's weird, strange, funny. It's everything. It's so I'll show that to them anyway. So yeah, I guess I'm just sharing with you that, you know, of course I still like some entertainment, and I appreciate good writing and crazy characters, you know, and we still know it's mostly a lot of the stuff's demonic, but in this show, there's no Illuminati symbolism. You know, there's none of that satanic witch stuff or anything. There's none of it. It's just like a couple broken characters trying to pull off a heist, you know, and it's a great show. But anyway, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, you're good, man. Yeah. So like, I just listen to you on a daily basis, man. Like I really do. Like I enjoy your work, bro. Like I know the Lord has blessed you through it, and I know that the Lord is going to bless you through it, you know, like, bro. And we're like so close to the end, you know, like,
yes,
we just know it. Like there's just something in the air. And that last one you did, man, about the money, like the back of the $100 bill, like, bro, went so hard. I'm like, bro, we are here.
Man, that's all. I agree. That's all credit to Jonathan Kleck, and he's still doing more and showing more of what's coming. He's been doing it for years, and it's just, yeah, it's incredible. So yes, man, we're there, and it's just we'll see how it plays out. But we always remember there's no fear, and we don't know how deep we go into things or how long things are timed. I never get worried about that stuff, but it is good for us to be aware and be watching as we do, and it's paid off, because look where we're at now. We didn't accept the potion. That's one thing we can all say, you know, most of us here at least. We knew that much, you know, so that's a good sign that, you know, it's good that the Lord has opened all of our eyes up, not just through me, but others throughout the years working in all this, and you know, we had a head start. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So yeah, we're good. We're good.
Yeah, and it's like in these times, you know, like us as believers, you know, we can get worried, we can get anxious, you know what I mean? But it's like, I think of this verse in Isaiah that's like, take off that garment of sorrow and put on that garment of praise. Like we can praise the Lord even in this storm, you know?
Yes, absolutely. Great message.
But with that, bro, I will let you go to the next caller.
Thank you. And man, it's very nice talking to you, and I appreciate you sharing, and real pleasure, Drew. Have a good one, okay?
Thanks, KJ. I'll hear from you soon, bro.
All right, I'll see you later.
Bye.
Bye-bye. All right, Jimmy Jams is next, and thanks again, Drew. Hey, Jimmy, how you doing?
Hey, what's up, KJ?
Not much, man. It's nice to talk to you. Thanks for checking. I don't know if it's a call-in. Thanks for calling in.
Yeah, nice to talk to you too, man. I've been watching you for years, man. I just want to say thank you for all your work. I come home, I watch all your videos over. I'm a I'm a Roku subscriber too. You know, I
Thank
paid for your
you.
channel on Roku.
Thanks.
I love your stuff, man. I love it.
Hey, I'm sorry about that weird glitch on Roku with the narcissist video. Did you experience any of that?
No, actually, I didn't. I've been able to watch everything pretty good. The only problems I have is with my Wi-Fi sometimes, but you know, everything is pretty smooth.
Well, there was a weird glitch, and it was on there for a couple of weeks where every video you tried to watch on there, it would play my narcissist psychology of demons video first, and that's a 45-minute long video, and you couldn't speed ahead, so you had to sit there and watch the entire video to get to anything I was posting. It was weird, man. So anyway, we got it cleaned up. But hey, thank you for subscribing there, and thanks for everything. I appreciate you.
Oh, I absolutely love it, dude. I love the 3-hour long, you know, KJ What's Happened and the uncensored videos. I mean, that's like, it's all the truth, man, you know. And I heard a lot of people talking about fear, and I remember the last video I watched yours last night. You were talking about somebody and saying, you know, don't be scared. No, don't be scared. I'm a husband. I got 5 kids, and my wife is always like terrified. She's terrified of, you know, the sickness and the potion. And, you know, I keep telling, you know, she's not where I'm at yet with God. You know, yeah, I'm there. You know, I know that there's nothing that man can do to me that is scarier than what the Lord can do to me if I walk off the path, you know. So I try to keep close to Christ, and, you know, I try to teach her the same, you know, try to preach the gospel to her and get my kids involved in God. And, you know, that's what's most important to me. But I love your work, dude. I'm so excited to talk to you. It's like talking to a celebrity, you know?
Ah, shucks. Well, Jimmy, thanks. And I also wanted to share with you that a shared experience, same thing. I think that's a burden we all share right now, because we're all surrounded by loved ones and family that, you know, they're kind of lost in things. And I think it's a shared burden we all have as followers of Christ right now. So, you know, I'm right there with you, bud. And, you know, it is, I don't want to say it is what it is. I hate that phrase. It's such a waste of words, but it's the time we're in, you know, so I think we're well equipped. You sound like you're doing great. So.
Yeah. And, you know, I try to look at it from other people's perspective too. It's like they're pushing so much propaganda into people's heads, and not everybody understands what they're watching sometimes. Like, they think that, like, that's the real world because somebody on TV says it, and it's really, you know, nothing could be further from the truth. It's just a way to get you convinced to do what they want you to do. You know, it's like it's a giant mind game. And throughout my life, you know, I'm an ex-heroin addict. I used to be in a lot of trouble, in jail all the time. I'm 2 years clean. I got my life together, and you know, I see things through a different light that other people don't see them through, because I've been in the dirt for a really long time, you know, and I've been around probably like the most terrible of people you could possibly imagine. And I can see evil very easily, you know, I can sense it. And that's why I'm like close to God, is because, you know, I know from what I'm watching right now that the Bible's the truth, you know, the Lord is the truth. And that's the only way for eternal life is to stay close to him, and to love him, and to pray to him, and, you know, never cease praying. That's how I feel, you know, stay close to the Lord, because you're right. The time is coming, man. I heard one of your talkers today say that they don't think that this is the mark, but it's a precursor to it. And I truly believe that, because it's like, they're pushing it to where you can't buy, sell, you know, live. Even like that nurse said, she had to quit her job. It's setting them up for the real thing.
And also, the whole narrative's falling apart so fast because so many people are flooding the hospitals now that have potion, and now they're also still getting sick. You know this, so we already know that. So I think we're heading to the next phase. And that's another reason why I feel like there's a trigger event coming, or the event, you know, coming, because they're going to have to blow everything up sooner or later, because people are waking up quick all around the world. This is why all the big main sources try to hide potion news, of course. But it's about to blow up, you know?
Yeah, and that's another reason why they're letting all these migrants is because they want to overwhelm the system so that they could take away all. You know, when you let in 200,000 people a month, and you start giving them welfare and food stamps and stuff, America is not going to be able to support that very long.
Yeah, and
they
also,
can barely support it now. So it's like it's tearing us down so that they can usher in the savior that's not the savior.
Yep, and also what's interesting is I was noticing this. There's a lot of stories coming out, news stories, where the immigrants coming across the border, where they're just walking across. You've seen that. I've shown the footage. Well, they're getting the IVER treatment for the Crown V.
Yeah.
So they're going to be all natural, and of course they're forcing Americans to get the potion. So what'll happen, I'm wondering, is when all these people start dropping like flies. I don't mean to be cynical about it, but it's kind of seems to be what's going to be happening once the season kicks in. Perhaps these will be some of the people that they're going to replace them with, as far as menial jobs or whatever it is. Maybe that's a part of the process as well. I don't know. Maybe that's why they're getting
the governor in New York's already talking about that.
Oh, yeah?
The governor in New York's already talking about using the people coming over there. She said she'll just fill it with the immigrants that come over. So it's, it's a really sick thing to be living
Isn't
through.
it?
But, I went out and got my home protection today. I'm going to protect my family and do what I can and, survive as long as I can. And, when the time comes and I go up to heaven and I face my judgment, I'm ready for it. And I know that, I was born again because my life is a lot different than what it used to be. And, I'm comfortable with whatever happens. Like somebody said earlier, I hopefully it doesn't come to get my head chopped off. And for me, it's like, if that's what it takes, Jesus died on a cross for me. So I'll do anything for him. You know what I mean?
And honestly, there's worse ways to go. If you really have to think of it like that. I mean,
right.
It's like you're only going to feel it for a couple seconds and then it's over. So
right, exactly. And you're not even really going to feel the initial act. You're just going to be feeling the anxiety before it.
Right. Then you'll probably look up for a second and see the guillotine from that angle, and then maybe if you're alive that long, maybe that's what you get to see. I don't know. That's really grim. I ain't worried about it though, man.
I feel like people that have had near-death experiences, I feel like they're more like comfortable in that situation because they know, like, sometimes, like, I've been to hospitals before when I had an injury or something, and they weren't medicating me, and they were like, we have to do something really painful. And when you're in a position like that, you're like, okay, well, whatever, let's just get it over with, because you got to do what you got to do, and I feel like it's the same thing. Like, if that came up, well, it just takes 3 seconds of, this has just got to happen. Let it happen. But like I said, I'm going to fight till the end.
Good. Sounds like it, man. You're another warrior, and I love it. You're there. You get your 5 kids you're taking care of, and you're straight with the Lord. And man, you're in a great spot.
Extremely blessed. Extremely blessed. I want to ask you one more thing before I go.
Sure.
How do you feel? Or one thing, actually, one comment, and then one question. Sure. One, have you ever heard of Yuri Bezmenov? He's he talks about
Russian defector.
Yes,
I actually put that famous clip of his in my movie, The Scariest Movie Ever 2020, because it's so important. And also, when I put it up, that was around the time YouTube was ripping it down. So I don't think YouTube likes that clip up there. But yeah, it's like that 10-minute speech he gave. He's great.
Yeah, he's got an hour and 3-minute one where he goes through the whole system of subversion, and it's exactly what's happening. So I just want to get your take on him. And then another thing is, I've been watching some prophecy things on on YouTube and on other networks. And how do you look at the Roman Catholic Church?
That sounds like I just think that they're all they're all a part of the system, as far as the B system and the Jesuits and all this other stuff. And Rome was kind of what created Christianity, the version we have now, which is what it is, kind of watered down and broken apart, and all these different rules for each denomination. I mean, I think they were a part of that kind of modern day church system, and it's all satanic. But that sounds more like a Jay Dyer type stuff. He gets really deep into that kind of stuff. Like he could probably tell you a lot about all the history of all this. I'm just a guy that knows a little bit about a lot of things.
Yeah. Well, I was watching some. I asked that because I really don't like. I watched like a couple like Jesuit defectors that were like, they're part of like an espionage thing going throughout, and like that's part of the reason that the Sabbath isn't on Saturday and it's on Sunday is because they're like mocking God. But he had said on one video that there's on the hat that the Pope wears, there's a saying on it. and if you add the numbers of the Roman numerals from the saying, because you know how the Roman numerals are like letters, and it's the Roman Catholic Church. I guess on the Pope's hat, the 3 words add up to 666, and I thought that was interesting. So
that is interesting. Thanks for sharing that.
Up there. Yeah, and it was great talking to you. I'll let you get to your other viewers, man. Keep doing what you're doing. Love your work, dude, and God bless you and everything you do. And I will be with you to the end, my man.
Thanks, Jimmy. Hey, man, take care, and I'll see you at the wedding feast. How's that sound?
You know it. Let's do it.
All right. See you later. All right, guys. Thanks again for your patience, everybody. Good talking to Jimmy. I got Short Bus Driver up next.
How's it going?
Hey, good. How you doing?
Pretty good, man. Good to talk to you. Like everybody said, I've been watching, man, from the old days. So I can't believe I got through. I've been desperate. I want to know, do you remember YouTuber from way back, Scrawny to Brawny?
Oh, of course.
So do you know anywhere you can find even clips of his stuff? Because his videos disappeared after I finally got some friends interested. I wanted to show them, to link them to the video, etc., through the phones. And so that's how long it was when texting and links were first available. And his videos were gone. And then a couple years later, I just managed to check, and it happened whatever. He had recently posted an update about being hacked, and his videos got scrubbed by the hacker and all this. So I'm just curious because like the one he did about like Back to the Future and the symbolism.
Yeah, it was really good, wasn't it?
Yes, you can't poo-poo that stuff. They spend millions of dollars and millions of man hours perfecting the camera shots and what's in screen, and it's at very least it warrants investigation, doesn't it?
Oh yeah. His work on that and a lot of his other videos were just fantastic.
They were eye-opening, yes.
Yeah, and he and I used to communicate a lot back in the heyday of the kind of conspiracy theorist, on YouTube thing.
Exactly.
But yeah, he's one of those I always liked.
That's right. So okay. I got a link here. It's a YouTube channel, and it's from back in the day, but it just didn't get a lot of traffic. So far, the rhythm hasn't caught on. You know what I'm saying? It's got low view counts, but it's got a list of videos that you recognize from back then. And I think a big part. So you know how they're removing history all over for a while with statues and all this, and they're changing names, and
it's a part of it.
That's right. It only takes a few years, and the kids that grew up taught by the internet and television, they never see that stuff anymore. It never even occurs to them what the world could be like. I think it's great every so often, just on YouTube, to look at some like an old commercial collection from the 90s or something, or the 80s, and you just see the difference, what the world can be like. It was like, you know what I mean? Some people but I'm afraid to post this link anywhere, like the book or anywhere, because it will attract this flood of traffic. But if I post it in the private chat here on this StreamYard, can you see this private chat?
Yeah.
Here, I got the links on the clipboard here. I'll just paste it. It's just a guy's YouTube channel. And so do you remember, since I know you know this stuff, when YouTube started, they had a short time limit, like 6 minutes or something, right? So everybody, if you wanted to make something long, you had to put it in parts, and it would kind of dissuade some people from checking things out because long videos could be a pain. But Google was competing. Do you remember that when they actually had commercials on TV for Google, and they were showing that's when they started with people singing and dancing, kind of, I don't know, just playing around, but doing videos of themselves.
I don't know. I mean, I started on really uploading on YouTube around 2011, 2012.
Okay, so YouTube was originally competing with Google, and even though YouTube had these annoying rules and shortcomings, Google Video was a much better website. It had no time limit, so full movies were posted, old movies you couldn't find anywhere else, and all the talks from back then, from the early I guess all the way up to fairly recently, but things like the Granada forums and Conspiracy Con, and the authors that would get up there, the real pros that do the real research, and they would sometimes their talks were more informative than the books themselves, like Jim Mars and some of the greats. Do you remember those videos and once Google bought YouTube, they locked their service and just deleted all those videos, so they were gone. Well, this link that I just put in the private chat is to a guy that downloaded and saved all those videos, and he archived it on his channel. But so just look at them and see what you think. Maybe you can.
Let me tell the people. You can find the YouTube channel. I'll spell it out. It's pronounced Oystein Svendsen, but it's OYSTEIN if y'all want to go to that YouTube channel and check it out.
Yeah, look at the archive of the videos, dude. Like you used the Aaron Russo clips in your video. That whole entire unedited interview is there. One of the videos.
That's great. Yeah, that sounds like a fantastic resource.
Exactly. So hell, if you know somebody knows how to download them, they should try. Anyway, it's the same because they're gone. You don't see those conferences anymore. I don't think they can with the the rules and blah blah blah.
They've scrubbed tons for sure.
Yeah.
Yep. I mean, I've got playlists I've had up since 2011, 2012 that I can go in any time and just find new videos removed, and it's all that stuff. It's all the good, Bill Cooper you can still find, but people keep re-uploading him, which is good. But I know what you mean. That's just the time we're in. Exactly. They're resetting everything, even their own history. So that's what it is.
Man, I'm just excited. I'll let you go. There's a lot of people waiting. So, man, if you do this once a week, I got tons. I got a weird situation. I've been chilling. I'm flying solo for a long time, and I'm enjoying it. And I've just well, like I said, from when YouTube started, I'm sure you remember there was a global awakening. It's how Trump got in office in the first place. There was already this, and you could see it online, this global awakening to the cabals and the whole works. And then it kind of spooked me because when Trump actually made it into office, because it sort of leveled off this rising of information. You could see it was almost like a large group of people just could sigh and with relief. Oh, good, somebody in control.
But then that's when the psyops came in, because that's when they gave us the letter after P, which was talking about stuff that we were exposing 8 years before.
Exactly.
So,
that's what I mean. And that's why I think that link, I just was desperate to show you. I didn't want to post it in a comment section somewhere or anywhere else. Just, and seriously, bro, take a look at it and
I will.
Say, because it's the stuff, and I can't find it anywhere else. I've looked long and hard. I even looked at some of the more unfriendly websites and see if somebody had posted even like any of it. Scrawny to Brownie, especially. I love the stuff he did, though. I wanted to ask if you remember to even see it anymore. For a while, you could find little clips of it other people had posted, but it's long gone, I think. But anyways, all right. Good night, and I hope you do it more.
Thanks, man. Nice talking to you.
Good job.
Take care.
You too. Bye.
Bye-bye. I think somebody just got kicked on accident, so sorry about that, because it looked like somebody dropped. Kimmy from ACR is next. Kimmy, are you there? It says Kimmy from ACR Boyle. All right, Kimmy, I may have to come back to you, okay?
Hello, can you hear me?
There you are. Hey, Kimmy.
Hello.
Hi. Hello.
KJ, could you hear me?
Yes.
I can't hear you.
I can hear you. How are you? Can you hear me?
1 second, KJ.
Okay. Guys,
can you hear me?
Yes. And I'm going to say something real quick to the audience that next will be CT, Alexander, and then Ben. All right, Kimmy.
Hello.
Hi. Can you hear me? Kimmy?
Hello. Can you hear me?
Hello, Kimmy.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Can you hear me? Let me type to him.
All right. Now it works, I think.
Okay, can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can only hear you via stream, but not in Streamlab.
Oh, well, that's okay, I guess, because we can hear you on our end. So if you want to just, start talking, and at least you can hear me a little bit in the background. That'd be fine. Kimmy?
All right, let's do that.
Okay, go ahead. Sounds like we have a delay.
So there is a delay. Okay, so I understand. I'm from Switzerland. This is the heart of all evil. And
I'll just let you know, Kimmy, we all hear you loud and clear. And after I finish this,
so
I'm going to stop talking.
Part
Go
of
ahead.
the ACR crew, the boiler room, and you have to been in this show already, and it's very difficult right now to speak with this delay, like I'm hearing you and hearing myself, but I put down my headphones right now and I wait till the delay gets better. So my way started with listening to this show and you back in the day, so a long time ago. I don't know, it was 2011 or something like that, or 2012. And I first I had a long can say way with the New Age movement.
Yep, we hear you. You're doing great, Kimmy. So you mentioned you'd had a long time in the New Age.
And with the New Age came like very weird stuff with the occult, and so I used to like watch all the horrific things in television, and I watched how can I say it? I watched all the the alien things, and I thought, the alien way is the thing to go, and I tried to do that, but it didn't work out for me. So I had a lot.
You're doing good. We're still listening.
It's too confusing.
Is it?
So, short part is 2011 or 2012 or something like that. I joined also your channel and like Jay Dyer's channel, and it was just a great way to introduce myself into like back from like series like Coast to Coast I Am, and also all this genres to Christianity and to Jesus. And it's so I'm a bit like this saddens me that right now that I like we can't really talk because of the delay, but I had a dream, and in this dream, before that dream, I had a lot to do with aliens, and then there was this guy who is for the Stephen Greer, and he talks about how to talk to aliens, how to speak with those up there in the air, and try to invite them into your life. And so that's what I did. I tried to talk with them, and they came and answered me when I tried to talk to them, because for me God wasn't real, and that was no way to get out of this craziness of this world. So I they visited me, you know, like everything appeared, like from shadow people to grace, you know, like the large ones and the small ones at my bed, and they try to I don't know, scare me, and all crazy things you could think of, you know. And then sleep paralysis happens, like many of you speak about all the sleep paralysis things. And that's a really common thing, basically, and I didn't knew that back in the day. And so one day came, like in 2014, I had a long dream, and that I dreamed about a town, you know, like a large city. I grew up in northern Switzerland. It's called this town called Basel, and this is where the International Bank of Settlement is at. And I had no idea back in the day, but I grew up there, and I had this dream about this one tower. We have different towers, watchtowers in the city still since back, I don't know, like the mid ages. And I had this dream that I was on this tower, and you know, the wall was intact again, and people were in there, were kind of safe and happy, and everything, you know, was like golden and silver, and we had water springing out and so on. But besides the wall, everything was like in war and destroyed and so on. And I was on the top of the tower, and I watched down, and above me was the Archangel Michael, and above Michael was Christ, you know. And in one hand I had a sword, and in the one hand I had a book, you know. So and the Lord said basically to me that I have to gather people or defend people from the upcoming revelation, you know, like, so many people will go up, some people will go, I don't know, will stay, you know. There's a huge debate always, but for me, I always knew that I'm going to be here and defend people. So that's what he wanted to tell me, and from that day on, it was just amazing and beautiful. And after I had this dream, I woke up, and when I woke up, I encountered a dark spirit. You all know who that spirit is, and he was I was paralyzed in my bed, and my eyes were really opened, and I had, you know, I hold it on my bed, you know, like I couldn't move, I was fully aware of everything, and I just couldn't move, you know. It was different than the other sleep paralysis I had before. And back then I waited and waited, and then came this large shadow crawling on me, on top of me, really large red eyes, and he choked me. He sitted on me, choked me, and then he went on the side with me. He watched me in my face and lies on the side of myself, on the left side, and choke me. And then I knew who it was. It was the old Lucifer, and he talked and said to me in Aramaic, and somehow I did understand. He said, I'm going to make your life horror. I'm going to devastate your life and destroy your life as much as I can. And what I
oh, hey, Kimmy,
I answered them with, Jesus help me, and he was gone in 1 second. So from that day on, I turned my life completely to God and to Christ, and he turned on my life for really in a good in a good way, and turned everything that is bad into good. And he saved me. He saved my health. I got other people into believing Christ, and I joined the resistance basically. I got part into ACR. You have been a guest there, and I got to know Jay Dyer and Dana Ashley and everyone else, and so now I'm like, how long is this now?
You're doing great. Can you hear me okay?
Hey
Kimmy, can you hear me?
I'm trying to turn on the sound right now. Maybe I can hear you right now, but
okay, cool, because I just wanted to say
give me 30 seconds or a minute or something.
That's okay.
Hold on.
Yeah. Thanks, folks, for hanging on out there with us. It's a live show, and you're talking to people from all over the place, so you never know, and sometimes technical things happen.
It's okay.
Yep. Can you hear me, Kimmy?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. I can hear you, but I don't think you can hear me. Let me check the comments.
I'm waiting for you that you give me a question, so I respond after I hear myself.
No, that's okay. I was just going to kind of respond to a few things here, but can the folks in chat, can you guys hear me okay? I just want to make sure you can hear me all right there. Let me see. Okay. Yeah, we can hear them. They can hear me. You just can't hear me. That's all it is, Kimmy. I don't think you can hear me. So, yeah, that's what it is.
I hear you through the stream, but
you can? Okay, cool. Well, then let me just say a few things. So, because you gave us a lot, and thank you. Everything you gave us was gold. Thank you for being here. It's a special treat to speak to anybody that's so far away like that. So thank you for connecting with us. I really appreciate that. Yeah, Stephen Greer is a real little monster in that UFO community, and he's definitely being used by the system. And that's evident with him, again, trying to explain to people how you can communicate with these things and invite them in. It's one of the worst things ever. And you suffered the dark consequences of that. So again, I appreciate you sharing that story. That's important information to hear. And then how you came to find Christ and all the rest, man. Just thank you for sharing that. And I do remember the boiler room, man. Yeah, those are the old days. Truth Stream Media used to be on there a lot, but that they kind of dropped off the earth. Do you know what they've been up to? And I'll stop right there.
They're still releasing videos through Stream Media. I saw them. They have some good information. And I'm not listening to them, and they have not been on like guests on ACR. Also, Jay Dyer is no more at ACR. He's like currently at the HA show. I try to speak with him, and I try to speak with you about prophecy. Also, I'm really good friends with Dana Ashley, and actually I wanted to have once a show about prophecy, because Dana made a really good video in last September, and I wanted to connect with you. And once we also spoke on Discord or wrote to on Discord, and I want to, I wanted to dig down, on the topic of people not getting raptured, that are staying here, because there are people that are not in Christ yet, and they need to have defensive and leadership. And we just wanted to talk about prophecy and the upcoming tribulations. And I wanted to say to people here in your chat and everywhere that listen to us right now, that there is also hope. There is also the watchers on the wall that will defend you guys and will keep you safe. Even if the tribulation will start, there will be safe havens and safe places, refugees for what I can say and what the Lord showed me. And you will not starve there or be poor or anything. It will be a place of manna and of silver and gold, apparently, if I'm right. But the delay is still really annoying, but
I know. It's okay.
I want
I love it though, talking to you.
that you reply on what I said just now. And I shut up now.
No, that was really it. It's just I appreciate that perspective, and that's good to hear. I believe there's scripture that talks about a remnant. I don't know if that's separate from, maybe as you're saying, maybe that's the remnant that's left behind to kind of help guide people or help protect them as well, and be leaders. Because the people that become on fire for the Lord, like after, like during the 7 years, they're going to be the most on fire Christians you've ever seen in your life. You know what I mean? I think so. And I'll stop on that.
What the Lord showed me is that I have to stay here to defend these people. And I wish that I find other people, near me, also in the USA, and I'm so glad for you guys in the USA that you are so far ahead of everything. I always looked to you, and, Europeans, mostly they look in a bad way to the USA. But for me, I totally see it differently. You guys have been always, ahead of time in the way you treated yourself, and kept faith, no matter what. And I came a lot of time. I came into Discord with issues in your Discord, and I prayed and I begged for help. And so many of you guys, who's listening right now and having issues, I thank you from the bottom of my heart, and also thank you, KJ, for all the prayers, and the help. And it's just incredible, like we are not weak, you're amazing all, and you're all a blessing. And I want you to know that the Lord loves you all, and will keep you all safe in his way, either if you stay here or if you go along. You're doing amazing, so thank you very much. And I have huge respect for you all, and for what you're doing. And keep strong. And I wanted to also say, KJ, thank you very much. I'm listening before, when you have been abroad the country, you know, when you have been in Costa Rica, I think, and you had the motorcycle accident. I remember the old cat, and also I want to say Jeff C, if you are out there, I still hear your voice from last year, from the last session you had with KJ. Please protect us, man. We need it right now. And KJ, I hope you give me some questions as well, and I will shut up right now, and maybe we have some little chit chat. You know, I don't know.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what, man. First off, again, I'm loving talking to you, man, and I just love the spirit I'm feeling coming across from you. You know, you're a good soul. I can feel that. So thank you for that. And gosh, I'm not even sure where to, you know, what to tackle on that. The delay does kind of suck. You know, I wish we could just have an open dialogue. You and I could talk for a very long time, though. I can tell that. And I've got a couple more people to go, so I do need to probably move on, Kimmy. Unfortunately, I have to monitor myself on these. I can go real long sometimes. I think it was an almost 8-hour show one time, and we're at about 4 hours now, so I'm doing pretty good. But I probably have to move on in a second, but we'll try and stay in touch off of this. And I'm friends with Dana Ashley too. I haven't talked to her in a while, but I've had her on some shows in the past and everything. But thank you for joining us, man. And I really appreciate your message. And I'll wait for your response.
Oh, so thank you very much. It's a blessing from God that he put me through, and that I can speak and talk about this. And it's also your work, you know, that this happened. You know, you made me also go the way to God. And it's unfortunate that we can't speak directly, but this is how it goes right now. And there is another time, and hopefully we stay in contact or do a show together or something like that. You know, like hopefully I can give people motivation. Also, I want to say I have a land here in Switzerland, and if you are in Europe or somewhere, you know, one day maybe we meet and we share bread with each other and we fight evil, you know. And God bless you, KJ. I understand, and let's talk another time. God bless you all. Thank you very much. Thank you, KJ. God bless you.
Hey, thank you, Kimmy. And we'll definitely have to look into taking you up on that offer someday. That'd be incredible. But thanks again, man. And you take care and have a good night. All right. I've got CT coming up next. Thanks for your patience, folks, in the waiting room there. CT, how you doing?
I'm good, bro. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Let me see if I can bring this up a little. There you go.
Okay. Can you hear me? I'm sorry. My baby's sleeping in the other room, and my
that's
voice
okay.
carries, so I gotta speak.
No problem. You're doing good.
What's going on, bro? I talked to you a couple of months ago. I don't know if you remember, but we chatted for a little bit a couple of months ago.
Were you outside on your phone?
Yeah, I was at work. Yeah.
Yeah. How you doing?
I'm good, bro. I'm good, man. I'm staying safe, staying out the way.
Good.
How you been doing?
Just, you know, trying to stay on top of it. You know, it's just a crazy life I lead because this is all I focus on. So it gets a little crazy.
Yeah.
But I'm hanging in there.
I feel it. I'm not gonna lie. I had to get away for a little while because it was starting to be a lot. Not a lot, but you know, it was consuming my mind tough.
Oh yeah, I know what you mean. Especially with the little one, you've got other things to focus on. You know.
Yeah, it was working a little one. But you know, I got on the manosphere. I don't know if you know what that is, but the red pill, women, all this.
Oh yeah, the MGTOW stuff.
Yeah. I got on that tough, and it was just to keep my mind off. But you know, it's nothing serious. It's the Lord wants me back on this work about what's going on right now, and I'm back focused on that. And I thank you for your uncensored shows, bro. Like I love them. Like,
oh, thanks. I love doing them. I'm glad that, man. I'm just glad we have a way to do it, honestly. And I love that information too. I cherish it because I know how much they hate it.
it's a blessing you found a spot to do it, because I know YouTube wasn't having it. So whenever you
Nope.
moved over to your other spots, I'm not gonna say anything, but whenever you moved over to your other websites, I'm like, cool, bro. Like we were able to, look at what's really going on around the world and really see it for what it
Yep.
is.
And Unshackled. Even there, I can. Man, I love the other sites for that. I can show footage of anything I want to show and not worry about anything. But anyway, we get that. That's YouTube.
Exactly. But nah, I just wanted to touch on something. So I work at like a little small company, and half of the people I work with, got the JAB, and the other
Mm-hmm.
half we haven't. And you can just tell, like, just I guess regular people, just how they consume their time with what's going on. Like, I don't know if you know about that missing case, about that girl that went missing.
Yeah, there's some really wild stuff about
Yeah, right.
Petito. Mm-hmm.
So it's crazy, but I'm like, that's really consuming people's time. Like, they're so focused on that alone,
On
they're not even
purpose, right?
seeing what's going on around the world about, the C-19 and all this. It's crazy.
That's why they're pushing it. They're that, and they've done this before, and I've seen other people make arguments about it, but it's true. Anytime like an attractive, blonde, blue-eyed girl, and I'm not trying to make a big racial thing out of this, but
Yeah, of
we
course,
we know they do that, and they'll push it on the news for like a month, man. Like John Benet Ramsey, it's like it's all you're going to hear about. So
it's all
now,
you're gonna hear about.
the weird thing on this, you may have missed in the beginning, but I was talking about all the symbolism of the wave coming, and then on the nuke on the money, showing a nuke near New York and the wave. And so you may have missed this, but Gabby Potito, her family just came out of the news. They all got matching tattoos and sayings, and of hers apparently, and the tattoo is a huge tidal wave, and it says "Let it be."
Of course it is, bro.
Right?
Of course it is.
Of course it is. So that makes me think of the sigil magic side, and she has a connection to Shandy Shook. So that makes me think maybe some witchcraft in
Yeah,
the family.
that's another thing. It's the ties, man, that always gets me, and it's crazy, man. I heard something about a year ago where this guy was preaching, saying, the Lord allows you to see, as much as you can handle, and He'll show you more when you're ready. And it feels like since that year, I mean, I've been awake for about 13, 14 years, but since this past year, He's just been revealing more and more stuff to me, and the ties to it. It's like I see the code in the Matrix,
I do, because I think it really is like that. It's like the Matrix. The people who are plugged in, the characters, they're all the people without the Holy Spirit, basically.
Exactly.
And right.
But I like messing with people at my job. Not messing with them as far as making fun of them, but just throwing little jabs at them. No puns intended, but throwing little jabs at them. Like, yeah, did you hear about Australia? What they're doing? And they're like, nah, what's going on? And I'll tell them, and they'll be like, man, that's really going on out there. And I'm like, yeah, you didn't see it on Fox News? And they're like, no. And I'm like, yeah, because they're not showing it. Like, they're showing you this news story about this missing girl for the past month. They're not showing you what's really going on. So your uncensored videos be like, get me a way to sprinkle in truth on people without me overwhelming it with it, and for them to catch wind of it.
Yes, thank you. And that's what it's used for. It's perfect. All you got to do sometimes is show some people the right clip to get them thinking. The tough part is, though, that and still there's still people to be saved. But man, so many people fell for it. And again, I'm waiting to see. You may have seen one of those clips I showed where the doctor talking about the study they did on the animals with this stuff and how they all had like a certain lifespan. And
the mice.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah,
you remember that.
Yeah, man.
So going by that, we may have within the next couple of years, man, I mean, some really crazy things happening. So, but even if it does, it all lines up with the times we're in. You see, I mean, it makes sense, doesn't it? The eugenics of it.
It does.
The mass death.
I was with the last two people, not the last two recent, but it was two before the ones that were just talking. The guy from Dallas that was telling us his testimony.
Yeah.
And the one right after him. They were like, man, it is what it is. What happens, what's supposed to happen is going to happen. Like, I'm not going to stress about it. I'm not going to cry about it. When it's my time, it's my time. It's no need to worry about what's going on in the world. Like, of course, get up and fight when it comes your way, which is, what I'm preparing for in the gym, getting myself ready. But when it's time, it's time. I'm not fighting it. I'm not scared.
Yep, that's the best attitude.
Like everybody in the community.
just live. Yeah, we got to live our lives, day by day. And, we're still doing it. It's the same thing. And I tell myself that all the time. But I'm not one to ever, again, I've been doing it. I'm who I am. So I've been prepared for this. The Lord tasked me with it so I can handle it. I've got the thick skin for it. But, it's also my thoughts race, and I wonder what it's going to look like, the event. And I wonder about rapture, and I wonder about it all. I wonder about the 1,000-year reign. And, we get lost in it, but at the same time, we take our breaks. This is why I don't churn videos out every day. I take my time and I get out in nature, go out with friends, family, the rest. Just like anybody else, I live a normal life. You have to.
Yeah, you definitely got to clear your mind, KJ. You be putting in work, bro. Like you definitely need to get your mind elsewhere some days, man.
Thank you. I do. Thank you. It's important.
You and Davis and Noah have been putting in work, man. The past couple of months. I mean, I've been putting out footage after footage, and I'm just soaking it up, absorbing it all, man.
Great. I'm glad he's still doing it too, because I left YouTube, of course, for so long, but I know he's still doing it. I think Unplug him's still at it. I just don't watch YouTube as much. I'm really watching a lot of BitChute, and that's a channel that there's a lot of great information over there on that website. Again, though, we already know the toxic community. That's a big issue there, but the information's fantastic. Rumble's really coming up. Brighteon's there. It's still far behind, I think. It's just people aren't going there. But at least there's other options. Odyssey's, I think, really fantastic. I love that we could sync our YouTube channel over there. That was incredible.
Man, I love it. I just wish I could push out more truth to people without them, discrediting it or being turned away from it. So like I said, I just sprinkle a little icing on the cake, just a little bit, just to plant the seeds in their head,
Good. You're doing it right.
I'm trying, bro. I'm trying. My ex, she's on the same page as me. She's not like deep in the know of what's going on in this world, but she knows like, the C19 is not right. She can feel it. So
Good.
I'm trying to sprinkle her little by little by just telling her little events going on around the world for her to like kind of wake up to it,
Great. It sounds like you're doing good work, man.
I'm trying, KJ, bro.
Well, what else on your mind? Anything else going on?
That's about it, man. I logged on here earlier. It booted me off about a couple of hours ago, so I'm just grateful I was able to come on, and really didn't think I'd be speaking to you today, so it worked out.
Good. Thank you. I'm sorry you got booted. It happens on this thing sometimes, but man, it's a pleasure always, CT, and God bless you and your family, man, and take care, okay?
Likewise, man. Take care, KJ.
Okay.
God bless, bro.
Good night. All right, guys. It's always good talking to CT. I got Alex and Ben coming up, and we'll do Alexander Gunn. How you doing?
Hello, how's it going, man?
Hey, it's good. What's up, Alexander?
I'm doing just fine. Another beautiful day,
Yep, that's the attitude. It actually has been, man. Where I live, we're in fall now, which I'm loving. I mean, I got the back door open. I got windows open. Sleeping this way every night. I just love it. We just came out of a brutal summer, so I'm with it.
Oh, yeah.
I know you're boring. Let's talk about the weather.
Of course.
Go ahead.
I got kind of a paranormal kind of story for you here and change things up a little bit.
Cool. You got the floor, man. I'll be quiet here and let's hear what you got.
Well, about around 2009, 2010, me and my buddy we decided to go hit the road and travel and play music and stuff. So we went around different places. We ended up in a little town in Minnesota, and we ended up in this place. It was a 100-something-year-old Mennonite church, and this place was scary, man. It was the most haunted place probably I ever been to, and excuse me, and so there's many things I could say about it, but some of the things that ring a bell in my mind is we were sitting there one day, and the dude who booked shows for us up there in Minnesota would come by and see us. We were staying at this church for like a month or so, and he would come by and say what's up, So one day we're sitting there, we hear him pull up in the drive outside the place. We hear him get out of his truck, shut the door, walk up to the door, open the door, walk up this hallway next to where the pulpit is, where it would sit. And we heard the door shut, walk up steps all the way up to the door that opens to the church area where everyone sits, and nothing. The door didn't open there. And about 5 minutes later, we hear the noises again. Car pulls up, door shuts, step, door opens, door shuts, and here he is. So, and we're like, dude, we just heard you walk up the doors like 5 minutes ago, man.
That is weird.
Yeah.
What do you attribute? Go ahead.
No, you can go ahead and ask.
I was just going to say, what do you attribute that to? What do you think?
Well, I don't believe it's dead humans, you know. I think they are demonic spirits. I don't think that somebody's dead grandma or grandpa is trying to scare the crap out of people, you know?
Yeah, because there's a lot of those sightings where it seems like the thing's in a loop. And I see it all the time because I look at all this footage and I watch TV shows that, you know, paranormal caught on camera and stuff like that. Their logo's, of course, a pyramid and a hexagon of Saturn, these people. But that's because they always keep it in their own perspective, of course, not getting into Jesus or anything like that or spiritual warfare. But yeah, man, I've seen so many examples of that kind of footage of these things trapped in a loop. It looks like they're just continually doing the same thing. And I sometimes wonder, what if, you know, beyond the ghost thing, because we know that it's a goofy narrative, but, you know, what if that's a part of somebody's hell you're seeing? I don't know. What if hell can be many things? I'm not sure, you know, but that'd be weird. I don't know.
I don't know either, man.
That would suck.
I don't know either.
But anyway, thanks for sharing that with us. That's interesting.
Oh, of course. Yeah. There's more things that happens. We got some kind of recording. We at some point went down to the basement where we had to go to make coffee and cook food and stuff, which was the scariest place of this church. Down in the basement, they had a sheet covering the steps, so you couldn't see down there. But every time you walked past that threshold, which was the way to get into this church that we went, we ran past that thing, you know. It was scary just even walking past a sheet over a stairwell.
Yeah.
So, but we had to go down there every now and then, and we found an old record player in the basement, and it had a record on it, which was some old church, you know, choir singing songs. And we decided to use that to record because we were recording in the church as well. We got a couple of things out of it, but we decided to play the record and let it go, and we're messing with the reverb a little bit. The thing, as it went on, it was, I don't know how to explain it. It was terrifying, man. I got it on recording. It was like the most horrible scream at the end of this thing that happened, and it did not sound of this world, you know?
Yeah, it sounds like you captured one of them.
Yeah, I did. At least I think so, you know? So I unplugged the machines as it started screaming at some point. I unplugged the machines, and the sound still emanated from the speakers after it was all unplugged.
Wow. You don't listen to that very often, do you?
No, I came across it the other day. And I listened to it again, and it gave me chills, man.
I was going to say, yeah, that's some freaky stuff. It'd be hard to listen to it, you know, over and over, you know?
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Any other experiences like that?
Yes, plenty. I mean, we saw shadows and things going across the wall. There's at one point, I don't know, it felt like a thing was trying to smack me in my face, you know? It was weird.
Wow.
We put up my old cell phone on a table, and we were pacing around the church up there on the steeple, I guess. And my buddy turned on the recording to the phone. He's like, I'm gonna videotape this, you know, see what happens. And we're sitting there, and the phone flipped off the table at some point and rolled across the floor and hit him in his foot.
Wow, I'm almost not surprised that there's a lot of negative dark energy in one of those types of churches too, because there's a lot of hidden abuse in some of those types of communities too. I mean, a lot of those things they got right, I think. The farming and everything else, and all natural. Yeah. I love all that, but you know, I've seen documentaries on these and real life accounts from people who lived it, And yeah, there's a lot of strange abuse in some of those places, man. It gets weird. So, not all of them. You can't judge them all. I'm sure it's a case by case, but they are totally isolated, of course, from society. And yeah, who knows, man? You might have been one of those churches where there was just like a bad spirit in there, man. Because those bad spirits love taking over churches and buildings and having congregations. So,
yeah. Oh yeah. True.
So yeah, but now that's interesting.
I also don't think that they're contained by these buildings either. I think the whole earth is haunted, man. It's everywhere.
Oh, yeah.
It's not just a certain spot.
I agree. I definitely, I believe there's things they can be attracted to. Either we call them portals, but things you can do to bring them into your life. There's cursed objects, definitely. There's things like that. But I feel you, man. They're everywhere. I mean, it's part of the UFO stuff I do on my show. I mean, most of those things I believe are interdimensionals. They're just showing up the different forms they can take, and they can do anything. And just like they can do anything, come into your bedroom and be a hat man, or be a black kitty cat, or be a little dark poof of smoke. That's actually one of those things that's included in my prayers sometimes at night. Is I'm grateful that I don't get to see that stuff. I don't want to see it. I don't want to be around it. I know it exists. I know what it is, and I don't want experiences with it.
Yeah, I hear you.
But anyway, man, go ahead.
I mean, that was pretty much it, man. I know it's a long show.
Yeah, it's been a marathon. We're doing good, but man, thank you very much for having your patience and sharing your stories, Alexander. I appreciate you.
Of course, I've listened to you a long time, man. I really like your show.
Thank you so much, and take care out there, man. We'll talk to you another time, okay?
You too. Thank you, sir.
Okay, see you later. All right, man. I have got Ben coming up next. Ben, thanks for your patience. You've been there for a while.
Oh yeah, you're good. Thanks, KJ. Man, this is surreal for me.
Cool. Welcome.
Yeah, thank you. I've listened to your show, on and off. Like I should be a little more loyal. Mostly when you're on YouTube.
That's okay.
And in the past few years, and I can't tell you how many times I've thought about you should be on the show one of these days. Like I'm just driving and they feel like the day. It's really
I'm glad you did.
Yeah, man. I hear more stuff that resonates with me, on your show and from fellow believers, and it's very encouraging. It's very it's nice to know this that network exists. It's nice to know.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm grateful for it too. I'm grateful for all of you guys, man. And we're all together with this, and it reinforces, that we realize that what's going on. It reinforces the season we're in. It reinforces why we feel we're not a part of this world that's emerging around us.
Oh yeah, exactly, man. In it but not of it. And I've always been like a Christian my whole life. I've always been. I never had any rebellion
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, I mean, I was always kind of I was just pretty unplugged and pretty I'd say normie-esque, most of my life until basically until I guess around somebody earlier speaker said something that really hit the nail on the head, right around 2015, 16, there was something in the air, there was sort of that, I guess obviously the elections and stuff and all the theatrics and what was happening and the what do you call it, the blank leaks, the emails coming out and stuff. And anyway, so that was when I started tugging at the the thread and the tapestry. And anyway, that was for me. Somebody said something I've always believed in God and stuff, but I wasn't compelled, or I was just kind of meh, whatever, And when I started looking into this stuff and reading about all the stuff, first it was just super entertaining. I'm like, this is actually real. It's fun. It's cute to hear about. Oh yeah, maybe the blah blah. But it's not actually real. It's no, this is actually real. Oh my god, it's great. And seeing it happen in real time, and the whole era was very exciting. There was that meme, what do they say, the great meme war that was happening, and I just remember being I was so profoundly entertained in the beginking, and then. Then I kept reading into it. I'm not going to say anything in particular, but reading into it, and I see some, how deep it goes, and obviously, that's kind of the thing that scared me to taking Christianity seriously again, and it's kind of I looked into it enough, and I remember I never seen the movie Eyes Wide Shut, and I was watching it like at a friend's house, and the part where they go in that room, and they're all like surrounded. You see that movie?
Oh, of course, yeah. I mean that's a big one in our community, isn't it? It's huge.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I mean this is a few years ago. I remember seeing it. I was like, this is actually real. And I was like, at that point, I kind of like, I remember around that time, it became like, Ben, this is actually really scary.
Yeah, truth in plain sight for sure.
Yeah, and just reading up, I'm like, and then eventually, like you see it, like you see it everywhere, and then it all makes sense, and then it almost is like on a different wavelength. Like, I tell people I've broken through, and there's no going back, and I'm like, well, sometimes I kind of feel like it's just so crazy. The world's such a surreal place. It's so crazy that this is.
Well, even the way you're putting it and the way you're explaining it, I wanted to say, I mean, I felt the same way whenever I first woke up. I was in Los Angeles, and just before I made the first scariest movie ever made, and because I thought I was a Christian, I was raised in church, and thought I was doing things
You're from
right.
Oklahoma, right?
Yeah, I'm from Oklahoma.
Right? I'm from Edmond.
Oh, no way, man. That's great. That's great. I'm in Norman right now. So,
oh, nice.
Yeah, man, that's fantastic. Yeah, I love it. It's a good state, man, to be in, especially now with everything happening on the coast.
Yeah, I tell you, I've never been so like happy and like grateful to live in flyover USA.
Right? I'm serious. Yeah, I'm totally with that.
People talk about anyways, my girlfriend, she's international, and she'll talk about oh, I want to live in New York, I want to live in LA. My baby, you don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, these aren't the times for that.
Oh gosh, yeah. She's like, anyway, it's different, but yeah, definitely normie-esque, and of the la 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 la. I don't want to hear it variety, and anyway, but
that's a lot of that's a lot of religious minded. My family's that way, they're same thing. It's like it's just.
It's too intense. It's like it's the scariest movie ever.
Yeah, it really is.
I tell people it's like we're literally living in the plot of a sci-fi horror movie.
Oh, it totally is. And then they make sci-fi horror movies to show us exactly what they're doing.
Show you what they're doing.
it's like
it's
system.
Like it would be the most intense epic saga movie. It is it's just so when you think about it, when you really think about it, it's just so weird. It is
weird.
Happening.
It is weird. And hey, man, trust me. Even though I've been in it so long doing this, I mean, there's still times I pinch myself. I mentioned earlier, I've been really tripping on how much stuff's coming in. I really think we're on the doorstep just before the Antichrist, and it's Obama, I believe, and even Nancy Pelosi.
You don't think maybe it's EM?
EM?
Yeah.
Oh, Macron? No.
I'm talking about the guy who's into rockets and.
That guy, Elon Musk. No, because remember also there's going to be many antichrists, right? So there's only one son of perdition. So I think there are many kind of antichrists out there. Bill Gates himself's kind of an antichrist. Little Fartsy's kind of an antichrist. I mean, but then there have been bigger examples like Nero and Hitler and all this. But no, I'm talking. I really, this is just me, and no one has to believe. It's whatever. We all have our beliefs, but I really think that Obama's he'll be the one that steps out. Pelosi earlier today, or it was yesterday in the news conference, she said something to the effect of, we really need to make sure that we continue for Obama's Build Back Better program, right? And people are like, what? Well, because that's who's running it, man. I mean, Biden is he's just not even there. He's probably not even human. I don't even know what's going on with him, man, but it's just we know it's not a thing. He's not real.
Yeah.
So
all the stuff, it's funny because I tuned out, man. That's what I really like about you, dude. You're. So in the beginning, 6 years ago, whenever I started tuning into this kind of stuff, I listened to a whole bunch of everybody, and most people if you go hard on the technical stuff, the daily details and the whatever. I mean, if you go hard on the chasing the trail, I feel like inevitably they always end up doing something to either shoot themselves in the foot or they do something where they kind of sabotage themselves for no reason, and they do infighting with each other. I'm like, something has to happen at some point where they get too organized or something, and. Yeah, I like how you always kind of flew below the radar because you go after the stuff that really matters, the spiritual, the thing that actually is, but you all the daily whatever, you kind of let it just you stick to it's good, the actual spiritual,
thanks.
The true deep underlying. I think that's how you're dude, you're such an honest thinker,
Thanks, man. I appreciate that. I always feel so guilty that I'm not over here pumping stuff out, but I've been that way for years, and it was pretty weird. I'll give you this one was crazy. I wish I could find it. It's in here somewhere, but I was freaking so much a while back. This is a few months ago. It'd been over 2 weeks since I'd made a video, and I really never liked going that long. And I was just spazzing about it, man. I was really bugged out because it was taking me forever. And I went and got Chinese food from this local place, just like a single plate of something, and they give you a fortune cookie. And I wish I had it on me. It's in my house somewhere, but the fortune cookie read something to the effect of, never worry about how long it takes you to do something. They're only concerned about how good it's going to be when you're finished. It gave me a chill. It was like,
and those synchronicities, dude. Like,
it's him talking to us, you know?
It has to be. Like, you know, so this is my coolest, I wouldn't call it a paranormal experience, but like, you know, I'm pretty like, I shoot everything down. I'm very like, you know, critical. I mean, I ironically, I believe in all this like stuff too, you know, like, I mean, I think that's more real than anything, because if you really, you know, the people who really knew, like, you know, the all like the Greeks, and like, I feel like they're always like into like the spiritual realm. Like, if you're very materialistic minded, it's like, I don't know. I feel like those people, like, they're missing something. Anyway, that's a different topic. What was I saying?
That's okay. And they are. And this whole culture is forcing people to be more materialistic. You already know that.
Oh yeah. That's what I think. Like, merging with machine and transhumanism, it's designed to ensnare. Because you look at 100 years ago, people were so much more human, you know, energy, and like, you know, it's been kind of zapped out of us. And especially now, with everything so sterile, everybody wears a face mask. It's just like, it's designed to be. Anyway, you know all that.
Yeah, I'm with you. It's madness. I had the misfortune of finding a video this morning of them doing a PCR test on an infant, and I mean an infant. I mean, like, this baby must have just got born. Yeah, that was one of the most painful things I've seen in a long time. So this is torture. It's absolutely
all that kind of
ridiculous.
stuff's gonna get way more ugly too. You know, they're gonna mainstream a lot of stuff that. Anyway, whatever. Yeah, I think about that all the time. It's like the only thing I think about, frankly. I mean, I try to focus on other things, but it's like when you know that you know that you know, like when you know that you know this, and it's like, I can't, you know, I don't know. It's like it is like a different wavelength. But anyway, what I wanted to tell you. So my only paranormal like thing, it's not amazing, but like I was seeing a buddy whose dad. I'm gonna make it really quick. It's like, yeah.
You're all right. You're doing good.
I was seeing a friend of mine's dad. His dad's like a whole different level. It's like his life could be like a movie, but he's a little bipolar, you know, or, you know, so they say, right?
Yeah.
I think he's also really smart and onto stuff, and that's how it works, you know. And
those are some of the most interesting people.
Him and I had a very like, you know, like esoteric conversation. Anyway, and as soon as I was leaving his house, my car alarm started going off. And my car, I've never heard my car. I drive a little Prius. Like, I've never heard my car alarm go off ever before. It's never done that. It just went off by itself. I thought that was odd, especially given the conversation I just had. Anyway, then I go home, and like, it was like 2 or 3 days later, my like house alarm goes off all by itself, completely weirdly, only very briefly for like 10 seconds. And I was alone. I remember like, okay, that actually is weird. I was like, that was at a time where I was really thinking about this kind of stuff, and I was really like, is this really? I was like, can I really believe it? And anyway, but I remember after that alarm went off, I remember thinking, okay, Ben, if I hear another random alarm, not like a honking alarm, like a house alarm or something, if I hear another one go off randomly, unsolicited, for no reason, when I'm like in immediate proximity to it, you know, today, that actually is weird. I was like, nah, that I can't rule out, and it happened like later that day at a buddy's house. It just randomly happened. And like, I remember I was waiting for it too, and it did. I'm like, oh, at first it was like, I was like, oh my God, I was waiting. I knew that it was surreal, man. And
yeah, that's great.
That was like it's like, dude, that has to be something, you know, whatever you want to call it, you know. And
no, I feel you. He talks to us in all kinds of ways like this, and it's, I know it's hard to grasp, you know, for a lot of people, again, just the times we're in, but it should becoming so much more obvious, because this evil isn't ending, right? There's no going back to any kind of normal. And,
that's the thing. It's like I go back to thinking, like, you know, watching old movies, like people like just on a plane talking to each other, just there's this human energy. I'm like, dude, that's all being like suffocated, and like, it's been so long since we've had that vibe. It's like people wouldn't even return to it if they could. You know, it would just be awkward. You know, it's like they've like. Yeah, I mean, it's
I even think about this, that okay, so for years, one of the things I love watching and listening to, and I've even read about them, are near-death experiences. I'm a big fan of all those, and sure, you could say some might be whack here and there, but I mean, there's so many that connect and are real, I believe. And one of the most common things they all have in common, the most common things they say, is that the very first thing they feel when they get there is they forget about this place. They don't even want to come back. They don't want to ever come back here again. So my attitude is that I don't think about all the nice things this satanic system has to offer. I've experienced a lot of really cool things here. I mean, outside of even YouTube stuff, I've had a cool life. I think I got to do a lot of really wild stuff, but
yeah, it sounds like it.
Thanks, man. But even beyond that, it's like what's waiting for us is so far beyond this. And then imagine 1,000-year reign of Christ on the earth, the new earth, what that's going to be like, and the joys we'll have, and beyond anything this world could offer. So we've got amazing things awaiting us, man. Amazing things as we watch this world fall apart by design, by Satan's design, I believe, and he's doing it right now. We let go. We let go. We don't worry and hold on to this world. We love the people we love. We continue on our life day by day the best we can. As we wait, we can't just give up and freak out. I've seen people in my videos in the comment section say stuff like, fine then, KJ, I'm just going to give up on everything. And it's like, that's not the attitude. And I wish I was better versed at scripture, but I'm sure there's scripture that tells people not to have that attitude in these days.
Oh, yeah.
We still stand here, right? We're the light in this world for now.
Yeah, someone was talking about kids like earlier on a few hours ago. Some woman, I think it was like one of the first earlier people you interviewed, talking about kids, and I was like, man, I can imagine having, because I don't have kids, and like that definitely changes my position on a lot of stuff, and I'm not treating my body as healthily as I probably would be normally, because what's the point?
See, that's I know, I feel you, man. I've actually done kind of the reverse, which is so strange. I feel I'm taking better care of myself this last 2 years than I have in a long time, But it's psychological. I'm doing it for my mental health. The exercising every day I have to do, and that helps me clear my head,
Yeah, well, I was talking about other stuff. I go biking a lot, and I do that, but
Good.
I definitely, it's just, I'm definitely stressed, and
we all have our vices, man. Trust me, I've got mine. So
Dude, I wanted to talk to you about, this is one thing that, like, okay, so your show, there's been multiple times where you said something acutely, like, that resonated with me. I'm like, how in the, because, like, okay, so, like Kratom is, like, such a random thing, right? People don't really, it's pretty non-mainstream.
Yeah, I'm a huge fan.
Oh, dude, me too. Okay, so I remember, I sometimes get guilt tripped out, because, like, I drink a lot of shakes, and a lot of, just I have a little, thing. Anyway, so I remember I was going biking. It was late. It was like later at night. I remember we were on it just started happening. I just tuned into your show, and I was on for maybe 10 minutes. I just noticed it was live, so I just turned it on while I was biking. And then I remember, like, at that exact moment, you were on, like, the last guest that you're talking to. It was late, and I remember you guys started talking about that thing, that plant. And I'm like, oh my gosh, it was like, so I was like, I never hear anybody talk about this ever. I didn't think it was that mainstream,
Yeah. And I knew about it because I had an accident. I had a bike accident down in Costa Rica, right? When I came back, I refused to take any hydrocodone or all this other stuff they wanted to give me. And that's when I researched, and that's when I found out about Kratom. And at that time, there were stores where I lived here in Oklahoma. That's back when the CBD and Kratom stuff started kicking in, just before the weed, marijuana. So, man, I just went and got some Kratom, and I've been using it ever since.
Oh,
and and I use it carefully because I don't know about you, but I've had the Kratom crash before.
Yeah, or the what's it called, the wobbles? Where you can have
right. I haven't done the wobbles, but I know what you mean. That's when I've had like, if I drink it, that makes me get like, it's almost too much. So I take capsules. Every morning I'll have 4 capsules and coffee, and that's how I start my day every day.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I think my consumption's a little higher.
That's okay. Everyone's got their own, but
everybody's got their thing. My thing is, like, so I haven't, I don't know. I mean, I haven't drank alcohol in like over 7 years, and I've been sober from that. And I come from, like, that's in my family. And anyway, I haven't done it. It became, when I was like 24, it dawned on me. I was like, all right, Ben, there's 2 paths in life. You're going to go on this one, or you're going to go on this other one. This one's really depressing and sad, and you know how it is.
Yeah.
So I'm like, let me think. It's actually a hard decision, but it's not anymore. Now I'm like, anyway, but that's kind of I guess that's my vice or whatever. It's like, that's my thing. I let slide, and I'm like, well, if I'm not, doing that, then I guess that's, better. But, yeah, man, this is so surreal for me, man. I want to call him more often. I want to, like, support you more, and, like, like, get more because like you're one of the only people that really, I think, like really hits the nail on the head, or like really like hits on the stuff that is the most like. Well, I mean, I'm the most interested in, but also like I think it's like the most important, or going after the details that are the most, all encompassing and like total and. And I love how like there's no normiedom in you at all. Like
no,
like,
we get weird.
When I know when some people are like naive with it, I'm like, oh man, I wish I could still believe that. But some people will say some stuff, and I'm like, oh dude, like I would be nihilistic, but yeah, I mean, if I wasn't a Christian, I'd probably be more nihilistic. And
hey man, that resonates with me too. But I think that's a natural part of us being in a system that doesn't want us. That we don't belong in, that we are kind of nihilistic towards it because it's becoming especially so evil and forcing evil on us that I think it's normal for us to be right? Like, screw you. Like, we're the new punk. We're the new lords. We're the new French.
Yeah, right. And I know seriously, that's why I can't think about it. I really like embrace it because I've always been somewhat contrarian. I've always consider myself more sort of like that way. I'm actually high in agreeableness, which is I guess ironic, but like I don't know. I definitely identify, man. Like I'm like, I'm my own thing. I really don't care what other people think, and like I know that I don't care, and I think that makes me like I'm confident because of that. But it's also it's like I've broken through, and I can't go back. And like I wouldn't want to if I could, but it's like it is what it is.
Yeah, man. I mean, I appreciate that, Ben. Is there anything else that you want to talk to us about?
You gotta go. Let's see.
No, actually you don't, because here's what I want to do. I actually called you as my last guest probably 3 guests ago. And so it's no offense. A few more people came in, and I'm sorry, guys. But here's what I'm going to do. Now that I'm back here on YouTube for now, and it seems we can get away real easy with these kinds of shows on YouTube, right? Just talking. I never have issues with these shows here. So my plan is to do another one here in 2 weeks. And I'll still be doing all my other shows, my KG's What Happened and Uncensored. But in 2 weeks from now, 2 weeks from this Friday, I'll schedule another one so we can get more people in and kind of keep doing this. Now's definitely the time for this. So, okay.
Yeah, dude, I'm glad that this is the thing that's like, this is the most like human, like alive and like plugged into people that really get it. I've felt in forever. Like,
great. Great.
But yeah, I mean, God bless what you're doing, man. I think you're doing great work, and I definitely love what you're about, man. Yeah, I guess that's. I'm trying to think. I'm as soon as I hang up, I'm gonna be like, "Damn it, I should have said that one thing." There's like something else.
You'll have to do it again with me, man. We'll do that. But go ahead.
In 60 seconds. So you love Chubbs. So like,
yes.
What is Chubbs? Is he like what kind of cat is it?
It's the gray, black, and white ones. I don't know what you call those. But actually, if you go to my Instagram, I have a link below, guys. You can go to Instagram. I got 2 videos with Chubbs in it if you want to see them.
This is a pudding.
Oh, pudding. I love it. I love the name, too.
Yeah, little baby puddings.
Pudding's so great. The next boy cat I ever get, if I ever get another one, is going to be Pork Chop. I just love that name, too.
Wait, so here, I want to close on this. Like, one thing that an epiphany I had where I used to get like kind of like down, like, dude, Ben, like, isn't it kind of like, fairy tale, like magical? Like, I mean, is it wishful thinking to think that you're not just an ant scurrying around? That there really is like an intimate, like a loving, like a creator that's infinitely more intelligent than you, more complex than you, that created you, that really truly loves you, that kind of stuff. And like, I'm just a little meat blob, and I'm really hedonistic and gross, and I do all this bad stuff. Anyway, so I'm thinking about that. I'm like, the thing that I had an epiphany one time. I was looking at puddings. And I was like, here's this little creature, and he doesn't even know how much I love him. He doesn't deserve it.
Yeah.
He doesn't deserve it because I saved him from a rescue shelter, and he's like, he doesn't deserve any of this treatment, but I just love him so much, I can't even explain it. And I just look at him, and I'm like, I'm a higher organism that's like, basically way more intelligent and complex and everything than he is. And I have that love. So like, what if that can be scaled up,
Oh, I'm sure it is. I mean, I feel like the Lord, I know he does, just from reading about him. He has an unabounding love for us, man. It's just like, it's limitless. And I think we'll all be shocked when we get there and be like, whoa, like, we're really loved, and we were important, and we didn't realize it. No matter what our life looked like, we were so important to him. That's what it's going to be, man. We got so much good waiting on us, it ain't even funny. It's even right here with us now, man, surrounding us, man. He's with us, and we're blessed. We're blessed. We'll be okay. We're living in crazy times. We're going to be okay.
Yeah, I feel that. I honestly feel that it's like, at the end of the day, it's probably just going to be okay. And I'm usually really chicken little about everything, and this, I'm actually more calm about it than I probably would be normally. So anyway, that's something that.
Good, man.
But yeah.
Well, hey, it's been nice talking to you, Ben. Thank you. It's nice to meet another Okie.
Yeah, definitely.
And
we'll do this again sometime. I guess keep doing these live shows, man. I gotta just tune in.
I promise I will. I saw people saying 2 weeks, but I'm slow, man, just because I process, I think. Plus, I do two long live shows a week, and I make videos usually every week. So, and a lot of them are big, So just thanks, guys, for your patience. I love these shows, but I got to get on my wavelength. I got my thing. I'm weird. I don't know. Anyway, I'm rambling. Ben, God bless you. Thanks for chatting with me. We'll do it again sometime.
Definitely. Yeah. Take care.
All right. Take care, man. Bye-bye. All right, guys. Hey, I'm sorry. I know a few of y'all came in after that, but I'd called Ben earlier as being my last, and we'd gone 4 hours, 42 minutes. That's a good run. Listen, I'm serious. I promise. I'm going to do another one of these, and it'll most likely be 2 weeks. If anything changes, maybe I'll do one this next Friday. We'll see. But yes, this will be more normal at least. Okay. Usually they're like months apart. So if we can do every 2 weeks, that's good. I know these are important, I believe, for all of us, even for me. It helps me. It's always nice talking to like-minded people. Excuse me. We may not be on the same page on everything, but the bigger picture, we're in it together, right? In that sense, and most importantly, we all have Christ. So yeah, so there's that. Look, guys, thank you so much. Thank you, big thank you to all my guests, all of you who I got a chance to speak with. Thank you so much. Thank you guys all for just hanging out there and watching. I really appreciate you. I've got a lot of links below. Again, if you've only followed me on YouTube, guys, there's links below. 4 months worth of videos you've missed out. I really want you to see. And also shows. I'm doing KJ's What Happened. I have another YouTube channel for that. There's a link below for that. I'm doing that once a week. And then also once a week, I'm doing a KJ's What Happened Uncensored over on Odyssey. And there's a link below for that as well. So please check that out because it's vital information in these times. It really is. I'm not trying to blow it up. I'm not trying to be self-important here, It's the fact. It's very important information. So please check it out. And that's about it, man. Thanks to the moderators. Thanks again, once again, to all the wonderful people out there watching and listening. We had a long run tonight. We'll do another one in a few weeks, okay? You'll see. We'll do it. And I look forward to talking to some of y'all that didn't get on. I definitely want you guys to have another shot here. And then maybe we'll have some return guests. We'll see how it plays out. Thank you again to Patreon and PayPal supporters, guys. Always thanks to the subscribers at scariestmovieever.tv. I like to end these on a prayer. So if you will, I'll just say, Heavenly Father, first off, thanks so much for all these wonderful people that are here listening and the people I got to talk to. And just thank you. It strengthens me. I know it strengthens others. And thank you. And I know we need it. And I really appreciate it. So thanks for these wonderful people. And just, Father, please just keep us all in a good state of mind in these days, at peace. Provide us the wisdom we need in these times and be with us and our families and help us to maintain as things are going a little crazy around us and falling apart, and to continue on in this life with you guiding us and leading us and not to be worried and not to be fearful. And we thank you for that, Father. I know you'll be there for us. You always are. I love you. And in Jesus' name I pray, amen. All right, guys, that's going to wrap it up. Hey, thank you once again so much for being here. Thanks to all those wonderful people I got to talk to, man. You guys are all amazing. I appreciate you, man. Thank you for sharing your stories with us. And I'll be back soon with something. I won't be back tomorrow with KJ's What Happened. I won't be able to do that. I'm sorry, tomorrow. We'll be doing the Uncensored show on Monday, and I'll have, I'm sure, a video or maybe some other live show up next week to make up for the KJ's What Happened. And then we'll do the regular KJ's What Happened next weekend, which will be packed with information. The truth, too, is that this last week has been a little light on a lot of the info. Every now and then we have one of those weeks, and this was one. So next week's going to be a fat show. All right, man, on that note, take care. God bless you all, and I'll talk to you soon.